After transmigrating to a fantasy world, you deceived a married woman to undress. Unexpectedly, her husband burst through the door the next second, shouting, "Caught you!" But you remained calm and directly inserted the needle. All because you activated a rather questionable system. It always made you test the moral boundaries while practicing medicine, not only requiring you to charge more than others, but also needing to do some mischief to trigger special healing effects. At this moment, Chu Ro's voice trembled after hearing your request. Dr. Lee, do I really need to remove so many clothes for the acupuncture? Hearing this, you didn't even lift your eyelids. That's right. The meridians run throughout the entire body. Qi flows in specific patterns. Treating through clothes is like scratching an itch through boots. It won't work. As you spoke, your fingertips inadvertently brushed across her reddening skin, especially the heat pathogens in your body, madam. I must hit the exact acupoints to drive out the illness. How else could I locate them precisely? After hearing this, Chu Ro slightly turned her face away. I'll leave it to Dr. Lee's judgment. Your corner of mouth twitched slightly before quickly returning to normal. Your fingertip gently pressed into a depression on her back. This is the Feishu acupoint. It governs the qi flow, dispersal, and descent. The needle must be precisely placed to be effective. Chu Ro dared not ask any more questions. She secretly marveled at how unfathomable your medical skills were. Just your composed demeanor while facing a woman's bare back far surpassed that of any ordinary physician. At this moment, you picked up the last silver needle and calmly said, "Madam, the sensation from this next needle might be a bit more intense. Please bear with it." Chu Ro bit her lip lightly. A faint sound escaped from her nose. Your wrist dipped slightly. The silver needle precisely pierced into the depression at her sacral region. An uncontrollable gasp suddenly escaped from Chu Ro's throat. Her body arched and then softly collapsed back onto the pillow. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Just then, suddenly there was a loud bang. That worn wooden door was forcefully kicked open from outside. A middle-aged man burst in with an enraged expression. His eyes immediately fell upon the clothing that was pulled down to the waist. Chu Ro with a flushed face and trembling body. The man's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, pointing at you with a voice like thunderclaps. How dare you, Li Qingxian? In broad daylight, under the bright and righteous sky, you actually dared to do such filthy things to my wife. Chu Ro was frightened out of her wits by this sudden turn of events, yet that strange sensation from the needles had left her body weak. She froze in place, unable to move. She opened her mouth wanting to explain, but only managed to let out a soft whimpering sound mixed with sobs. The flushed face and rapid breathing appeared to be irrefutable evidence in the intruder's eyes. Yet you remained oblivious to all of this, only gently removing the last silver needle from the sacral area. Chu Ro trembled delicately once again. A broken whimper escaped from her throat. Master Chu, who had burst through the door, upon seeing this scene, pointed directly at you and cursed. Male and female, scandalous and immoral. Today I must break your and tear down this den of yours. Hearing this, you finally raised your head to look at him, with a hint of pity on his face. Master Chu, why are you so furious? Your wife's internal heat is too severe and stagnant, difficult to disperse. I was using acupuncture to clear the blockage. It's proper medical treatment. Master Chu refused to believe it, pointing at Chu Ro on the bed with disheveled clothes and flushed face. He retorted in a shrill voice, medical treatment? Does medical treatment require taking off clothes and lying prone here? Does medical treatment require making such indecent sounds? Do you take me, Master Chu, for a blind and deaf fool? You're clearly taking advantage of her vulnerability, engaging in shameless acts, disgracing medical ethics. Beast in human clothing. Hearing this, Li Qingxian wasn't angered at all, but instead gave a light chuckle. Ha. He looked Master Chu up and down, his manner suggesting he was sizing something up. The master should be more concerned about his own health. Master Chu was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Qingxian paced a couple of steps with deliberate slowness. Your footsteps are weak, landing without sound. Your lower body is obviously unstable. Though your voice is loud, it lacks strength and vitality, clearly just putting up a front. Look at your dark eye circles and your dull, lusterless complexion. In my opinion, Master Chu, your kidney deficiency has been going on for quite some time, hasn't it? Master Chu was stunned by his words, then immediately stiffened his neck. His fat face instantly turned the color of pig's liver. You're spouting nonsense. What rubbish are you talking about? I'm in excellent health. Stop trying to deceive people with your nonsense, thinking you can divert attention and get away with it? As if his sore spot had been hit, his voice suddenly rose. This matter isn't over today. I'll make sure this shabby clinic of yours shuts down for good. As Master Chu spoke, he made a move to overturn the nearby medicine cabinet. Oh? Li Qingxian raised his eyebrows, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. It seems Master Chu doesn't believe my diagnosis? Very well, kidney deficiency starts with symptoms like sore waist, weak legs, and low energy. If left untreated, you'll find yourself all show and no substance. And as for the end result, Li Qingxian deliberately dragged out his words. His gaze swept meaningfully over Master Chu's lower body. This condition is neither too difficult nor too simple to treat, and I happen to know how to cure it, guaranteeing the treatment will work instantly. However, since you're in such a hurry to demolish my clinic, let's forget about it. You'd better think this through carefully. If you let this condition drag on, even immortals won't be able to help you recover. Master Chu's forward motion suddenly froze in place, as if his pressure points had been struck. The anger on his face visibly subsided, and his fleshy jowls were no longer quivering with rage. Instead, they began to twitch subtly. Li Qingxuan's words had struck right at his unmentionable affliction. He unconsciously touched his waist. This kidney deficiency problem of his had indeed been troubling him for some time. At first, he just felt a lack of energy. He had visited several physicians who prescribed some potent medicines. Those could barely help him get by. But as time went on, the medications became less effective and his body grew increasingly weak. Until now, it had been a full 3 months since he'd last experienced an erection. It was precisely because of this matter that he became suspicious and paranoid. He always felt something was amiss. That's why he secretly followed Chu Ro when she went out to seek medical treatment. Li Qingxian could see through his ailment at a glance. He must have his unique insights, following the principle of trying anything when desperate. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. His previous arrogance had now turned into insecurity and despair. Thud! Master Chu's knees went weak. He fell straight to his knees in front of Li Qingxian. Clutching Li Qingxuan's legs, he broke down in tears. Dr. Li, great physician Li, save me, save this old Chu's life. Chapter 2, the system forces me to be an evil doctor, rewards keep flowing. On the sickbed, Chu Ro's body moved slightly, watching her husband's embarrassing display. Her lips twitched slightly before quickly resuming her fragile appearance. Li Qingxian looked down at Master Chu, who was crying at his feet. He frowned in disgust. Not going to wreck my shabby clinic anymore? Upon hearing this, Sir Chu shook his head like a rattledrum. No wrecking, no wrecking. I wouldn't dare to wreck it ever again. His voice was filled with tears and flattery. Divine Dr. Li, please be magnanimous. As long as you can cure my unspeakable condition, I, old Chu, will have your clinic completely renovated inside and out. I guarantee it will be even grander than the county magistrate's rear courtyard. Li Qingxian let out a sneer. He applied a bit of force with his foot, breaking free from Sir Chu's bare hug. No need for renovations. He smoothed out his wrinkled clothes and said lazily, just pay the full medical fee. That's more practical than anything. He glanced at Chu Ro beside him, then shifted his gaze back to Sir Chu's face. All right, get up. Go lie next to your wife. Sir Chu was stunned. Then his face lit up with wild joy. Yes, yes. Good, good, good. He scrambled to his feet using both hands and feet. Swiftly rolled to the other side of the sickbed. Dignity? Face? In the face of the temptation to restore his manly vigor, dignity and face meant nothing. Li Qingxian walked to the bedside and took out several silver needles from his needle case. He looked at the two people lying side by side. In his heart, he gave a cold snort. The yang energy in Master Chu's body was like a candle in the wind, barely remaining. This technique of his wasn't a permanent cure, but merely drinking poison to quench thirst. Using a special acupuncture method, he forcibly mobilized the last bit of remaining yang energy, allowing it to explode like oil in a raging fire within 7 days. For these 7 days, Master Chu would certainly regain his vigor, perhaps even more powerfully than in his youth. But once the 7 days passed, when the oil was exhausted and the lamp died out, even immortals couldn't save him. Who told this clueless old fool to kick my door right away and try to ruin my livelihood? This was the price. He deserved it. Li Qingxian pinched the silver needles between his fingertips, his movements flowing like water. Bear with it, these needles will strengthen your foundation. His hands were utterly decisive. The silver needles pierced several major acupoints in Master Chu's waist and abdomen. The technique seemed gentle, yet concealed powerful force within. As several needles were inserted, Master Chu suddenly felt a surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen, rushing downward. That long-absent sensation instantly swept through his entire body. Ah! Master Chu let out a cry of mingled shock and delight. He abruptly sat up from the bed with a start, looking down at his lower region. His face showed unbelievable ecstasy. She moved. She moved. She really moved. He was so excited that he danced with joy. He grabbed Li Qingxuan's hand. Divine Doctor, you're truly a living immortal. Without another word, he jumped out of bed, fumbling to arrange his clothes. While tying his belt, he turned his head and urgently said to Madame Chu, who was still lying on the bed, "My lady, the doctor's fee. We must pay the full fee. Double. No, triple." After saying this, he left without looking back. He rushed out of the back hall like a gust of wind. Even his back view radiated an air of uncontainable excitement. Li Qingxian stood in place, gazing at the direction where Master Chu had disappeared, his brows slightly furrowing. This fellow had regained his manhood. Shouldn't he be taking his wife to find a quiet place to properly verify the results? Why is he running so fast? On the bed, Shuro forced a stiff smile upon hearing her husband's instructions. Her lowered eyelashes concealed the emotions beneath. Li Qingxian didn't probe further and pointed to the sickbed. Madam, please rest for a while to let the medicine take effect. I'll go to the outer room to write a prescription. After saying that, he turned and walked to the desk in the outer room. He spread out a yellowed piece of rough paper. He picked up the wolf hair brush and soaked it well with ink. The brush tip hovered. He pondered over Chu Ro's pulse condition and medication. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected that host successfully deceived a married woman to undress, completing the honest consultation diagnosis. Detected that host additionally helped Master Chu regain his vigor? Evil deed assessment, high level. Distributing reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special medical tool, King Yama's Life Summoning Needle. Evil value plus 100. Li Qingxuan's hand holding the brush paused slightly. Here it comes. King Yama's Life Summoning Needle, a miraculous object accidentally acquired by Li family ancestors, later lost. This needle ignores physical defenses, directly pierces the soul's origin, can extinguish life force with one prick or stimulate potential and activate vitality. Note, usage requires consuming large amounts of mental energy and spiritual chi. Please use with caution. This description was simple, yet overwhelmingly powerful. Extinguish life force, stimulate life force. Truly worthy of King Yama's name. A flash of brilliance appeared in Li Qingxuan's eyes, then quickly disappeared. The smile at his lips deepened, carrying a hint of satisfaction. He put brush to paper, writing down the first ingredient on the prescription, Angelica. Li Qingxian. He was not native to this world. To be precise, he had transmigrated here as a fetus. When he first opened his eyes, he found himself in this crumbling Li family medical clinic. 5 years ago, his convenient father had kicked the bucket, leaving behind a broken clinic and the mess of reviving the family's reputation. However, he had never been particularly gifted in medical arts since childhood. He was far from being as brilliantly talented as father. Guarding the empty medical clinic, with hardly any visitors, business was dismal. I almost thought the Li family legacy would end with me. Until 3 years ago, when the system unexpectedly awakened. However, this system was somewhat unorthodox. He always tests the moral boundaries of medical practice to the extreme. Everything he does needs to have a touch of wickedness. For instance, charging higher consultation fees than others. For instance, frightening patients to trigger special therapeutic effects. And for another instance, like what just happened, half coaxing and half deceiving Madame Chu to remove her constraints. Li Qingxian originally had such a pure heart. It's all been led astray by this troublesome system. While comfortably shifting the blame to the system, his brush moved like a dancing dragon and snake as he wrote down another herb, Ligusticum chuanxiong. The world he lived in was called Great Zhou. This was a bizarre and wondrous world, far beyond the understanding of his previous life. Here there were cultivators who could dine on wind and drink dew, move mountains and fill seas. There were great beasts lurking in deep mountains and vast marshes, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. And there were powerful martial artists whose surging blood energy could reach the skies, whose physical bodies alone could split mountains and divert rivers. Martial artists were revered. This was the common principle of this world. But even martial artists as mighty as these were not invulnerable. Who didn't occasionally suffer from headaches, fevers, or depleted blood energy, requiring treatment? Who doesn't face the risk of cultivation mishaps, demonic deviations, or severed meridians? This place isn't one of those low-level martial fantasy worlds after all. When you fall ill or suffer injuries, taking medicinal pills might keep you alive, but they won't treat the root cause. In the end, you still need to find a doctor. And he, Li Qingxian, was one of these numerous medical practitioners, a physician equipped with a system and completely legitimate methods. He wrote down the final ingredient, gently blowing on the ink. The prescription was complete. The sound of rustling clothes came from the inner chamber. After a while, Shuro tidied up her dress. With a lingering blush still on her face, she walked out. She approached Li Qingxian. With her head slightly lowered, she dared not meet his gaze. Dr. Li, here is your consultation fee. Shuro took out a small money pouch from her sleeve and handed it over. The pouch felt heavy in his hand. You're too kind, madam. Li Qingxian waited briefly before placing it on the table. Please forgive my earlier offense, madam. Shuro gently shook her head. Dr. Li was treating my illness, I understand. She then took out several pieces of silver from her sleeve and placed them next to the money pouch. This is tea money for the doctor, as you must have expended considerable energy earlier. Li Qingxian raised his eyebrows, thinking this madam was quite sensible. That's very thoughtful of you, madam. He accepted it frankly without declining. Here's your prescription. Please get the medicine and take it as prescribed. Remember to come back for a follow-up in 2 days. At that time, this doctor has a family heirloom instrument called the blood-burning divine needle, which is extraordinarily powerful. You'll get to experience it then. Shu Ro's face turned red. She gave Li Qingxian a reproachful glance. She nodded slightly, then took the prescription, carefully folded it and tucked it into her bosom. Then Ruor shall take her leave. She made a graceful curtsy and turned to leave with elegant steps. Her retreating figure swayed enchantingly. Li Qingxian watched her departure, until her graceful silhouette disappeared beyond the doorway. Only then did he put away the silver money and stretch lazily. Creak! He pushed open the clinic's main door. The afternoon sunlight, now unobstructed, poured in with scorching intensity. Its warmth instantly enveloped his entire body. The street had few pedestrians. Everything was permeated with languor. Li Qingxian stood at the doorway, squinting his eyes, savoring this rare moment of peace. Since his father's passing, the reputation of his Li family clinic had been declining day by day. He had barely managed to keep it running these 3 years using the system's unconventional methods. Most of his patients were ordinary people from the neighborhood. They were all like Madame Chu, who just visited. Some had unspeakable ailments or simply general discomfort. As for those flying in the sky warriors and cultivators, not a single one had ever visited. They probably looked down on his declining establishment. Li Qingxian pursed his lips, indifferent to the matter. He didn't care who he treated, as long as they paid enough consultation fee. Better yet if they were like Churo, beautiful, wealthy, and gullible. As he was lost in these thoughts, preparing to go back for a nap, suddenly, a dazzling sword light tore through the sky. Whoosh! The sword light, swift as lightning, came with a piercing whistle through the air. Its target was right at the entrance of his medical clinic. Li Qingxian frowned and instinctively took half a step back. The radiance abruptly stopped 3 feet in front of him. Swish! The intense light rapidly contracted and faded away. A swaying figure emerged. The person was covered in blood, with clothes in tatters. Their body was covered with crisscrossing wounds. The injuries were deep enough to expose bone, with mangled flesh. Blood dripped steadily from her arm onto the bluestone slabs below. She was propping herself up with a sword broken in 2, barely supporting her body to keep from falling. Clearly, she had just escaped from a brutal battle. The woman raised her head, her eyes wandering aimlessly around. Finally, her gaze fixed on Li Qingxuan's face. Her lips quivered as if wanting to say something, but only a suppressed groan escaped. Then her vision went black and she fell forward stiffly. Li Qingxian instinctively reached out to catch her. His hand touched something warm and sticky. Chapter 3, Sensual Healing? System, you're treading a dangerous path. This woman's body carried an overwhelmingly bloody aura. Mixed within was a cold and murderous energy. Li Qingxuan's heart sank. He knew there was no time to waste. He bent down and lifted this blood-covered person in his arms. The touch was slick and slippery. He quickly walked back to the inner chamber of the medical clinic. He gently laid the woman on the bed where he usually examined and treated patients. His fingers touched the pulse point. Li Qingxuan's fingertips paused briefly. Her pulse was chaotic, her breathing was as thin as a thread and could cease at any moment. Looking at the wounds on her body, they were all over her. Many were deep enough to expose bone. A strange layer of magical residue clung to the edges of her wounds. It was continuously consuming her life force. These wounds were clearly not inflicted by ordinary weapons. What's even worse, he noticed that this woman's spirit was unusually weak, as if it had suffered severe damage. TSK, this is troublesome. Li Qingxuan's expression turned completely grim. This woman's identity must be extraordinary. Whoever injured her used extremely ruthless methods. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice rang out in his mind again. Ding! Detected a critically injured, near-death target, special identity, suspected cultivator, triggering a time-limited high-difficulty treatment mission. Mission name, Healing Hands of Mercy? Mission requirements: first, stabilize the target's injuries and preserve their life within 12 hours. Second, secretly remove the target's personal undergarment and conceal it on the host's person during the treatment process. Mission reward, increase proficiency with King Yama's death summoning needles, 1 random medicinal pill. Li Qingxuan's eye twitched. You hashtag, you broken system, he inwardly cursed. If I'm saving someone, why do I need to take their undergarment? What's that about? If someone finds out, how can I keep running my clinic? What about my reputation? The system played dead, giving no response. Only the task panel floated silently. Li Qingxian looked at the generous reward. He gritted his teeth. I'll do it. It's just taking a piece of clothing. Sacrificing a bit of my reputation to save someone is nothing. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His eyes carried a compassionate expression. He walked to the medicine cabinet, skillfully took out a set of sterilized silver needles of various lengths, then opened a specially made ebony box. Inside lay a completely black needle, faintly emitting an eerie glow. It was the King of Hell's life summoning needle he had just acquired. Throughout the inner chamber of the clinic, the atmosphere instantly became tense and solemn. In the inner room, light passed through the window lattice, slanting inward, the meridian chart hanging on the wall. And there were those strange medical instruments that even Li Qingxian couldn't fully identify. Everything was shrouded in a quiet solemnity. He walked to the bedside, looking at the unconscious woman. Though covered in blood, her exceptional beauty could not be concealed. But at this moment, her delicate face was as white as paper, completely drained of color. "Miss, the situation is urgent. Please forgive my offense," Li Qingxian whispered softly, not caring whether she could hear him or not. His fingertips moved gently, taking out a row of slender silver needles from his needle case. The tips of the silver needles gleamed with a cold luster. His movements showed no hesitation. He accurately inserted the needles into several major blood-stopping acupoints near the Jiangjing point on her shoulder. Then, he targeted other crucial points. With each needle inserted, there was a subtle contraction of flesh and skin. The speed of blood flowing out noticeably slowed down. His wrists moved deftly, silver needles flashing like cold stars. Quickly, he arranged a needle formation around the major wounds on her upper body. Though he temporarily stopped the external bleeding, Li Qingxian dared not relax. He took a deep breath. He picked up the King of Hell's life summoning needle. Physical wounds were secondary. The soul was the biggest concern. As he held the black needle, an ice-cold sensation crept up from his fingertips into his bones. Around the needle's body, there seemed to be barely perceptible dark qi coiling. The faint light at the needle's tip flickered like ghost fire. Li Qingxian composed himself. He channeled what little spiritual energy he had left in his body, slowly infusing it into the needle. His gaze became intensely focused. Sweat began to form on his temples. Indeed, wielding this needle consumed enormous energy. He precisely located the ancestral window acupoint between her eyebrows. This acupoint connected directly to the soul. King of Hell's life summoning can take life, can also give life. Rise. His wrist sank down. Swoosh. The black needle penetrated silently, meeting no resistance at all. It was as if he had pierced not flesh and blood, but void itself. MMPH. The deeply unconscious woman's body suddenly trembled violently. A deeply suppressed groan of pain escaped from her throat. Next, a faint green life energy was forcibly stimulated. It emerged from various parts of her body, converging toward the black needle at the center of her brow. However, at the same time, the residual malevolent magical power in those wounds was disturbed. It became even more violent, furiously counterattacking. To completely extinguish this newborn green vitality. Still daring to cause mischief? Li Qingxian let out a cold snort and twirled the needle between his fingers. He increased the spiritual energy output. The black energy on the King Yama's death needle seemed to grow denser. The needle tip burst with brilliant light. A domineering force surged through the needle body, forcefully suppressing those destructive energies, while simultaneously guiding the newborn vitality to nourish the woman's damaged soul. The treatment process was extraordinarily difficult. The veins on Li Qingxuan's forehead bulged. Sweat quickly soaked through the back of his clothes. He had to maintain a constant output of spiritual energy, while precisely controlling the power of the King of Hell's summoning needle. He needed to stimulate potential energy without damaging the foundation. The slightest carelessness would result in her soul scattering to the winds. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, or perhaps even longer, the woman's breathing finally stabilized somewhat. Her complexion also regained a hint of faint rosiness. Li Qingxian temporarily breathed a sigh of relief, but he dared not remove the needles. He continued maintaining a minimal flow of spiritual energy to stabilize the effect. During this brief respite, his gaze swept across the woman's tattered clothing, especially the area around her chest. Her clothes were torn, revealing a corner of water-red silk underneath. It was an undergarment. Li Qingxuan's eyes flickered momentarily. He cleared his throat lightly. The wound on the chest is the most severe. I must examine it carefully to prevent any hidden injuries. As he pretended to examine the wounds on the woman's chest and abdomen, he extended his hand. His fingers carefully probed into the torn collar. The touch was silky, still carrying the warmth of the woman's body. His movements were swift. His fingers hooked and flicked. That delicately embroidered lotus pattern dudu was silently taken out by him. Without even looking at it, he quickly balled it up. He stuffed it into the large inner pocket of his robe, and kept it close to his chest. After doing all this, his face maintained that serious expression of focused treatment, as if he had merely adjusted the patient's clothing just now. System, task 2 is completed. Please record the reward first, he thought to himself. His gaze returned to the woman once again. His eyes lingered for a moment at her waist. There seemed to be something hanging there, but it had fallen to the edge of the bed during the previous movements. It was a token. The token was made of a material that looked like jade but wasn't. It had broken into 2 halves. There were bloodstains on it, but one could faintly make out an ancient cloud pattern, and half of an unclear seal character. It emitted weak spiritual energy fluctuations, so she really is a cultivator. Li Qingxian picked up that half token and examined it carefully. This cloud pattern seems somewhat familiar. I think I've seen it in one of the miscellaneous records father left behind. In the territory of Qing'an Prefecture, there are only a few famous cultivation sects. Could it be the Greenwood sect? Or the Tianyi sect? To injure a cultivator this badly, and even use methods that damage the soul, whoever is hunting her must be even more powerful. Thoughts raced through his mind. His vigilance rose to the highest level. Saving this woman was like picking up a hot potato. Chapter 4: A Life-Risking Rescue. System Rewards Divine Pill. Li Qingxian held the two broken halves of the token. The image of his father lecturing him with a pipe in his mouth suddenly sprang to mind. Listen carefully, you little rascal. Our Li family's business is saving lives and helping the injured, even if it means risking our own necks. When you meet someone who needs saving, you must charge and even through mountains of blades and seas of fire. If you're afraid of death and trouble, just go back to counting beads on your abacus. Don't shame yourself here. His father's tobacco-scented voice seemed to still linger in his ears. Li Qingxuan's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. The person had already been saved. It was too late to try to distance himself from the situation now. Besides, ignoring someone in danger, that didn't seem to be Li Qingxuan's style either. His eyes cleared, revealing a kind of resigned acceptance. Since he was already involved, he might as well make the best of it. He carefully tucked the broken token into his chest pocket, placing it next to that soft, still warm bundle of cloth. Evidence should be kept close to the body, he thought with utmost seriousness. His gaze returned to the woman on the bed. With more composure this time, time silently slipped away as he focused on the follow-up treatment. Outside the window, the light was gradually swallowed by the night, until nightfall completely descended and everything grew quiet. In the inner chamber of the medical shop, only a single oil lamp on the table cast a dim, flickering light. The candlelight projected shadows on the wall, making them sway unsteadily, adding a touch of mystery to the scene. Even the insects that usually chirped in the neighborhood seemed to have retired. The air was as still as if it had solidified. Suddenly, a faint ripple of spiritual energy, like rippling water, it silently swept across the medical clinic. The fluctuation vanished as quickly as it appeared, too fast to be detected. Li Qingxian was fully concentrated on treating the woman's injuries. With his current level of cultivation, he couldn't sense such subtle probing. Yet instinctively, his back suddenly tingled. His brows furrowed slightly. He unconsciously turned his head to glance behind. The inner chamber was empty. Besides the flickering lamplight, there were only him and the unconscious woman on the bed. Was it just my imagination? He muttered to himself. No, that's not right. That sensation was too real. Pursuers or something else. This woman was bringing trouble sooner than expected. He shook his head lightly, forcefully suppressing the unease in his heart. He refocused his attention on the woman. He carefully picked up the last silver needle. His left hand's fingers gently spread apart, precisely locating the point. His right hand steady, holding the silver needle, positioned it vertically against that spot of skin. He held his breath, slowly inserted the needle. His wrist moved slightly, applying pressure through his fingertips. The needle tip pierced through the delicate skin. The final needle stood firmly in place. After this perilous treatment that had nearly exhausted his spirit, the woman on the bed finally began breathing steadily and deeply. Those horrifying wounds on her body had completely stopped bleeding. The King of Hell's death-summoning needle remained inserted in her brow. The black chi at the needle's end had dispersed, leaving only a faint light that flickered gently as the woman's soul stabilized. The King of Hell's death-summoning needle had indeed defied heaven's will. Her foot that had stepped into death's door, with supreme life force, had been forcefully pulled back. Li Qingxian let out a long, heavy sigh. Heavy with exhaustion, he carefully manipulated the end of the needle, then slowly pulled it out. At the moment the needle left her body, his body swayed, his face pale. Fine beads of sweat covered his forehead. He looked as if he had just been pulled from water. His clothes clung to his body. The double depletion of spiritual energy and mental strength made him feel waves of dizziness. Just as he was about to sit down to rest and recover for a moment, the system's voice sounded punctually in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the time-limited difficult treatment task, Healing Hands of Compassion. Task 1, keep the target alive, completed. Task 2, secretly remove the target's personal undergarment and hide it in your possession without anyone noticing, completed. Evil Act rating, superior. Host was bold yet meticulous, operation precise, perfectly meeting Evil Act conditions with extreme stealth. Distributing task rewards. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10% proficiency increase in King Yama's Death Needle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Special Pill 9 Dragon Soul Return Pill Ultimate Grade. Evil Value plus 100. The series of notification sounds was like sweet rain after a long drought, instantly dispersing much of his fatigue. Li Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. 9 Dragon Soul Return Pill. Just hearing the name exuded an air of extraordinariness. and it was an ultimate-grade spiritual pill. His heart burned with excitement. Plus the proficiency increase for King Yama's Death Needle meant he would be more adept at using it next time. The consumption could also be reduced considerably. This risky rescue attempt, judging from the system rewards, it was absolutely worth it. His consciousness sank into the system space, looking at the golden medicinal pill floating silently. The pill was about the size of a longdon fruit. On its surface, 9 extremely fine, pale golden dragon silhouettes slowly coiled and swam around. It emanated an overwhelming aura of life force. Revives the dead, regenerates flesh and bone. The system's annotation for the medicinal pill contained only 6 terse characters. Each character weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Such a heaven-defying miraculous item actually existed in this world. If back when father was gravely ill, there had been such a medicinal pill. That caring face flashed briefly through his mind. Perhaps that despair of exhausting the family fortune yet still being unable to reverse the situation happened. Li Qingxuan's eyes dimmed for a moment. His fingertips unconsciously curled. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Father was gone, after all. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions. The dead are gone, the living must look ahead. Just then, the woman on the bed frowned slightly. She seemed to be trapped in some kind of disturbing nightmare. Her cracked lips were unconsciously saying something, emitting extremely faint murmurs. Master, traitor. The voice was intermittent and broken. Had the inner chamber not been completely silent, it would have been impossible to hear clearly. Li Qingxuan's gaze sharpened. He immediately moved closer and held his breath, listening intently. Traitor? Master? As expected, it's an internal conflict within the sect, a betrayal. Was she chased and hunted down to this place? She fled all the way to Qing'an Prefecture. The trouble level has escalated once again. This is no longer just a hot potato. It's like holding onto a bomb that could explode at any moment. While he was secretly calculating, the woman on the bed's eyelashes trembled lightly. The next moment, those beautiful eyes that had been tightly closed for so long suddenly opened. Her gaze was as sharp as an unsheathed blade of ice, instantly piercing through the tranquility of the inner chamber. There was no trace of confusion typical of someone just waking up, only extreme vigilance and coldness, almost as if by physical instinct. She immediately tried to circulate the remaining power within her body. A weak surge of energy rippled from deep within. However, as soon as the energy emerged, it was crushed by an invisible hand. It instantly collapsed and scattered. An intense weakness and stabbing pain swept through her entire body, making her let out a muffled groan. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. An unfamiliar room, simple furnishings, a faint scent of medicinal herbs permeated the air. Finally, her gaze fixed on Li Qingxian, who stood not far away. Her eyes held a wary look, and beneath that wariness lurked an undisguised killing intent. Their gazes met in mid-air. An invisible pressure spread throughout the area. The air seemed to freeze. Who are you? Her voice echoed, hoarse and weak, yet carrying a unique, cold quality. Chapter 4. The Immortal's First Act Upon Awakening. Drawing her sword, Li Qingxian froze under that gaze. Those eyes weren't like human eyes, sharp and ice-cold. Then, his expression became calm. It was good that she was awake, because only then could he ask for payment. You're awake? His tone was calm, as if he wasn't facing a severely injured cultivator who had just returned from the brink of death, but rather an ordinary patient who had come for a consultation. I am Li Qingxian, and I'm in charge of this medical hall now. Strictly speaking, I snatched your life back from the King of Hell himself. He calmly met her scrutinizing gaze. With a perfectly measured professional smile, he gestured toward the freshly treated wounds on the woman's body, and the bloodstains remaining at the edge of the bed. Look, the evidence is clear. If not for my passable medical skills and timely intervention, miss, you would probably be cold by now, perhaps already waiting in line for reincarnation. These words carried a hint of irreverence, yet they were undeniable facts. Yun Nishan's cold gaze didn't linger on Li Qingxuan's face for too long. The wounds on her body weighed like mountains, making even the slightest movement as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But the pride in her bones hadn't diminished in the slightest. She turned her face slightly to the side. She looked towards the edge of the bed, her gaze deep and focused. Her one movable arm slowly lifted and braced against the edge of the bed. She wanted to sit up. Her arm exerted force, trying to move her body. Every movement pulled at her wounds, causing her to draw in sharp breaths from the pain. Fine beads of cold sweat immediately appeared on her temples. Her face grew even paler. Save your strength, noble lady warrior. Li Qingxuan's voice rang out, neither warm nor cold. If you try to forcefully circulate your spiritual power now, even immortals couldn't save you. I nearly sacrificed myself in this effort to save you, so please don't waste my hard work. His tone carried a clear warning. The woman's icy gaze swept over him once, offering no reply. The energy she had been trying to gather completely dissipated, leaving only deeper weakness behind. After a moment of silence, she asked in a hoarse voice, "You're not Li Chun?" Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow slightly, then showed understanding. "Oh, so that's why you look like a blood gourd and managed to find my shabby clinic so precisely. You're looking for my father." He tugged at the corner of his mouth. A complicated smile appeared on his face. "Unfortunately, you're too late. My father was laid to rest 5 years ago." A flash of confusion passed through the woman's beautiful eyes. "You're his son? The genuine article?" Li Qingxian nodded, his expression returning to that calm demeanor. He really didn't want to delve into this woman's background and identity. His instincts told him those would only bring trouble. "Alright, enough small talk." He stretched out his hand in front of the woman. "That'll be the consultation fee, thank you." The woman was visibly taken aback. She apparently hadn't expected him to bring up money right away. She instinctively reached for her waist, where her storage pouch should have been hanging, but found nothing. Her expression changed slightly. Then, as if remembering something, her brows furrowed even deeper. Following that, a cold sensation spread from her chest. She quickly looked down. Beneath her clothes, there was nothing. That lotus-patterned undershirt that held special meaning and never left her body was gone. An ice-cold killing intent instantly burst forth from her eyes. A soft hum resonated. The broken sword that had fallen by the bed instantly returned to her hand. Though broken, its edge remained sharp. The cold sword tip carried an overwhelmingly fierce aura. It pointed straight at Li Qingxuan's throat. "Where are my belongings?" Her voice was as cold as ice, each word dripping with killing intent. "Did you take advantage of me while I was unconscious?" Facing the sword's edge mere inches away, Li Qingxuan's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his calm demeanor. He took half a step back to create some distance. "Young lady, your words are truly hurtful and amount to slander." He spoke slowly and methodically. His tone still had that half-dead, listless quality. "A doctor's heart is like that of a parent, and saving lives is my duty. At that time, you were covered in blood, with wounds all over your vital areas deep enough to expose bone. How could I stop your bleeding and stitch you up without removing your clothes? Was I supposed to pierce through the fabric with my needle?" He spread his hands, his face full of composure. "Rest assured, while I, Li Qingxian, may not be the most upright gentleman, I do adhere to professional ethics. I would never take advantage of someone in distress." The woman's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from anger. His words sounded reasonable, but that was her undergarment. She fell silent for a moment, taking time to carefully assess her condition. It seemed there was no discomfort. In the end, she suppressed the impulse to attack him. She coldly extended her hand. "My belongings, return them to me." Li Qingxuan's eyes flickered for a moment. "You mean that undergarment? It was soaked with blood and filth. The impure energy was too strong and would have affected your wound healing. I casually disposed of it. This item was related to the system task, and he couldn't easily return it to her. The system's moral standards were questionable. What if it turned the tables and took back the medicinal pill? Disposed of it?" The woman's voice suddenly rose. Her chest heaved dramatically. She instinctively tightened the outer robe around her body, covering that unsettlingly empty area. An unnatural flush appeared on her face. She took a deep breath, as if trying to compose herself, and spoke again. "I am an inner elder of the Tiani sect, Yun Nishang." "Stop." Li Qingxian raised his hand to interrupt her. "Which sect you're from, what your name is, where you came from and where you're going, I have absolutely no interest in knowing any of it." His tone carried obvious impatience. He secretly muttered that this woman staying here would definitely be trouble. "Let's talk about something practical. My medical fee, 50 taels of silver, fair to everyone. Then you may leave, and we'll be even." Yun Nishang's face alternated between red and white as she was choked by his blunt retort. She bit her lower lip. With a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, she said, "I lost my storage pouch when I was being hunted. I have nothing to my name now." She paused for a moment, seemingly feeling this admission damaged her dignity. She hastily added, "But don't worry. Once I'm free from danger and return to my sect, I will definitely repay your medical fee tenfold. No, 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxian silently observed her for a moment. After a while, he finally nodded slowly. "Very well." Just as Yun Nishang breathed a sigh of relief, she heard his next words. "However, verbal promises aren't enough. You need to leave something with me as collateral." Yun Nishang thought for a moment, then handed over the broken sword in her hand. "Though this sword is broken, its material is extraordinary, so it should serve as collateral." "Stop right there." Li Qingxian interrupted her again, without even glancing at the broken sword. "This piece of junk?" he sneered. "It would just take up space even in a scrap metal pile." His gaze swept over her body, finally settling on her outer robe which, despite being bloodstained, was clearly of excellent quality. "If you ask me, the only decent thing you have on you is this robe. This will do. Take it off and leave it here as collateral." Yun Nishang's face instantly turned bright red. She had taken off her outer robe, with only a thin undergarment remaining. And she wasn't wearing an undershirt right now. Wouldn't that mean, with just a slight movement or even a breeze, the intimate view inside? A cold wave of shame and anger surged in her eyes again. This person did it on purpose. He knew all along that she had lost her undergarment. He just wanted to see her embarrassed. You lecher! Yun Nishang trembled with anger. Overcome with shame and fury, she shouted fiercely once more. This angry shout aggravated her unhealed wounds. At the position near her collarbone on her left shoulder, the freshly bandaged wound suddenly throbbed with pain. Hiss! Yun Nishang drew in a sharp breath from the pain. That exquisite face instantly lost all its color. She turned white to a frightening degree. Beneath the bandage, dark red bloodstains rapidly seeped through. In the blink of an eye, they had dyed a small patch of her snow-white undergarment red. Li Qingxian raised his hand and pressed his temple. He let out an exaggerated sigh. I must say, female warrior, your temper is truly excessive. Keep yelling and fighting like this, and all my efforts to bandage your wounds will be wasted. He shook his head, his tone filled with helplessness. TCH, where did this little spitfire come from? He muttered under his breath, then stepped forward. Stand still. The wound has reopened, it needs to be treated again. If you keep moving around, you'll lose more blood. Don't say I didn't warn you. Li Qingxian was about to treat the wound. Before his foot could touch the ground, suddenly, an indescribably terrifying pressure, like an invisible mountain, descended abruptly. The air seemed to solidify into substance. The courtyard's dust moved without wind, eerily suspended in mid-air. Li Qingxian felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his chest violently. His breath suddenly caught. Yun Nishang's already pale face instantly drained of what little color remained. Her pupils constricted sharply. Looking in a certain direction, her eyes filled with terror. Oh no! She acted almost purely on instinct. Ignoring the searing pain from her left shoulder, she shouted sternly at Li Qingxian, who was about to approach. Get back! Chapter 6. You scoundrel! How dare you wreck my clinic! Bang! A deafening crash made everyone's eardrums ache. The weathered wooden door of the clinic instantly shattered into pieces. Splinters mixed with dust exploded outward, whistling as they rushed into the inner chamber. The doorframe twisted and deformed. Behind the shattered door panels, three figures appeared with murderous intent. The leader was of average build, wearing an unremarkable gray-black fitted outfit. His face was equally ordinary, the type that would be lost in a crowd. Only his eyes stood out narrow and sinister, gleaming like a venomous snake's. He held a peculiarly shaped curved blade in his hand. The blade was dark and dull, with a faint aura of bloodlust swirling around it. The two men behind him were also dressed in fitted combat clothes. Their auras were cold and sinister, each wielding long swords. As soon as the three appeared, they spoke no words. They didn't even exchange unnecessary glances. The leader flicked his wrist. The curved blade transformed into a black lightning bolt, carrying an ear-piercing screech as it slashed directly at Yun Nishang. Before the blade even reached her, that bone-chilling blade energy already cut painfully against her skin. Yun Nishang bit down hard on her lower lip with her silver teeth. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes. Though severely wounded, she didn't retreat even half a step. She endured the tearing pain throughout her body. Her right hand grasped at the empty air. The broken sword flew into her palm as an arc of light. A hazy blue-green aura suddenly lit up on the remaining blade. Ding! A harsh sound of metal striking metal rang out. The curved blade and broken sword collided fiercely. Sparks scattered everywhere. An enormous force surged through the sword. Yun Nishang's hand went numb, her arm trembled violently, and she let out a muffled groan as her body staggered backward. The wound on her left shoulder worsened again. Fresh blood gushed out rapidly. She forcibly steadied herself, yet her gaze remained as cold as frost. She glared fixedly at the gray-robed leader. Heh, as expected of Elder Cloud. Even in this state, you can still block my strike. The gray-robed man let out a hoarse, cold laugh. The cruelty in his eyes intensified. However, this is where it ends. He raised his blade again and lunged forward. Run quickly! Without looking back, Cloud Nishang shouted urgently to Li Qingxian behind her. This has nothing to do with you. They're coming for me. She knew clearly that these three cultivators were not weak. They were at least at the late stage of chi condensation. The leader might have even touched the threshold of foundation building. In her current condition, blocking one strike was already her limit. There was no way she could protect a mortal. However, Li Qingxian didn't move. He stood in place, looking at the shattered clinic door, the mess everywhere, and the grooves carved into the walls by blade energy. This clinic was the only thing his father had left him. It was where he had grown up. It was the foundation of his livelihood, his home. These people, without any warning, came in destroying his home and attacking people. This was simply too outrageous. An inexplicable anger rose within him, mixed with the frustration of single-handedly supporting the medical clinic all these years, suddenly surged to his head. Li Qingxuan's originally carefree gaze suddenly turned sharp. He was no great hero, nor did he have any grand ambitions to save mankind. But this was his territory. Who the hell dared to cause trouble in his home? As the gray-robed man's second strike came slashing down, the fierce blade wind even stirred Li Qingxuan's bangs. A glimmer of despair flashed in Yun Nishan's eyes. In that swift moment, Li Qingxian moved. His movement wasn't fast. It even seemed somewhat clumsy, not at all like a martial artist. But he lowered his body at an extremely tricky angle, barely avoiding the direct edge of the blade, while his right hand shot out like lightning. With a soft whoosh sound, a silver needle as thin as ox hair struck with perfect precision into the Yangshi acupoint on the gray-robed man's knife-wielding wrist. Yangshi point, the source point of the large intestine meridian of Han Yangming, located on the radial side of the dorsal wrist crease, in the depression between the tendon of the extensor pollicis brevis and the tendon of the extensor pollicis longus. When this acupoint receives strong stimulation, it can cause instant numbness and weakness in the wrist. The gray-robed man suddenly felt his wrist go numb, and his 5 fingers involuntarily loosened. That vicious curved blade fell to the ground with a clang. An unexpected turn of events. Not only was the gray-robed man stunned, the 2 companions behind him were also dumbfounded. Even Yun Nishan, who was prepared to fight to the death, also widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. For a moment, she forgot to react. What was going on? What did that healer do? The gray-robed man was both shocked and furious. The numbness spreading from his wrist left half his body somewhat unresponsive. He could never have imagined that he, a formidable cultivator at the late Qi condensation realm, would be disarmed by a seemingly powerless ordinary doctor, with nothing but a tiny silver needle. This was an absolute disgrace. You're seeking death. After a brief moment of shock, the gray-robed man thrust out his left hand, fingers curved like claws, grabbing toward Li Qingxuan's face. Although his right hand temporarily had no strength, but his other hand and his cultivation level were still intact, more than enough to deal with an ordinary mortal. At the same time, his 2 companions behind him also reacted. With vicious smiles on their faces, they swung their long swords, one on the left and one on the right, blocking all of Li Qingxuan's escape routes. The cold gleam of swords revealed their murderous intent. In their view, what had just happened was nothing more than this kid's dumb luck, just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Yun Nishan's heart tightened, and she instinctively wanted to summon her spiritual power to step forward, but the pull of her injuries caused her movement to falter. She could only watch helplessly as 3 attacks simultaneously enveloped Li Qingxian. "Be careful," she shouted urgently. However, Li Qingxuan's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Faced with attacks from 3 sides, not only did he not panic and retreat, instead, he suddenly took a step forward. This step was taken with extreme precision. He was perfectly positioned in the blind spot of the sword wielder on the left. At the same time, his body twisted at an impossible angle. By the narrowest of margins, he avoided the gray-robed man's reaching left claw. In traditional Chinese medicine, observation is a fundamental skill. Seeing, hearing, asking, and examining, Li Qingxian muttered, not clear who he was speaking to. As he dodged, his right hand rose again. Another 2 soft whoosh sounds rang out. 2 silver needles shot precisely toward the eyes of the swordsman on his left and right. The change in technique was too fast, the angle too cunning. It completely defied common sense. The 2 of them only saw a cold flash before their eyes, instinctively closing their eyes and turning their heads aside. When masters face off, circumstances can change in an instant, and it was this fraction of a second delay that gave Li Qingxian his opportunity to strike. He violently stamped his left foot on the ground. Using this reactive force, his body spun sharply half a turn like a top. His right hand opened all 5 fingers and swiftly grabbed for the wrist of the sword wielder on his right. The person felt as if their wrist was firmly clamped by an iron vise. A skillful yet powerful force transmitted through his pulse point. Crack! The crisp sound of dislocating bones rang out. The sword wielder let out a shrill scream of agony. The wrist holding the sword twisted at a grotesque angle. The sword flew from his hand. With a clang, it embedded itself in the medicine cabinet nearby. The blade continued to tremble uncontrollably. Bone dislocation. And it was an extremely exquisite joint dislocating technique. Li Qingxuan's movements flowed like water, executed in one smooth motion, so fast it was dizzying. He didn't even pause. In the instant he dislocated the opponent's wrist, his left hand had somehow already produced a small amount of light yellow powder. He flung it directly into the face of the other sword wielder. Cough, cough, cough. That disciple was caught off guard, taking the full brunt of the powder. He felt a pungent, acrid smell invading his nose and mouth. His eyes felt as though they had been sprayed with chilly water. They instantly turned red and painful. My vision was completely blurred. How could I possibly see anything? Panax noto ginseng, Chinese angelica root, realgar, energizing and refreshing, improving eyesight, my ass. Li Qingxian quickly backed away to create distance. Meanwhile, he was muttering under his breath, as if reciting a menu. This is what he usually uses to process medicinal herbs and ward off insects and evil spirits. It's extremely irritating. Chapter 7 Flying needles break all techniques. The way of medicine can also kill. In a flash of lightning, the situation instantly reversed. The three originally fierce pursuers lost most of their strength in the blink of an eye. One had his wrist dislocated and was screaming incessantly. There was one more who had lost his fighting ability temporarily due to the scattered powder covering his eyes and coughing repeatedly. Only the gray-robed leader remained. Although his left-hand attack had missed, he remained uninjured. But looking at the chaotic scene before him, his face darkened to the point where it could wring out water. This guy, something wasn't right. He was definitely not some ordinary mortal doctor. His flying needles and slippery movements had an eerie, unsettling quality about them. He had never seen such a fighting style before. Yun Nishan was also completely stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had witnessed countless battles and been through life and death situations, but she had never seen such a unique fighting style. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations, no magical light. There was only precise control over the body's acupoints, joints, and weaknesses, combined with some inconspicuous but incredibly effective dirty tricks. Could a mortal really achieve this level? Was this really the same common doctor who had just been haggling with her over medical fees? Who exactly are you? Yun Nishang couldn't help but ask. Her voice carried a slight tremor that she herself hadn't noticed, whether it was due to her injuries or because the scene before her eyes completely overturned her understanding. Li Qingxian gave her an annoyed glance and said, "I've already told you, Li's medical clinic." Li Qingxian. As he spoke, he quickly surveyed the situation on the scene. On the surface, it appeared he had gained the upper hand, but he knew clearly that this was only temporary. That man in gray was the real tough one. As for the other two, once they caught their breath, his few fancy moves wouldn't be enough. He had to end this quickly. Or find a way to escape? No, he couldn't abandon the clinic. It was his father's life's work. Damn it, you wreck my clinic but haven't even paid your medical bills. Li Qingxian spat. His eyes grew fiercer. Today I'll make you understand that while doctors have hearts like parents, if you piss us off, we can also send you to meet the king of hell. His gaze shifted to the blood-chi curved blade that had fallen to the ground. Then he glanced at the sword pinned to the wall. Hey, lady warrior over there. Li Qingxian suddenly shouted to Yun Nishang, "Can you still move? Help me out. Kick that broken blade over here." Yun Nishang was slightly startled, but she quickly understood. Though severely injured, she still had enough strength to kick something. Enduring the intense pain, her right foot skillfully hooked and guided it. The curved blade slid across the ground toward Li Qingxian. "Thank you." Li Qingxian tapped with his toes and caught the blade. The blade felt ice cold in his hand. It carried an ominous bloody aura, making him frown slightly. TCH, such a vile thing, it feels unsettling to use. He weighed it in his hand, feeling it wasn't quite right for him. But having something was better than nothing. At this moment, the evil cultivator with the dislocated wrist endured the intense pain. Using his other uninjured hand, he pulled out a pitch-black talisman from his robes. "You scum! I'll blow you to pieces," he shouted fiercely. Meanwhile, the evil cultivator who had been hit with the powder also managed to catch his breath. Though his eyes were still swollen and burning, he could barely make out his surroundings now. He roared in anger and picked up another fallen companion's sword from the ground, staggering forward to attack. The gray-robed leader's eyes turned even more fierce. No longer hesitating, his figure exploded into action. Like a hunting cheetah, he pounced toward Li Qingxian again. This time, a faint black mist permeated around his body. His speed was faster, his momentum more fierce. A three-sided attack formed once again. Li Qingxian gripped the curved blade in his hand, his heart pounding like a drum. He took a deep breath. Yet on his face appeared a smile that bordered on madness. Who says a physician can't fight? He suddenly hurled the curved blade in his hand toward the evil cultivator who was about to activate a talisman. Not to harm him, but to interrupt his spellcasting. At the same time, he advanced instead of retreating, charging toward the evil cultivator who was staggering forward. His body suddenly sank low, and his right hand had somehow already gripped several silver needles. This time, he aimed not at the eyes or wrists, but at the Qihai, Guanyuan, and Shanzhong points. These were all vital acupoints of the human body's dantian. Using a mortal body to perform an act that defies heaven, he intended to use these ordinary silver needles to destroy this cultivator's dantian and energy sea. Ding! The curved blade Li Qingxian had thrown was hastily blocked by the evil cultivator's arm. The activation of the talisman was interrupted, but the impact was so powerful that he himself staggered back a step. His complexion turned even more unsightly. Meanwhile, Li Qingxian had already closed in on the sword-wielding evil cultivator. The evil cultivator's eyes were swollen and his vision was blurry. Seeing only a shadow lunging towards him, he instinctively swung his sword wildly. Li Qingxian kept his body extremely low, almost gliding across the ground, precisely avoiding the randomly swinging sword blade. His eyes were frighteningly calm. 3 silver needles in his right hand glinted with a cold gleam in the lamplight. Puff, puff, puff. 3 extremely faint muffled sounds, almost imperceptible. 3 silver needles forming a triangular pattern, struck precisely into 3 major acupoints on the evil cultivator's lower abdomen and chest. For ordinary people, these 3 acupoints were vital points for health cultivation. But for cultivators, they were crucial nodes for the flow of energy in the dantian, relatively weak in defense. Once breached, the consequences would be unthinkable. Ugh! The evil cultivator's movements suddenly froze. Then he let out a scream 100 times more miserable than when his wrist had been dislocated earlier. A sinister and bone-chilling force surged madly into his body through the needles, like 3 red-hot iron awls, ruthlessly stirring up his dantian and sea of chi. The spiritual energy within his body instantly went out of control. Like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, it crashed recklessly through his meridians, bringing heart-wrenching pain. The color drained from his face instantly, and his body began to convulse violently. The long sword could no longer be held in his hand. With a clang, it fell to the ground. The whole person seemed as if all their bones had been pulled out, collapsed limply to the ground. Fresh blood mixed with internal organ fragments spilled from their mouth. Death was clearly imminent. A fatal strike, and in such a bizarre manner. This time, not just the 2 remaining evil cultivators. Even Yun Nishan, who was watching from the side, felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Using ordinary silver needles to break a cultivator's dantian and kill invisibly. What kind of technique is this? Is this truly medical skill? Cloud Nishan's gaze toward Li Qingxian had completely changed. It was no longer merely surprise and curiosity, but now carried a trace of deep wariness. This seemingly ordinary young doctor. His methods were so ruthless and bizarre, it was simply unheard of. Third brother. The lead gray-robed man watched helplessly as his companion died tragically on the spot. His eyes bulged with rage. He never imagined that in just one encounter his side would lose one person and have another seriously injured. What a humiliation! I want you dead. The gray-robed man completely lost control. The black mist around his body suddenly grew dense, faintly forming the shape of a hazy skull, emitting an evil aura that made one's heart palpitate. He no longer held anything back, the spiritual power inside his body frantically circulating. His speed explosively increased like a bolt of black lightning, charging straight for Li Qingxian. Chapter 8 Mortal Doctor Defies Heaven, One Needle Claims the Soul. This time, the gray-robed man didn't use any flashy techniques, just one punch. A simple, direct punch. But this punch contained all his cultivation power at the late stage of chi condensation, as well as his overwhelming fury. The force of the punch exploded, compressing the air with a thunderous boom. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Li Qingxuan's pupils contracted sharply. He knew he absolutely couldn't withstand this punch. A head-on collision would be suicide. His mind was racing frantically. His adrenaline surged to the extreme. Silver needles? Against a cultivator unleashing full power, they probably wouldn't be very effective. Locate bones? Impossible to get close enough? Medicinal powder? The opponent is already prepared. Could it be that I'm really going to die here? This feels somewhat unfair. I just received the system and haven't even reached my life's peak yet. Marrying a beautiful rich girl, bah. I haven't even restored the Li family medical clinic. At this critical moment between life and death, Li Qingxuan's gaze inadvertently glimpsed at his own chest. There, a warm and silky undergarment was hidden. Also, that newly acquired item. The King of Hell's Life summoning needle that hadn't even warmed in his possession yet. Yes, the King of Hell's Life summoning needle. A special medical tool rewarded by the system. It could harm one's soul, and also stimulate life force. When he saved Yun Nishang before, he had already experienced this needle's power. Though the consumption was enormous, the effect was truly heaven-defying. A crazy idea flashed through Li Qingxuan's mind. Didn't the system say this needle could also harm one's soul? Although his spiritual energy was nearly depleted now, and his mind was utterly exhausted, the consequences of forcibly using the King of Hell's Life summoning needle were unpredictable. He might even suffer a backlash. But that was still better than being punched to death. He'd take the gamble. To hell with it, fortune favors the bold. A flash of determination appeared in Li Qingxuan's eyes. Almost at the instant when the gray-robed man's fist was about to connect with his body, he bent his body backward at an impossible angle, suddenly pulling out that pitch-black needle emanating an ominous aura from his bosom. At this moment he had no spare spiritual energy to activate the needle for any life-sustaining effects. He had only one thought: to use his last ounce of strength, to stab this needle into his opponent's vital point. He didn't even have time to aim for any specific acupoint. Relying solely on instinct and his last remaining strength, he pointed the needle tip at the gray-robed man's face, which was wreathed in black mist. Swish! A sound like tearing fabric rang out. The tip of the King of Hell's death needle pierced precisely between the gray-robed man's eyebrows. Ah! An inhuman scream suddenly erupted from the gray-robed man's mouth. His determined punch, which had concentrated all his bodily strength, stopped abruptly within half an inch of Li Qingshuan's face, frozen in place. The gray-robed man's body began to shake violently. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, as if he had seen something utterly terrifying. At his brow point, that black needle tip was like a persistent parasite. The needle's end emitted a faint black vapor. Something was being frantically extracted. Not spiritual power, not blood essence, but the soul itself. An excruciating pain emerged from the depths of his soul. It engulfed him like a tidal wave. The agony was hundreds of times more intense than when his companion's dantian was shattered earlier. He felt his consciousness being stripped away bit by bit. His soul seemed about to be completely torn apart by this strange black needle. No, impossible. What kind of evil artifact is this? The gray-robed man struggled to utter these few words. The madness in his eyes was quickly replaced by boundless terror. He wanted to retreat, wanted to pull out that terrifying needle from his brow, but his body seemed nailed to the spot, completely beyond his control. His power, his cultivation level. Before the King of Hell's death summoning needle, they all seemed meaningless. Li Qingshan was also stunned by the scene before him. He had only tried it as a last resort. Who would have thought the King of Hell's death summoning needle would be this terrifyingly powerful? How could this be just a medical needle? Clearly a deadly weapon. However, he had no time to think further at this moment. Forcibly activating the King of Hell's death needle, it had almost completely drained the last trace of spiritual energy from his body. A powerful wave of dizziness and weakness swept over him, making his vision darken and his body sway unsteadily. He watched the gray-robed man struggling in agony on the spot, his life force rapidly weakening. Then he glanced at the last evil cultivator who was looking this way with a terrified expression. He gritted his teeth, using the last of his strength. Lifting his foot, he viciously kicked the gray-robed man in the abdomen. Bang! The gray-robed man was already on the verge of collapse. Then he was struck by this kick. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, his body could no longer support itself. He fell straight backward. With a thud, he crashed to the ground. He convulsed a few times, then completely fell silent. In the center of his brow, the King of Hell's death summoning needle remained embedded. The black chi at the end of the needle slowly dissipated. Dead. Another one. And his death was miserable, with his soul severely damaged. The last evil cultivator whose wrist had been dislocated. Seeing his boss also die so tragically in such a bizarre way, he was scared out of his wits. How could he still dare to have any thoughts of revenge? Looking at Li Qingshuan's demonic eyes, he let out a strange cry. He scrambled toward the shattered door, only wanting to escape this terrifying place as quickly as possible. This mortal doctor, he wasn't human at all. He was a demon. Trying to run? Li Qingshuan's eyes were cold as ice as he fought against his dizziness. He bent down to pick up the long sword that had been knocked to the ground earlier. Using all his strength, he hurled it toward the evil cultivator's back. Squelch! The sword precisely entered the evil cultivator's back, piercing through his body. The evil cultivator staggered a few steps. In the end, he couldn't make it out of the medical hall's door. He collapsed to the ground, his blood quickly staining the floor red. With this, the three evil cultivators who had stormed into the medical hall with aggressive auras were all killed. The entire clinic instantly fell into a deathly silence. Only the thick smell of blood remained. Along with Li Qingshuan's heavy breathing, he leaned against a nearby table, taking deep, gasping breaths. His face was as pale as paper. Cold sweat covered his forehead. His body swayed unsteadily as if he might collapse at any moment. The successive fights, especially forcing himself to use the King of Hell's death needle at the end, had taken far too great a toll on him. Yun Nishan leaned against the bed, staring blankly at everything before her. Broken doors and windows, debris scattered everywhere. 3 corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood, and that young doctor leaning against the table, breathing heavily, with a pale face. All of this felt like some bizarre, absurd dream. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat too dry to utter a single word. Shock, fear, various complex emotions intertwined in her heart. Li Qingshan steadied his breathing. After catching his breath a bit, he glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, then looked at the devastated clinic. He couldn't help cursing. Damn it, with so many things broken, who's going to pay for this? He walked over to the gray-robed man's corpse, carefully pulled out the King of Hell's death needle that was embedded in his brow. As soon as the needle left the body, the gray-robed man's corpse seemed to lose its final support, completely collapsing. Li Qingshan looked at the black needle in his hand, his gaze complicated. This thing had great power, but the aftereffects were also fierce. He now felt completely drained. His head was also throbbing with pain. He carefully put away the King of Hell's death needle, then began searching through the 3 corpses. These people are already dead, their things are of no use to them now, so I'll just take them as compensation for my mental distress and clinic repair costs, he muttered self-righteously as he searched. Yun Nishan watched as he skillfully searched the bodies, plundering their valuables. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. That hint of reverence that had just risen was instantly diluted by an emotion that left her not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 9 One-Stop Service for Corpse Disposal, The Professional Standards of a Divine Doctor. Li Qingxian turned around and looked at the pale-faced Yun Nishan by the bedside. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing an unfriendly smile. Miss Immortal, did you see that? He raised his chin, gesturing toward the broken wood scattered across the floor, the overturned tables and chairs, and the 3 bodies that were beginning to grow cold. This door, these windows, these tables and chairs, and my poor little heart that's been scared half to death. All of this is because of the trouble you brought. His voice revealed fatigue and undisguised resentment. This debt will be counted against you. You haven't even paid the previous medical fee yet, and now there are repair costs and compensation for my mental suffering. Li Qingshuan's gaze swept over her, finally landing on the broken spiritual sword beside her. I see you're penniless now, so how about this? Take off your outer robe, and leave it here along with this broken sword as collateral. Yun Nishang heard this. Her already pale face instantly flushed red. It was a mix of shame and anger. She unconsciously clutched tighter at her already well-wrapped clothes. Shameless lecher. She bit her lower lip. Her voice lowered, carrying a hint of pleading. The sword can stay. But the clothes, can I keep them on? Li Qingxian stroked his chin. His eyes darted between her and the shattered door. Keeping you here would be like having a living target. Who knows what other troublemakers might show up? My small clinic can't handle another round of damage. He seemed to make a major decision. Impatiently waved his hand. Fine, guess I'm having the worst luck in 8 generations, but I'll be the good guy today. Keep the clothes on. I don't want you catching a cold outside and coming back for treatment, which would cost you extra. Just leave this broken sword here. He walked over. Bending down, he unceremoniously picked up the half-broken sword that still emitted a faint spiritual glow. He weighed it in his hand a couple of times. If your wounds aren't serious anymore, get out of here. You're in my way. Remember the medical fee clearly, not a penny less, and interest will be charged separately. If you dare to default on payment, I'll personally visit your Tiani sect and have a word with your supervisor. Yun Nishang's full chest heaved violently at his words. Gritting her teeth, she said, I understand. I'll pay you the medical fee in full. Li Qingxian nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped back twice, pointing towards the direction of the door. This is not a place to linger. Although your wounds are temporarily stabilized, you still need rest. My place is small, and there was quite a commotion earlier. Can't be sure if others might come looking. You'd better leave quickly and find a safe place to recover. These words were truly sincere. Keeping Yun Nishang here was like holding onto a hot potato. The risk was too great. If another wave of even stronger pursuers came, he had no confidence in gambling with his life using the King of Hell's death needle again. Just thinking about the toll it took made him shudder even now. Yun Nishang understood this reasoning too. She struggled to stand up. The weakness in her body and the pull of her wounds made her sway, nearly falling. Li Qingxian hesitated for a moment but still reached out to help steady her. Where he touched her, he could feel the stiffness of her body and a slight trembling. Thank you, Yun Nishang said softly. Her voice was faint, carrying a hint of awkwardness. Li Qingxian let go of her hand, maintaining a safe distance, and said impassively, No need for thanks, just remember to pay. By the way, turn left when you leave, walk to the street corner and head south. There's a small river there where you can quickly clean off the bloodstains to avoid drawing attention. Yun Nishang gave him a deep look. Her gaze was complex and inscrutable. Yun Nishang, will remember what happened today. After speaking, she supported herself against the wall. Step by step, she painfully disappeared into the night outside the door. She needed to report back to the sect as soon as possible. The medical clinic fell back into deathly silence. Only the thick, undissipating smell of blood still lingered in the air. Li Qingxian stared in the direction where Yun Nishang had disappeared. He curled his lips. With his exhausted body, he laboriously dragged over several of the largest door panel fragments. He managed to block the hole in the doorway. Then, he began to deal with the 3 corpses with an expressionless face. He dragged the 3 bodies to the backyard and buried them in a dug pit. Cleaning up the blood stains on the ground nearly exhausted all his remaining strength. That night, Li Qingxian didn't dare to close his eyes at all. He sat leaning against a chair by the window, tightly gripping the cold King Yama's death needle in his hand. Fighting to stay alert, he vigilantly watched for any movement outside. Every slight rustling made his heart pound with fear. Being a cultivator was certainly not a pleasant occupation. Damn, that was dangerous. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Just as dawn was breaking, there came a rhythmic knocking at the back door. Li Qingxian was still in a daze when suddenly he jolted awake. He almost jumped up. His hand quietly moved toward the curved dagger hidden at his waist. "Who is it?" he asked in a deep voice. "Dr. Lee. Divine Dr. Lee. Are you home? It's time to go to the Drunken Immortal Inn." A somewhat shrill, fawning voice came from outside the door. Li Qingxian was stunned for a moment. He quickly came to his senses. It was a servant boy from the Drunken Immortal Inn. Only then did he suddenly remember. According to their agreement, today was his scheduled day to provide medical consultation at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Drunken Immortal Inn, despite its name suggesting a tavern. In reality, it was the most famous brothel in Qing'an Prefecture. Or rather, a den of carnal pleasures. The ladies inside were all stunningly beautiful and accomplished in singing and dancing. They attracted wealthy officials and nobles from within and beyond the city who would spend lavishly. Naturally, such places attracted a complex mix of people. Young ladies are also prone to developing various ailments like these. Ordinary physicians were concerned about their reputation, or they felt it beneath their dignity to treat courtesans. Most of them were unwilling to go. Madame Wang, the shrewd madam of Drunken Immortal Inn, was a cunning person. She knew her girls were precious assets, and couldn't afford to let mediocre doctors ruin her business. By a stroke of luck, Madame Wang found Li Qingxian, who had just taken over the clinic and was desperately short of money. Although Li Qingxian's medical skills were not top-notch, his family's traditional prescriptions were particularly effective in treating various women's ailments and regulating blood circulation. Besides, he wasn't afraid of losing face as long as he got paid. Thus, both parties quickly reached an agreement. Li Qingxian would regularly visit the Drunken Immortal Inn for several days each month, specifically to treat and care for the health of the ladies working there. The medical fees were generous. It became one of his major sources of income. This barely covered the expenses of running his medical clinic. Moreover, going to the Drunken Immortal Inn meant being surrounded by beautiful women. It was a rare diversion in his monotonous life. Coming, Li Qingxian responded. He walked over and removed the wooden board blocking the door. A servant in a green short gown stood at the door. With shifty eyes and an anxious expression, he said, "Dr. Lee, you finally opened the door. Madam has sent for you several times already, and the young ladies are all waiting for you." "I know, what's the rush? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" Li Qingxian glared at him impatiently before turning back inside. He took out a somewhat worn rosewood medical box from the medicine cabinet. He carefully packed the commonly used items: silver needles, medicine bottles, gauze, and other supplies. After some thought, he also tucked the package of looted evil cultivators' remnants into his chest. "Dr. Lee, your clinic, was it robbed last night?" The servant craned his neck to peek inside. Seeing the mess, he exclaimed in surprise. "None of your business." Li Qingxian snapped back irritably, "Just lead the way." The servant shrank his neck, not daring to ask any more questions. He hastily led the way in front. After locking the damaged front door of the clinic, Li Qingxian followed the servant with his medical box on his back, walking towards the most prosperous red light district of Qing'an Prefecture. Chapter 10, A Taste of Beauty? "No, I'm here to treat illness." Eastern city of Qing'an Prefecture. This was the most bustling and clamorous area in the entire city. Shops lined up against one another, crowding both sides of the street. Carriages and horses moved constantly, with streams of people weaving through. The air was filled with a mixture of perfume and the aroma of wine and meat. The Drunken Immortal Lodge stood at the heart of this prosperous area. A 3-story vermilion wooden building with upturned eaves and corners, with large red lanterns hanging high. The facade was extraordinarily grand. Colorful silk banners fluttered outside the building. Even in broad daylight, one could imagine the decadent nightlife here. Li Qingxian carried his half-worn redwood medicine box on his back, led by a shifty-eyed servant. Threading through the bustling crowd, he stepped through the main entrance of the Drunken Immortal Lodge. A strong fragrant breeze swept across his face, mixed with the sounds of delicate feminine voices, creating a stark contrast with the desolation and bloodiness of his dilapidated clinic. Inside the door, a male attendant of the brothel was busy greeting visitors. He was well dressed with an amiable smile. Upon seeing Li Qingxian, he quickly bowed in greeting. "Dr. Li, you're finally here. The ladies have been asking about you for days." Li Qingxian remained expressionless, giving him only a faint glance. Still shaken from last night's ordeal, he wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. "Where's Madame Wang?" The attendant maintained his smile and stepped aside to lead the way. "Madame is upstairs entertaining important guests and likely won't be down for a while. I was instructed to take you to the moon-embracing pavilion, where the ladies are waiting." Li Qingxian gave a slight grunt in response. He followed the attendant through the luxuriously decorated corridor adorned with calligraphy and paintings. The moon-embracing pavilion was an elegant side hall within the Immortals' drunken paradise. It was specially reserved for the ladies' casual gatherings or meetings with regular guests. He pushed open the door. Inside the pavilion sat 7 or 8 women in revealing clothes, some plump and others slender. Some were playing the zither, others were engaged in chess games, while some simply lounged lazily on soft couches. Seeing Li Qingxian enter, they all greeted him with coquettish laughter. Dr. Li, you're finally here. My heart has been aching with longing. Dr. Li, quick, take a look. Have I become even more beautiful? How annoying. Dr. Li is here to treat patients, you flirtatious little minxes. Li Qingxuan's lips twitched slightly, which counted as a response. He immediately put on a stern face. Assuming the serious demeanor of a professional physician, he walked to the center of the pavilion and sat down behind a cushioned examination table. He placed his medicine box to the side and opened it. Settle down, everyone. Let's proceed in order. His gaze swept across the women. Though scrutinizing, his expression remained impassive. The first to approach was a voluptuous woman with alluring eyes who sashayed over to him. She sat down across from him. Dr. Li, I'm sure. It's the same old problem, thank you for your trouble. Li Qingxuan's gaze fell on her full, heaving chest. His eyes paused imperceptibly for a moment. The scale was truly astonishing. Ding! Triggered minor harassment behavior. Target unaware, evil value +1. He immediately moved away. His hand landed on her extended fair wrist. He placed 3 fingers on Shursher's pulse. He closed his eyes in concentration, his brows slightly furrowed. Your blood and qi are slightly deficient and there's liver qi stagnation. Have you been overthinking lately and having trouble sleeping? Shursher covered her mouth and giggled coquettishly. Nothing escapes Dr. Li's notice. I've just been wondering when mother will let me entertain some easier noble guests. Li Qingxian ignored her comment and took out silver needles from his box. Turn around and lower your clothes a bit. Shursher obediently complied, revealing her smooth back. Li Qingxian picked up a silver needle. His technique was steady and precise. He inserted the needles into specific acupoints with clean, swift movements. After several needles, Shursher let out a comfortable soft moan. All done, sit quietly for a quarter hour, don't move around. He withdrew his hand and looked toward the next patient. During the remaining consultation hours, he was surrounded by beautiful courtesans. Young ladies would always find ways to get close to him, either intentionally or unintentionally, breathing their fragrant breath during consultations. Or when he stood up to fetch medicine, they would brush past him as if by accident. Dr. Li, do you think my skin lacks moisture? A young woman in a goose yellow gauze dress extended her jade-like arm, almost touching his face. Li Qingxian kept his eyes straight ahead. His fingertip lightly touched her pulse. Your heart fire is too strong, affecting the lung metal. It's not much related to your skin. Eat less spicy and greasy food and drink more plain tea. His tone was flat, as if discussing the weather. Yet his gaze lingered for a moment on her round, taut thighs. Nice legs. Another petite young lady drew close, her voice soft and tender. Dr. Li, my heart, it's beating so fast, especially when I see you. Li Qingxian didn't even look up. Flipping through his medical records, it's a case of heart and kidney disharmony, with deficient fire rising upward. Miss, have you been having too active a nightlife? Your pulse is wiry, thin and rapid, your tongue tip is red, and the coating is thin and yellow. These are typical signs of yin deficiency with excessive internal heat. If not properly treated, you may age prematurely and lose your beauty. Well then, I'll write you a prescription. Go home and drink more goji berry and red date soup and find a strong man to release some heat. I guarantee this will cure your ailment. The petite woman's flirtatious smile instantly froze. She awkwardly withdrew her hand. The surrounding ladies couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. Li Qingxian continued his serious medical examination, while his eyes quickly swept over everyone's graceful curves, silently judging. Ding! Triggered minor harassment behavior. Target enjoyed it, evil value +5. Ding! +1. Diagnosing illnesses, chatting, and joking around. Occasionally taking verbal liberties, yet always maintaining a physician's professional boundaries. He accurately pointed out each lady's medical issues, either with acupuncture or prescriptions, in an orderly manner, until the sun tilted westward. Finally, all the ladies from Lanhwaed Pavilion had finished their medical examinations. Everyone wore expressions of satisfaction. Li Qingxuan's medical skills were truly exceptional, with immediate effects. Although his prescriptions sometimes included uncommon herbs, the results were often remarkably good. This was why Madame Wang was willing to pay a high price to have him visit regularly. Li Qingxian packed up his medicine box and stretched lazily. He felt somewhat thirsty. At this moment, the curtain was lifted. A woman wearing a purple silk qipao, with a plump figure and a face full of shrewd smiles walked in. It was none other than Madame Wang, the madam of the Zuaitian residence. Oh my, Dr. Li, thank you for your hard work. We always trouble you so much. Madame Wang warmly handed over a heavy money pouch. This is this month's medical fee, please count it. Li Qingxian weighed it in his hand. The amount felt right. Thank you. He didn't bother counting it in detail. Having dealt with Madame Wang for a long time, he had this much trust in her. Of course. Madame Wang said while rubbing her hands, maintaining her bright smile. But there was a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. She appeared to have something to say but was holding back. All the girls say your medical skills have become even more excellent. It's truly a blessing for our Zue Xian residents. Li Qingxian tucked the money pouch into his clothes and glanced at her. Madame Wang, just say what you want to say. Why bother with these pleasantries with me? He had known Madame Wang for quite some time. This shrewd madam was very cunning. Excessive enthusiasm always meant ulterior motives. Seeing her hesitant manner, he knew she must have a favor to ask of him. Called out by Li Qingxian, Madame Wang's smile became slightly awkward. She looked around and gestured for the maids and male servants to withdraw. Then she moved closer and said in a lowered voice, "To be honest with you, Dr. Li, I've encountered a bit of trouble and would like to ask for your help." Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow. "What kind of trouble? Let me be clear, I don't do murder or arson." "Look at what you're saying." Madame Wang quickly waved her hands. "Not those things. It's about a patient." Li Qingxian found it strange. "Haven't I already examined all the girls in your house? Or is there someone still hiding away?" "It's not one of the girls in the house." Madame Wang's expression showed difficulty. "We've invited all the ordinary doctors, but they're at their wits' end, so I was wondering, could you please go take a look?" Li Qingxuan's brows furrowed. For Madame Wang to be this troubled, an illness that couldn't be cured after consulting all doctors probably wasn't an ordinary ailment. What illness? Where is the person? Madame Wang's face showed a troubled expression. Her lips quivered several times, as if she was making some difficult decision. She glanced toward the door again, making sure no one was eavesdropping. Only then did she lean close to Li Qingxuan's ear and speak in a barely audible voice. "Dr. Li, I'm going to be honest with you, but please don't tell anyone. She's not human. She's a spirit creature." Chapter 11. I want all the rewards. Divine Dr. Li's choice. Li Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze lingered on Madame Wang's face, which was filled with both shrewdness and pleading. Treating a spirit creature, that would be a first. Li Qingxian pondered for a moment, then looked up with a compassionate expression on his face. "Madame Wang, as you know, although I'm just a mortal doctor, I believe in practicing medicine with benevolence. If someone is ill, whether human or spirit creature, once they've come to me, Li Qingxian, there's no reason to let them suffer without help." Hearing this, Madame Wang was overjoyed. "So, you agree?" However, Li Qingxian changed his tone. "Treating a spirit creature carries extreme risks, and the mental effort required would be extraordinary. Regarding the fee, rest assured." Madame Wang immediately patted her chest in guarantee. "As long as you're willing to help, the payment will definitely be generous. Whether you succeed or not, you won't miss out on the benefits." "Good. Since Madame Wang is so sincere, I'll go with you." Li Qingxian nodded and picked up his medical kit. "Lead the way." The wrinkles on Madame Wang's face bloomed into a flower as she smiled. She thanked him repeatedly. She personally led the way in front. The two passed through the back hall of the Drunken Immortal Inn. They wound around several corridors. They arrived at a secluded backyard. This place was far from the noise of the front building. Lush vegetation created a serene environment. Just as they stepped in, a strange, subtle fragrance entered their nostrils. This scent was crisp and sweet. It carried a faint hint of allure. Definitely not something ordinary flowers or plants could emit. Li Qingxuan's heart stirred slightly. This was indeed a dwelling of supernatural beings. Madame Wang walked to a side room with a bamboo curtain hanging over its door. She didn't push the door open directly. She raised her hand and, following a specific rhythm, gently knocked 3 times on the door ring. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, faint footsteps could be heard from inside. The bamboo curtain was lifted. A maidservant with ordinary features poked her head out. She looked warily at Madame Wang, then glanced at Li Qingxian. Madame Wang quickly explained, "This is Dr. Li, whom I've specially invited to examine Miss Su's illness." Only then did the maidservant step aside, her gaze still scrutinizing. Madame Wang made a gesture inviting Li Qingxian to enter. She herself didn't go in. Instead, she said softly at the doorway, "Dr. Li, I entrust what's inside to you. I won't disturb you further." Li Qingxian gave a sound of acknowledgement, then stepped into the side room. The room was furnished in a simple yet elegant style. The fragrance in the air was even more intense. A woman was lying on her side on a couch by the window, covered with a thin blanket. Hearing the movement, she slowly turned her head. Even though Li Qingxian had just seen an exceptional beauty last night, he couldn't help but inwardly praise her now. Her beauty was stunning, with features as exquisite as a painting and skin as white as snow. Her eyes sparkled like flowing water, radiating charm with every glance. She naturally possessed a soul-stirring allure. Unlike the cold demeanor of Cloud Nishon from last night, this was a bewitchment that penetrated to the bone marrow. She looked at Li Qingxian. The corners of her mouth held a faint smile. "Thank you for making this trip, Dr. Li." Her voice was seductively pleasing, yet obviously weak. "My name is Su Meng," she added softly. At that moment, a voice sounded in Li Qingxuan's mind. Ding! Special patient detected. Fox Spirit Su Meng. Special mission triggered. Lament of the Fox Spirit. Mission Path 1. Compassionate Healing. Mission requirements: diagnose and do your best to treat Fox Spirit Su Meng's injuries, alleviating her pain. Mission reward, based on treatment effectiveness, reward the acupuncture technique 9 needles of the divine pivot. Mission path 2, unrestrained evil. Mission requirements. During the treatment, seize the opportunity to obtain Fox Spirit Su Meng's personal hair and initiate at least one physical contact beyond the normal scope of treatment. Evil act assessment, based on the degree of physical contact. Mission reward, special item, soul snatching hand. Li Qingxuan's eyelid twitched. This was another rare multiple choice scenario. The benevolent path rewards medical skills, while the evil path rewards unorthodox techniques. After a brief contemplation, the corner of his mouth curved into a slight smile. Only children make choices. He, Li Qingxian, wanted it all. You're too kind, Miss Su. He walked to the bedside, his gaze falling on Su Meng's face, his tone calm. Healing the sick is a doctor's duty. Where are you feeling unwell, miss? Su Meng's eyes flickered slightly. She sized up the young doctor before her. His expression was composed, his eyes clear. He seemed unaffected by her identity. The previous doctors were either fearful or greedy, none of them proper. She coughed lightly twice, her breathing somewhat unstable. I suffered some internal injuries, my qi and blood don't flow smoothly, and I often experience palpitations and chest tightness. She described it dismissively, but from her pale complexion and weak breath, Li Qingxian had already determined that her injuries were not minor. Give me your hand, I'll check your pulse. Li Qingxian sat down on a nearby round stool. Su Meng extended her fair wrist as instructed. Her wrist was slender and pale, her skin cool to the touch. Li Qingxian reached out with 3 fingers and placed them on her pulse point. He closed his eyes and concentrated. The pulse beneath his fingers initially felt calm, no different from an ordinary person's. But as he focused intently, he could detect a chaotic and declining energy hidden beneath that calmness, like turbulent undercurrents beneath a placid lake surface, especially at the vital pulse points. The pulsation is extremely weak, showing signs of nearly stopping altogether. This is a sign of damage to the demon core, and the damage is extremely severe. Li Qingxian slowly opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. Miss, your injury is not as simple as some internal damage. All 5 organs are shaken, your qi and blood are in chaos, and your demon core shows signs of dissipation. If I'm not mistaken, you must have forcefully activated your source power and suffered severe backlash. Su Meng's expression changed instantly, a flash of horror appearing in her eyes. The previous physicians had only mentioned internal organ damage. None could point out the problem with her demon core. This young healer had seen through to the root cause at a glance. How did you know? Her voice carried a tremor. Observation, auscultation, inquiry, and pulse-taking are the common methods of medicine, Li Qingxian said calmly. Miss, your pulse is deep, thin and chaotic, your qi is as fragile as a floating thread, and though your face shows a flush, it's a sign of false heat rising to the surface. Most crucially, I can sense the disorder and decay of that source power within your body. If we delay any longer, forget about recovery. I'm afraid your life will be in danger within 7 days. 7 days. Su Meng's heart quaked violently, and the last trace of hope in her eyes vanished. This was almost identical to the results of her own secret calculations. She bit her lower lip, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. Dr. Li, can it be treated? Difficult. Li Qingxian uttered a single word. The demon core is the essence of a demon's life. Once damaged, it's extremely hard to repair. Ordinary medicines are of no use. Su Meng's heart sank. However, Li Qingxian changed his tone. It's not entirely hopeless. The process will just be troublesome and painful. First, I need to use special massage techniques to regulate your chaotic blood meridians and stabilize the demon core. Then supplement with acupuncture to stimulate vitality. Finally, we'll need to use several extremely rare medicinal ingredients to decoct medicine for both internal and external use. Su Meng listened to these complex steps while observing Li Qingxuan's confident expression. A glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. Several doctors had been helpless, but this man alone didn't seem to be pretending. She took a deep breath. As long as it can be cured, I can endure no matter how troublesome or painful it is. All right. Li Qingxian nodded. Let's begin then. The massage needs to reach all the vital acupoints across your body. You need to remove your clothes. Chapter 12, An Intimate Massage. Who could resist this? Su Meng heard these words. A blush instantly rose to her delicate face. Her eyes also became somewhat timid. She instinctively glanced toward the doorway. I've asked Mama Wang and that maidservant to wait outside. Li Qingxian seemed to see through her thoughts. Su Meng felt slightly relieved but still hesitated. She gently bit her lip, slowly untied her sash and removed her outer garment, leaving only a water-green silk undergarment. The undergarment clung to her graceful figure, accentuating alluring curves. Li Qingxian shook his head. Not enough. For the massage to properly circulate qi and blood, clothes will greatly reduce its effectiveness. Seeing Su Meng's troubled expression, he put on a compassionate look. Rest assured, young lady. In a doctor's eyes, there are only patients, regardless of gender. Besides, you can ask around the neighborhood. I am known for being a perfect gentleman who never looks inappropriately. Su Meng. Why did those words sound so strange? But with her life at stake, she couldn't worry about such things anymore. She finally turned around. With her back facing Li Qingxian, her pearl-like teeth gently bit her red lips as her trembling hands undid the final layer of restraint. Her clothes slipped down. A flawless jade-like body was completely revealed before Li Qingxuan's eyes. She instinctively wrapped her arms around her chest, covering the crucial areas. Her snow-white skin seemed to emit a soft glow in the dim light. That graceful silhouette, slender waist, and curved hips created an incredibly alluring scene. Li Qingxuan's gaze narrowed slightly. A surge of heat rose suddenly from his lower abdomen straight to his head. As expected of a fox spirit, her innate power of enchantment was truly terrifying. Su Meng seemed to sense the gaze behind her. With a mix of embarrassment and coy reproach, she shot him a quick glare. That glance, full of charm and allure, was even more captivating. She hurriedly withdrew her gaze. Following his instructions, she lay prone on the soft couch, adding more room for imagination. Li Qingxian secretly took a deep breath. Healer's compassion, healer's compassion. He quickly chanted in his heart. With such an exceptional beauty before him, even a true immortal descending from heaven would find it hard to resist. He forcefully suppressed the inappropriate thoughts in his mind and steadied himself, preparing to begin the special first step of treatment, close contact massage. Are you ready? Li Qingxuan's voice sounded surprisingly calm. I'm going to begin. Without waiting for Su Meng's response, he took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together to warm them. A gentle flow of energy emanated from his body. Though I've lost 9/10 of my family's medical arts that were passed down to me, massage therapy is the one thing I truly inherited. As Li Qingxian spoke, he placed his warm palms gently on Su Meng's smooth back. Her skin felt cold, smooth, and slippery to the touch, yet it also possessed an astonishing elasticity. Su Meng's body suddenly stiffened. Relax, Li Qingxian said in a deep voice. This massage technique of mine is not like those superficial muscle relaxing methods commonly found in ordinary shops. This is the blood and qi meridian massage method passed down from the Li family ancestors. It emphasizes using qi to guide force and force to direct qi, penetrating directly into the meridians to regulate the internal organs. He paused, seemingly explaining, for ordinary ailments, massaging over clothes might suffice, but young lady, your injury affects the core of your demon pearl, your blood and qi are in complete disarray, and all your internal organs are at risk of displacement. Without direct contact with your skin to sense the subtle changes in blood and qi flow and apply precise pressure, forget about healing your injuries. I'm afraid it would only worsen your condition. As he spoke, his hands had already begun to move. Li Qingxuan's fingers weren't particularly long. His fingertips even had a thin layer of calluses from years of grinding and preparing medicinal herbs. But at this moment, these hands seemed to possess some kind of magical power. Sometimes like a dragonfly skimming water, gently brushing past. Sometimes like a fierce tiger descending the mountain with force penetrating to the bone marrow. The movements appear slow, yet they contain a unique rhythm. Each press, each kneading motion, landing on specific acupoints and meridians. At first, Su Meng only felt warmth and pressure on her skin, making her body instinctively want to resist. But gradually, as Li Qingxuan's hands moved, streams of warm energy began to flow from the point of contact, slowly seeping into his body. Wherever the warm energy passed, the previously blocked meridians seemed to gradually smooth out. The chaotic qi and blood seemed to have found their direction. They began to flow obediently, especially after several key acupoints were pressed with his special technique. Su Meng could even feel that the originally dim demon core seemed to have received a trace of weak nourishment. Its pulsation became somewhat stronger. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Qingxuan's forehead. The ancestral massage technique was extremely draining on both mind and energy. His cultivation was still shallow at present. He was sustaining himself purely with the rudimentary breathing technique learned from his father. This was not just physical labor but also delicate technical work. His father used to say that the Li family's massage technique, when practiced to perfection, could even make flowers bloom beneath one's fingers and circulate qi throughout the body. Unfortunately, in those days he only cared about slacking off. He thought this practice was too tiring and boring, far less comfortable than memorizing medicinal formulas or learning acupuncture. Looking back now, he felt somewhat regretful. As the massage deepened, Yuan's hands inevitably needed to move across various acupuncture points all over Su Meng's body, from her jade-like neck to her fragrant shoulders, from both sides of her spine to her slender waist. Each contact was accompanied by slight trembling of her delicate skin. The fragrance in the air seemed to grow more intense, mixing with the faint herbal scent from Li Qingxuan's body, creating a peculiar, ambiguous atmosphere. Li Qingxian tried his best to clear his mind of distractions, focusing his attention on the treatment itself. A physician sees no gender difference. What bullshit! He silently recited this self-deceptive mantra.
yet he dared not show any negligence in his movements.
However, just as his fingers pressed toward an acupoint in a somewhat private area on Su Meng's body, preparing to apply slight pressure to help with the circulation of vital energy in blood,
Su Meng, who had been enduring all along,
suddenly tensed her body. A wave of cold energy burst from within her. Though faint, it carried a rejection stemming from the depths of her soul.
"What are you doing?"
She sharply turned her head.
Those flowing, fox-like eyes,
now filled with killing intent and a flash of outraged violation.
How could her perception not be keen?
Li Qingxuan's previous massage, though it had touched her body, but that kind of pressure and energy, it was purely a medical technique for regulating qi and blood flow.
But just a moment ago,
she clearly felt a force attempting to invade her essence.
This was definitely not normal treatment. Li Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. He'd been discovered. This fox spirit was indeed no pushover. His expression remained unchanged, even showing some innocence and surprise. "Miss Su? What's wrong?"
"I'm clearing your meridians, which is crucial for stabilizing the qi and blood in your lower body."
"You mustn't move."
"You?" Su Meng stared at him intently, seemingly trying to find a flaw in his expression.
Chapter 13. Don't touch there. The sick beauty's final bottom line. Li Qingxian was now giving his best acting performance.
His eyes were clear and forthright.
"If Miss Su doesn't trust me, then we can end this treatment right here."
Li Qingxian simply stopped his movements.
He stepped back half a pace, appearing completely frank.
Su Meng looked at him. She then felt the partially regulated qi and blood flow within her body. That long-lost feeling of comfort and the signs of slight relief in her demon core were undeniably real.
Could it be that she was being too sensitive?
After all, with her demon core damaged and spirit unstable, it wouldn't be impossible to experience some illusions.
Moreover, if this person truly had ill intentions,
in her current condition she had no strength to resist at all.
Yet he stopped and gave her the choice.
This instead made her hesitate. Li Qingxian noticed her changing expressions and secretly felt relieved.
He decided to quit while he was ahead.
No longer attempting the system's suggested risky moves.
Better to finish this first round of massage therapy first. "Miss Su, please lie on your stomach. The massage is only halfway done."
The blood circulation has just been stimulated. If interrupted now, not only would all efforts be wasted, but it could cause blood flow reversal and worsen your injuries, he advised in a calm tone. Su Meng silently gritted her teeth.
After weighing the pros and cons, she finally turned over slowly and lay prone again.
However, this time, her body was even more tense. Every inch of her skin seemed to have raised invisible barriers.
Li Qingxian didn't say anything more. He continued with his movements. Time passed minute by minute, second by second.
When Li Qingxian finally completed the last step and slowly withdrew his hands, he looked as if he had been fished out of water. His clothes clung tightly to his body,
outlining his somewhat thin yet still robust muscle lines.
His face was pale, his breathing heavy. Su Meng slowly raised her head. Through her blurry vision, she saw Li Qingxian in this exhausted state. That originally somewhat handsome face was now filled with fatigue.
Only his eyes still maintained their clarity. This didn't seem like an act. Such mentally draining massage, if it was truly for taking advantage, that would be going to extreme lengths. The dissatisfaction in Su Meng's heart involuntarily subsided a bit. Perhaps she had really been overthinking? "How do you feel?"
Li Qingxian caught his breath and looked at her. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness.
Su Meng took a moment to feel her body.
The chaotic feeling of having all her internal organs tangled together had indeed eased considerably. Though her vital energy remained weak,
it was no longer running wild like an unbridled horse.
Most importantly, the sense of decay from her demon core that had been on the verge of collapse
seemed to be temporarily stabilized by a gentle force.
The effect was remarkable. "Much better," she responded in a low voice, her tone complex. "This is just the first step to stabilize your collapsing qi." Li Qingxian straightened up and took out a set of silver needles from the medicine box beside him. "Next, you'll need acupuncture to further stimulate your vitality and repair the damaged meridians." He opened the needle case.
Dozens of silver needles of varying lengths glinted coldly in the candlelight.
Su Meng stared at those needles, then glanced at her own body. She bit her lower lip again.
The massage was one thing, but wouldn't acupuncture require him to see even more of her?
Li Qingxian seemed not to notice her embarrassment. He picked up a 3-inch silver needle on his own.
Acupuncture requires precise point location. There can't be the slightest deviation, especially in your condition. A minute error could trigger malevolent energy, and the consequences would be unthinkable.
He explained in a neutral tone while making preparations, as if trying to convince her, yet also reminding himself. Li Qingxuan's gaze inadvertently swept across the few strands of dark hair scattered on Su Meng's pillow.
Earlier during the massage, his hands were covered in sweat.
A few strands of hair seemed to have stuck to his palm. He discreetly moved his right hand behind his back. He rubbed his fingertips together. Sure enough, he felt several smooth strands of hair.
He quietly rolled the strands into a small ball and tucked it into his sleeve pocket. Ding! Host has obtained the target's hair. Evil task progress updated. Half done. Li Qingxian picked up the silver needle and walked to the couch. I'm going to begin now. It might sting a little, try to endure it. Su Meng closed her eyes, appearing completely at his mercy. Li Qingxian took a deep breath. His gaze became focused. For the first needle, he aimed at the Mingmen acupoint on her back. This acupoint is the foundation of life in the human body, connected to kidney qi, and is crucial for stabilizing primordial qi. The silver needle pierced in, twisting, lifting and thrusting. Su Meng's body trembled slightly. A sensation of numbness mixed with warmth spread outward from the Mingmen acupoint. It's working. Li Qingshuan's spirits lifted as he continued with the acupuncture. His needle technique was precise and steady. Each needle perfectly stimulated the flow of qi, while avoiding dangerous areas that could trigger a backlash of harmful qi. As the acupuncture continued, Su Meng's tense body gradually relaxed. She could clearly feel a faint vitality being stimulated from deep within her body by the silver needles, slowly nourishing her damaged meridians and internal organs. This young doctor's medical skills were indeed exceptional. Just as Su Meng began to feel a hint of trust in her heart, Li Qingshuan's next needle, however, made all the hair on her body stand on end. He pinched a relatively short silver needle. His target was actually near the dimple above her curved buttocks, at the Wantiao acupoint, an extremely sensitive area for her. This position. Dr. Li, don't. Su Meng suddenly opened her eyes, the words escaping her lips almost involuntarily. This acupoint is connected to the blood circulation and can indirectly influence the stability of your demon core. Li Qingshuan's expression remained unchanged, his tone professional. Your demon core is damaged. Stimulating this point will help guide the energy back to its source. He spoke with such conviction, as if this truly was a crucial step in the treatment. Su Meng lay half prone on the couch, turning her face to the side. Those fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. With a look of embarrassment and annoyance, this position requires acupuncture? Li Qingxian fidgeted with the short needle. This spot, honestly, even he thought it was a bit of a stretch. The Wantiao acupoint did indeed exist, and it was indeed connected to blood and qi. But for treating damage to a demon core, how much use could stimulating this area be? Probably minimal at best. It was mainly because the system task required it. He needed to find some pretext. Though Su Meng didn't understand human medical principles, after living for so many years, she still had basic bodily awareness. This spot, no matter how she thought about it, couldn't have much to do with her injury. It seemed more like a deliberate act. Yet she dare not question easily. Medical principles are profound. How can they be explained in just a few words? Li Qingxian put on a mysterious air. His fingers twirled the silver needle, making a gesture to pierce. If young lady does not cooperate, I can only wait. Su Meng gritted her teeth. Be gentle. She squeezed out these words through clenched teeth. She closed her eyes again, as if resigned to her fate. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, betraying her inner unrest. Li Qingshuan's lips curled up almost imperceptibly. Good, the patient was being cooperative. He held his breath and concentrated, his right hand holding the needle steadily. His left index and middle fingers gently pressed on the skin next to the target acupoint. He slightly tightened the skin to facilitate needle insertion. Slowly inserted the needle. His movements were gentle. Chapter 14: The Fox Lady's Innocence and Fury. Ding! Used modified crashing waves technique on patient Su Meng, causing intense pain and special stimulation, evil value +30. It worked! Su Meng let out a suppressed moan from her throat. Her body instantly tensed like a fully drawn bowstring. This sensation was completely different from when the other acupoints were needled. A weak electric current instantly ran through half of her body. An indescribable numbness mixed with an intense strange sensation exploded from where the needle was inserted, making her almost unable to control the urge to curl up. This feeling was too strange, too embarrassing. This definitely wasn't a normal acupuncture reaction. You scoundrel! Su Meng suddenly opened her eyes, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Almost instinctively, she tensed her waist, pushing up with her arms. Her upper body shot straight up from the couch, because the motion of getting up was too hasty and forceful. The thin blanket, which had been loosely draped over her body, instantly slipped down to her waist. As the saying goes, like a gentle breeze caressing tender buds on fragrant branches, she was as delicate as a dewy flower in bloom. Li Qingxian was wholly focused on sensing the changes in energy flow beneath his needle, while mentally checking in with the system. Caught off guard by Su Meng's sudden movement, his hand holding the needle froze in mid-air. Before his eyes, an enchanting scene unexpectedly appeared. The woman's upper body was completely bare. Her skin, under the dim candlelight, was dazzlingly white, smooth and lustrous, emanating a subtle glow. Her slender waist created a striking visual contrast with her full curves. Several strands of sweat-dampened black hair clung messily to her neck and collarbone, adding an element of disheveled beauty. Gulp. Li Qingxian clearly heard himself swallow. It's over. His cultivator's resolve wavered. Even Li Qingxian, who prided himself on his exceptional self-control, at this moment, he also felt his blood surging, with a subtle heat rising in his nasal passages. Su Meng was completely stunned herself. She had only overreacted to the strange needle sensation. Instinctively, she sat up, without thinking about the consequences at all, until she felt the coolness of the air, and that unwavering stare from across. Only then did she suddenly realize her current state. Ah! A cry of embarrassment and anger. She hurriedly wrapped her arms across her chest, attempting to cover herself. But how could she possibly conceal those astonishing curves? Her pretty face instantly turned as red as if blood might drip from it. The redness spread from her cheeks all the way to her neck. Even her earlobes turned an alluring pink. What are you looking at?" she exclaimed, both embarrassed and angry, her voice trembling. Li Qingxian snapped back to his senses at her shout. His face also reddened slightly. But this guy had thick skin and instantly adjusted his mindset. He cleared his throat lightly. "Miss Su, why such a strong reaction? It's just a few glances, it won't hurt you." His gaze was strange. In this place of coming and going, he had seen all kinds of scenes. Why was Su Meng pretending to be so pure and innocent? What kind of place was the drunken immortal in? The biggest pleasure house in Qing'an Prefecture, a place of courtesans and entertainment. A woman, especially one as beautiful as Su Meng, appearing in this place, and being carefully hidden in the backyard by Madame Wang, the brothel keeper. Anyone would let their imagination run wild. Su Meng was already feeling extremely humiliated and angry. Seeing Li Qingxian staring at her strangely, she froze for a moment, then came to her senses. Her body trembled with rage instantly. Those beautiful fox-like eyes filled with tears, not from weakness, but from extreme anger and humiliation. She bit her lower lip hard. What are you thinking about? I met Madame Wang because several months ago, when she was out shopping, she encountered bandits. I happened to pass by and saved her life. This time, being severely injured with nowhere to go, I had no choice but to send her a message asking her to remember our past kindness and find me a place to temporarily stay and heal. The Drunken Immortal Inn is filled with all sorts of people, and the mixed chi energies here can help conceal my whereabouts. I have absolutely nothing to do with the business of this place. She finished speaking in one breath, her chest heaving violently. She was clearly genuinely angry. The anger even aggravated her injuries. Her face grew even paler, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. By the end, her voice even carried a hint of indignation and grievance. To think that she, a noble lady of the Fox clan, would suffer such slander. If she hadn't fallen on hard times, how dare a mere mortal physician be so presumptuous? Li Qingxian watched as she became both angry and anxious. His heart sank. This was bad. Judging from her reaction, it didn't seem to be fake. It turned out this person really was a pure maiden. What he said earlier was purely to regain his composure, and to dampen the other party's arrogance at the same time, to make the subsequent treatment easier. Unexpectedly, he had kicked an iron plate. This was becoming rather awkward. He rubbed his nose, his gaze somewhat evasive, no longer daring to look directly into Su Meng's eyes. "Well, I see," he said dryly. "I was being impulsive. Please don't take offense, Miss Su." For a moment, the atmosphere in the room fell into an even more bizarre silence. Su Meng still maintained that extremely undignified posture, arms protectively crossed over her chest, glaring at Li Qingxian with both embarrassment and anger. Meanwhile, Li Qingxian rubbed his nose, his eyes flickering, looking like someone who had done something dishonest. The candlelight flickered, casting their shadows on the wall. After quite a while, Su Meng was the first to yield. She was severely wounded at the moment. With her demon core on the verge of shattering, her life hung by a thread. "I really don't have the energy or inclination to waste time arguing with this sharp-tongued mortal physician." The instinct for survival overwhelmed her shame and anger. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She slowly lowered her arms that were protecting her chest, gradually lying back down again, covering herself properly with the thin blanket. "Continue," she said in a hoarse voice. "However, I warn you, if you dare to." She didn't finish her sentence, but the warning in her eyes was unmistakable. Seeing this, Li Qingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she hadn't completely given up. "Don't worry, Miss Su, I am a doctor. I naturally know my boundaries." He picked up a new silver needle. His gaze once again fell upon Su Meng. No one knew how much time had passed. When the last silver needle fell, Li Qingxian finally let out a long sigh. "Done." He straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Today's acupuncture session is temporarily concluded. Next, we need to complement it with medicinal decoction for internal use." Su Meng was completely limp by now, drenched in fragrant sweat. Her eyes stared blankly at the canopy above the bed, her face still flushed. Her gaze was incredibly complicated. Hearing Li Qingxuan's words, she slowly turned her eyes to look at him. Her voice trembling, "The medicinal soup. Li Qingxian waved his hand. The medicinal soup requires no physical contact, you can rest assured. I've already worked out the prescription. Li Qingxian took out paper and brush from his pocket. With swift strokes he wrote down a prescription. He handed it to the maidservant waiting outside the door. Get the herbs according to this prescription. Be sure to use the finest ingredients. Remember, when you bring the herbs back, they must be handed to me personally for decoction. No one else is to interfere. He deliberately emphasized his tone. In this prescription, besides several precious medicinal herbs, he had also included several special herbs to help stabilize the demon core. The decoction method and heat control were extremely particular. If off by even the slightest amount, the effectiveness would be greatly reduced. The maidservant took the prescription. She glanced at the pale-faced Su Meng. Not daring to ask further, she promptly acknowledged and withdrew. Chapter 15, Enemy's Enemy? It's the same group of assassins. Li Qingxian turned his head. Looking at Su Meng on the soft couch, he said, Miss Su, your injuries are far more severe than they appear. The damage to your demon core cannot be healed in a single day. The upcoming treatment will require at least 5 days, with acupuncture once daily and medicinal decoctions 3 times a day. During this period, you must not recklessly use your demon power and need to rest quietly. 5 days. Su Meng's gaze became momentarily distant. Could there really be improvement in just 5 days? She knew better than anyone how severe her injuries were. She had originally thought that without 10 days to half a month, it would be difficult even to stabilize her demon core. She raised her eyes, carefully studying Li Qingxian, trying to detect even the slightest hint of bluff on his young face. But his expression remained perfectly calm and unruffled. All right. Finally, she nodded slightly, signifying her agreement. After all, this was her only hope at present. Just as she nodded, in Li Qingxuan's mind, the long-awaited system prompt finally sounded. Ding! Special task, Tragedy of the Fox Spirit, completed. Task Path 1, Benevolent Healing, Completion Grade, Good. Precise Diagnosis, Effective Acupuncture, Initially alleviated target's suffering, stabilized injuries. Reward issued, Successfully comprehended, Divine Pivot 9 Needles. Task Path 2, Unrestrained Evil Deeds, Completion Grade, Excellent. Successfully acquired 3 strands of target fox spirit's blue hair and performed multiple effective physical contacts during treatment. Target response was intense, host's operations were bold, timing was precise. Evil Deed Assessment, Above Average. Reward issued, Successfully comprehended, Soul Captivating Hand. Received Special Item, Immortal Muscle Relaxant 1. Evil Value plus 100. A series of notification sounds almost made Li Qingxian lose his composure. Double the pleasure. He quickly examined the 2 new skills in his mind. Divine Pivot 9 Needles, originated from ancient medical techniques, aligns with the cosmic yin and yang, 9 needles working in unison to stimulate hidden vitality. This is good. Righteous and proper, the compassionate heart of a healer. The foundation for establishing oneself in life. Must master it skillfully. Now looking at another one. Soul Snatching Hand, a mysterious massage technique. Through special internal force penetration, it can mildly disrupt chi and blood flow or severely disturb the mind, probe memories, and temporarily control others. Oh my. Now this is getting interesting. Brilliant. The system truly understands him. One hand wields the sacred art of healing, the other wields the dark art of soul snatching. This combination is simply tailor-made for him. As for that fairy enchanting muscle relaxant, Li Qingxuan's consciousness swept over the small paper package in the system space. His gaze remained calm. Bewildering Immortal Paralysis Powder. This medicine comes in an extremely fine powder form, nearly transparent in color, making it very difficult to detect. It is colorless and odorless. Its properties are insidious yet domineering, specifically targeting cultivators' true essence and paralyzing their 4 limbs and entire body. It is truly an excellent auxiliary material for robbery, murder, and accomplishing good deeds. The broken system was corrupting him again. Li Qingxian was filled with righteous indignation. The words good deeds were an insult to his character. He glanced around for a moment. Then, with natural movements, he took out the packet of powder from the system space, tucked it into the most intimate position close to his chest, keeping his achievements and reputation hidden. The room fell silent for a moment. Only the occasional crackling sound of the flickering candle could be heard. Li Qingxuan's gaze fell upon the couch once again. Su Meng lay quietly, covered by a thin blanket. Only her pale yet stunningly beautiful face was visible. Feeling bored just waiting around, he cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Miss Su, pardon my intrusion, but may I ask, how did you get injured? He weighed his words carefully, trying not to appear too nosy. Judging by your injuries, this doesn't look like an ordinary fight. It seems more like someone tried to kill you. Su Meng's eyelashes trembled slightly as she turned her face away. She seemed unwilling to discuss it further. Li Qingxian didn't mind and continued speaking casually. These are troubled times indeed. A beauty like yourself is bound to attract trouble when traveling alone. Su Meng fell silent for a moment, perhaps believing that Li Qingxuan's medical skills were indeed reliable. Or perhaps his mention of ruthless pursuit touched a sensitive memory.
She spoke softly, her voice weak. They're enemies. They have numbers and strength, with brutal and strange techniques.
I was careless and fell into their trap. Li Qingxian immediately perked up and followed with another question. Oh? What kind of enemies could injure someone of Miss Su's caliber to such an extent?
Su Meng frowned in recollection, a flash of hatred and fear crossing her eyes. Their leader wore a gray robe, with profound cultivation. He wielded a blood-colored curved blade with a chilling aura. He had two accomplices, both dressed in black, emanating a sinister energy when they attacked.
Gray robe? Blood-colored curved blade? Sinister energy?
Li Qingxian heard this description. His heart suddenly stirred.
Why did this description sound so similar to the three assailants who broke into his medical clinic last night, pursuing that ice-cold immortal beauty? He calmly probed further. That gray-robed man, did he have late-stage qi condensation cultivation and techniques shrouded in thick black mist? Su Meng suddenly turned her head, her fox-like eyes full of surprise and doubt. How do you know?
Li Qingxian stroked his chin.
His expression turned peculiar. What a coincidence.
Last night, 3 guys dressed similarly to what you described were chasing an injured woman all the way to my shabby clinic.
They even tore down my door that I had just fixed a few days ago. Isn't that infuriating? Su Meng's eyes widened, her breathing becoming rapid. Last night? Chasing a woman? Also in Qing'an Prefecture? Li Qingxian nodded. That's right, I even had a fight with them because of it. He omitted the glorious detail of how he had eliminated them all, speaking of it in a casual manner. Su Meng became emotional and struggled to sit up. Then, what about that woman? How is she?
Li Qingxian quickly held her down. Hey, don't move, your wound has just stabilized. That woman was injured worse than you, but she was lucky. I saved her, and she left in the night. Su Meng looked at Li Qingxian with a complex, shifting gaze.
The people who were hunting her, were they also hunting another woman? And the time and location matched perfectly.
For a moment, they looked at each other in silence.
A peculiar atmosphere permeated the air.
As if invisibly, they had formed an alliance based on having a common enemy.
Su Meng took a deep breath.
The wariness in her eyes largely dissipated. In its place was a sense of determination.
Dr. Li, to be honest,
I am from the Tushan Fox clan. Li Qingxuan's eyes flickered as he gestured for her to continue. Our clan has lived for generations in the White Mist Mountain north of Qingqiu, keeping to ourselves. But half a month ago, a mysterious force calling themselves the Black Mist Tower suddenly invaded our valley and began a massacre. They were ruthless, specifically targeting our clan members' demon cores. In the valley, the casualties were devastating. At this point, Su Meng's voice choked up, tears glistening in her eyes. I managed to escape by chance, carrying with me a secret treasure of our clan. Those scum from the Black Mist Tower, they chased and tried to kill me just to steal the treasure and silence me.
Black Mist Tower. Li Qingxian silently memorized this name. It didn't sound like anything good.
He recalled how Yun Nishan looked as if she wanted to crush her enemies to dust. It seemed this Black Mist Tower had enemies everywhere.
Should he find a chance to mention this to that ice-cold immortal lady? Perhaps they could exchange some information, share some intelligence and such.
Just as he was pondering, footsteps came from outside the door. Chapter 16, Beauty in Tears, a bowl of medicine recalls the past.
A maidservant walked in carrying a large tray.
It was piled with various medicinal herbs gathered according to the prescription. Dr. Li, I've bought all the herbs you requested, and as you instructed, I selected only the finest ones. Li Qingxian pulled back his thoughts and nodded. Put them down. He stood up, walked to the herbs, and began examining them carefully.
For treating ordinary people, the potency of these herbs would be sufficient.
But Su Meng was a demon with a unique constitution, and her damaged demon core made things even more challenging.
The effect would be limited if only relying on these mortal herbs.
Li Qingxuan's eyes flickered slightly. He recalled the spoils from last night. He pulled out several small cloth pouches from his chest that he had looted from the evil cultivators. Opening one, inside were several shriveled strange medicinal herbs. The edges of the leaves bore faint blood markings. The other pouch contained some mineral powder that emitted an eerie glow. The tentacles were ice cold, carrying a sinister energy.
As expected of items from evil cultivators, truly wicked.
Li Qingxian frowned, but a calculating gleam soon flashed in his eyes. However, fighting poison with poison, perhaps these spirit energy-infused materials could guide the medicinal power directly to the demon core, strengthening my foundation. Though of inferior grade, if handled properly, the effects would be far superior to ordinary mortal medicines. Making use of waste materials, I'm quite the clever one. Li Qingxian gave himself a mental pat on the back. He instructed the servant woman to prepare a clay pot, medicinal vessel, and high-quality silver bone charcoal.
He began to process the medicinal ingredients methodically. He secretly mixed those special materials in as well.
Decocting medicine was a delicate task, especially for medicinal soups containing special ingredients like this one. The heat control, sequence, and technique all required extreme precision.
Li Qingxian held his breath and concentrated. He focused intently on controlling the heat, occasionally stirring with a specially made small spoon. The medicinal vapor permeated throughout the entire room. By the time the medicinal soup, thick as ink and emitting a strange medicinal fragrance, was finally ready, outside the window, darkness had completely fallen and the moon was high in the sky. Li Qingxian carried the steaming medicine bowl to the bedside. "Miss Su, the medicine is ready. Drink it while it's hot." Su Meng struggled to reach out and take it herself, but found her arms were weak and powerless. Even lifting them was difficult. A trace of bitterness appeared on her face. Seeing this, Li Qingxian said nothing and naturally sat on the edge of the bed. He supported her shoulder with one hand, helping her to sit up slightly. He held the medicine bowl in one hand, scooped up a spoonful with the soup spoon, blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to her lips. "Open your mouth." Su Meng was slightly taken aback as she looked at Li Qingxian, who was so close to her. His profile appeared sharp and distinct in the candlelight. His gaze was focused, his movements gentle. This scene made her vaguely recall something from long ago. Back then, she was just a carefree little fox. When she was sick, her grandmother would do the same thing, feeding her medicine bit by bit. But now, thinking of her clan members who died tragically, thinking of her grandmother whose spirit core was cruelly extracted by the thugs from the Black Mist Tower, Su Meng's eyes instantly turned red. Large teardrops fell without warning, rolling down her pale cheeks. Woo! She could no longer hold back, letting out a muffled cry. "My grandmother, she was the kindest to me. But those bad people, they killed her and dug out her demon core. Woo woo woo." The sudden emotional breakdown made Li Qingxian pause with the spoon in his hand. He watched as Su Meng cried, tears streaming down her face like raindrops on pear blossoms, her shoulders trembling with each sob. He felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. "Stop crying," he sighed, his voice softening. "The dead cannot be brought back to life. You need to live well to have a chance at revenge." As he spoke, he brought the spoon back to her lips. "Drink your medicine first. Getting well is what matters now." Su Meng, still sobbing, obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the medicinal soup. The bitter and pungent liquid slid down her throat. A strange warmth flowed through it, spreading to her limbs. Li Qingxian, seeing she was still emotional, feared her condition might worsen. After feeding her the medicine, he extended his fingers, gently pressed several acupoints on the back and sides of her neck. A gentle force penetrated through. Su Meng's agitated emotions gradually calmed down. Her eyelids began to grow heavy. "Your spirit is agitated, which isn't good for your recovery. Sleep for a while first." Su Meng responded drowsily and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Li Qingxian tucked in the corners of her blanket. Only then did he stand up and leave with the empty bowl. He found Madame Wang and briefly explained Su Meng's condition and the treatment plan for the next 5 days. That Su Meng's life was out of danger and she just needed to rest quietly. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and expressed countless thanks to Li Qingxian. "Dr. Li, you truly have miraculous healing hands. Thank you for your hard work. It's already late. Why don't you stay here for the night? I can arrange a quiet upper room for you," Madame Wang suggested warmly. Hearing this, Li Qingxuan's gaze became slightly fixed. Thoughts raced quickly through his mind. The drunken immortal inn became extraordinarily lively at night. He reckoned that probably every man in Qing'an Prefecture with spare coins in his pocket would come here for a round of pleasure and entertainment. If he were to truly rest here, the neighbors in the adjacent rooms would likely make it impossible to have a peaceful night's rest. All those sounds would be quite distracting to one's peace of mind. He, Li Qingxian, was at the age when his blood ran hot. The building was full of beautiful women, soft as jade and fragrant as flowers. It was simply too great a temptation. What if some intoxicated lady were to stumble into the wrong room? He truly couldn't guarantee he'd maintain his composure and hold on to his pitiful bit of self-discipline. This was the ultimate test of human nature. No, this was no place to linger. Better to make a swift departure. He gritted his teeth. "I appreciate Madame Wang's kind offer. However, I'm particular about where I sleep and can't rest well in unfamiliar places." Being who she was, Madame Wang immediately understood his implied meaning and covered her mouth as she laughed. Yes, Dr. Li is quite thoughtful. Then I won't keep you any longer. Please be careful on your way." Li Qingxian nodded and shouldered his redwood medicine chest. He turned and walked out of the drunken immortal inn. The bustling prosperity was shut away behind him. He turned into a secluded alley leading to his own medical clinic. As night deepened, the alley grew increasingly quiet. From afar, he could make out the vague outline of his dilapidated clinic. Under the pitch-black night sky, it looked like a silent monster with a broken maw. Most of the residents in this area were elderly people. It was common for them to retire at sunset. At this moment, all lights around had long gone out, leaving only dead silence. As Li Qingxian walked, he suddenly felt a chill creep up the back of his neck. Not the kind of chill from the night wind. It was a familiar sensation. It felt more like being watched.
His footsteps paused briefly as he casually swept his gaze around the surroundings. Except for the howling sound of wind rattling the old window frames, there was no other movement. That cold sensation of being observed didn't disappear with his pause. Just last night, he had been targeted for assassination by 3 evil cultivators. Right now, his sense of danger was peaking. Danger! Li Qingxian took a deep breath, suddenly quickening his pace. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the clinic. The broken wooden board temporarily blocking the door looked even more desolate. He took out his key and inserted it into the lock. Click! The lock opened. He pushed the door open, just about to step inside. Just then, a silvery white light suddenly flashed, so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. An icy sensation instantly pressed against his neck. A chilling cold shot straight to the top of his head. Li Qingxuan's hair stood on end. His entire body froze in place. He could clearly feel that it was an extremely sharp blade, pressing firmly and coldly against his carotid artery. Chapter 17, Murder in the Night Alley. Benevolent healer or desperate fugitive? The night was as dark as ink. The cold metallic sensation pressed hard against the skin of Li Qingxuan's neck. It was a knife. The sharpness transmitted through the blade's edge seemed to pierce through his senses. A murderous intent crept along the blade's edge, leaving him frozen in front of his clinic's broken door, unable to move. In his nostrils, he could detect a faint scent of rust mixed with some sort of fishy smell. And from the knife wielder, there was an undisguised aura of gloom and savagery. I'm finished. This was the first thought that flashed through Li Qingxuan's mind. Just last night he had sent away one female fiend. Today he ran into another group out for his life. Has my medical clinic disturbed some assassin's nest or what? Creak! Behind him, deep in the alley, several more shadows slowly stepped out, silently blocking all his escape routes. 4 people in total. Besides the one holding the knife to his neck, the other 3 all wore identical black fitted outfits. Their faces were hidden in the shadows, impossible to see clearly. They exuded an aura of cold murderousness, identical to the 3 evil cultivators from last night. The leader didn't cover his face, revealing features with a sinister gaze. He approached leisurely, scanned Li Qingxian from head to toe, not looking at him like a person. Rather, he seemed to be appraising the quality of a piece of merchandise. Last night, were there 3 people wearing similar clothes chasing a severely injured woman who came here? The man spoke, his voice hoarse and deep. Li Qingxuan's eyes darted quickly from side to side. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, but his face remained forcibly calm. Good sir, what are you saying? Last night? Oh, it was very windy and rainy last night. I went to bed early and didn't hear anything. As he spoke, he tried to observe the knife at his throat from the corner of his eye. The sensation was ice cold, faintly gleaming with a dim light, definitely a sharp weapon. He had no doubt that if he made even the slightest careless movement, this eating utensil would have to bid farewell to his neck. Is that so? The leader pulled at the corner of his mouth, the curve carrying undisguised mockery. He pressed forward another step, almost pressing against Li Qingxian. My men, using a secret tracking method, followed the last breath, which disappeared near here. He pointed at the broken door that Li Qingxian had temporarily nailed with a wooden board and asked, "Did you break this door yourself?" Well. Li Qingxuan's forehead began to sweat. Kind sir, please understand. Last night, a few foolish thieves tried to break in and steal something. When I heard the commotion, I went out with a rolling pin to scare them off. They realized they couldn't gain any advantage and ran away. That's when the door got damaged. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask any neighbor. My shabby clinic is so poor that even rats would leave here in tears. What could possibly be worth stealing? He tried his best to make his tone sound sincere, the perfect image of an unfortunate but honest citizen. Thieves? The leader sneered, clearly not believing it. He suddenly raised his hand. Like lightning, he grabbed Li Qingxuan's arm. His fingers precisely pressed against Li Qingxuan's pulse point. A stream of cold energy forcefully drilled in. Li Qingxian felt an icy line creeping up along his arm. This bastard was probing his strength. Fortunately, the original owner of this body had neglected his qi cultivation. In these professionals' eyes, he probably appeared to be just an ordinary civilian with weak qi and blood. Almost simultaneously, the man's fingers tightened like iron pincers. Li Qingxian felt an irresistible force surge through. His entire arm instantly went numb with excruciating pain. Puff! Just when Li Qingxian thought his arm would be crippled, the man suddenly released his grip. Then, with a backhand, he delivered a solid punch straight into his abdomen. Ugh! Intense pain swept through his entire body. Li Qingxian felt all his internal organs had been displaced. His stomach churned violently. His vision suddenly darkened, seeing stars. A metallic taste welled up in his throat. With a thud, he fell to his knees in a miserable state. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This punch carried tremendous force, and it contained a cold, sinister energy. It penetrated his body, making him tremble all over. Damn it, they're really going for the kill. Li Qingxian gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to cry out.
He clearly realized that the group who had come today was far more troublesome than the three evil cultivators from last night. Judging by the leader's posture and the force behind that punch just now, is probably not something a chi refinement cultivator could have. It must be at least foundation establishment level. It seems you don't intend to tell the truth. The leader looked down coldly at Li Qingxian kneeling on the ground, his gaze icy. Kid, I'll give you one chance. My name is Blood Crow, and we're from the Black Mist Tower. You should have heard of us. Black Mist Tower. Li Qingxuan's pupils contracted sharply. Just as expected. It was exactly as that fox demon Su Meng had said. These people really are like persistent ghosts. Tell me, where did that woman go? Blood Crow's voice was cold as ice. And those three useless subordinates of mine, did they die by your hands? His gaze swept faintly across the interior of the medical clinic. Although Li Qingxian had hastily cleaned up last night, the faint smell of blood still lingered in the air, and certain indelible subtle traces on the ground clearly couldn't escape the notice of such a seasoned veteran. Li Qingxian lay prone on the ground, coughing while secretly regulating his breathing. He struggled to calm his surging blood and energy. He knew that fighting head-on would definitely not work. Lying wouldn't get past them either. He had to think of another way, find a path to survival. He raised his head, wearing a pained expression. There was even a trace of compassion for all living beings in his demeanor. Cough cough, my good sir, from the Black Mist Tower. Li Qingxian panted, his voice weak yet every word clear. You're looking for me about that injured young lady? Blood Crow's eyebrows twitched slightly. Without speaking, I gestured for him to continue. To be honest with all of you, I have indeed seen her, Li Qingxian said slowly, his tone steady. She was severely injured, practically crawling when she reached my doorstep. Cough cough. He pounded his chest and continued. I, Li Qingxian, come from 3 generations of physicians. When I open my doors to practice medicine, I uphold the principle of medical compassion above all. When a patient seeks my help, regardless of their identity, whether they're righteous or wicked, rich or poor, in my eyes, they are simply someone in need of treatment. So, I saved her. Li Qingxian raised his head, meeting Blood Crow's scrutiny with a forthright gaze. As for the black-clad people you mentioned, perhaps they had a grudge against that young lady and tracked her here. I'm just a physician without the strength to tie a chicken. How could I be their match? In the chaos, they started fighting among themselves. Later that young lady escaped in the confusion, and as for those 3, they probably ended up mortally wounding each other and died here. His words were half truth and half falsehood. He completely extricated himself from any blame, portraying himself as an innocent good man who was unwittingly caught up in the conflict. As for why I didn't report to the authorities, Li Qingxian gave a bitter smile, pointing at his disheveled appearance and the rundown clinic. Good sirs, look at my scrawny arms and legs, and look at this situation. I was terrified. Afraid of bringing trouble upon myself, I could only accept my bad luck and secretly dispose of the bodies to avoid official trouble. The people from Black Mist Tower had varying expressions as they listened, clearly pondering his words. The leader silently examined Li Qingxian on the ground, as if weighing how much truth was in his words. These days, doctors who stubbornly upheld the principle that physicians should be benevolent, though rare, they did exist. Besides, the meager cultivation on this young doctor was indeed unimpressive. To say he could kill 3 cultivators at the chi condensation realm, it was truly unbelievable. Perhaps the woman really had used some trump card, and perished together with her pursuers? Disposed of the bodies? Blood Raven let out a cold snort from his nostrils. He stepped forward. The boot stepped next to Li Qingxuan's fingers, grinding into the dust on the ground. You're quite nimble. Tell me, where did you throw it? Li Qingxuan's heart tightened as he hurriedly said, the mass grave in the south of the city. I dragged it there under the cover of night. The leader narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, did you treat her wounds? What medicine did you use? Where was she injured? Li Qingxian cursed inwardly. These questions were too detailed. He then briefly described the locations where he had treated Su Meng's wounds. He only mentioned some common methods for treating external injuries. The medicines were also just common items like wound medicine and blood-stopping powder. It all sounded reasonable. Blood Crow listened without comment. Where did that woman go after leaving? Li Qingxuan's heart leaped with joy, thinking he had found an opening. Yet his face remained unchanged as he put on a look of trying hard to remember. It was too dark then, and I was scared. I couldn't see clearly. I think she ran towards the east? The east? A glint flashed in Blood Crow's eyes. Yes, to the east. Li Qingxian nodded repeatedly, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, right. That young lady left in such a hurry. She seemed to have left something behind, said it was a token, and asked me to give it to her fellow disciples if I had the chance. A token? Blood Crow's eyes instantly turned sharp. What token? Show it. All right, I'll take it out. Li Qingxian struggled to stand up, but he fell back down due to the intense pain in his abdomen. His face showed both pain and urgency. It's in my robe. Please, give me a moment. As he spoke, he reached into his robe to search. Everyone from the Black Mist Tower focused their gaze on him. especially their leader, whose eyes burned with intensity. Clearly, they attached great importance to this supposed token. Li Qingxuan's hand fumbled clumsily inside his robe. First, he pulled out the broken token in 2 pieces. This is it. He held the token in his palm, trembling, as if preparing to hand it to Blood Crow. Blood Raven instinctively reached out his hand to receive it. Just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Li Qingxuan's wrist holding the token suddenly jerked. An extremely fine transparent powder, like dust blown by the wind, silently drifted toward Blood Raven and the 2 subordinates closest to him. Chapter 18 Extreme Escape. Destination, Government Office. Bewildering muscle weakening powder. This thing was colorless and odorless, taking effect extremely quickly. It was the perfect weapon for sneak attacks. Almost at the same instant the powder was scattered. Li Qingxuan's other empty hand, fingers curved like claws, at an extremely tricky and bizarre angle. Quick as lightning, he grabbed toward the shoulder joint of the black-clothed man, blocking his escape route. Soul-seizing hand. That black-clothed man never expected this seemingly half-dead doctor would suddenly launch an attack. Even less did he expect that this seemingly ordinary grab would contain such strange penetrating force. The black-clothed man only felt his shoulder go numb. Li Qingxuan's fingertips trembled slightly. A strange force suddenly penetrated through the opponent's shoulder acupoint. Buddy, make way. Li Qingxuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he released more force through his hands. The black-clothed man's muscles instantly stiffened. The true energy circulation in his body suddenly stagnated, as if an invisible hand had gripped his meridians. His eyes immediately became dull, his mind disoriented, and his movement slowed by half a beat. Now is the time. Li Qingxian seized the opportunity, skillfully hooking with his toes. The broken half of Yun Nishang's sword on the ground suddenly sprang up, and he smoothly caught it in a reverse grip. Here's a cold surprise for you, he shouted lowly without hesitation, his wrist turning. The sharp broken sword cut through the air with a whooshing sound. It accurately pierced into the soft abdomen of the black-clothed man. Squelch! The sound of the blade entering flesh was clearly audible. The black-clothed man's body violently trembled. He looked down at the half-sword blade now protruding from his stomach. His face was filled with disbelief. Ugh! A shrill, brief scream finally erupted from his throat. But this scream was immediately drowned out by 2 even more piercing groans. Blood Raven, along with 2 other black-robed men who were standing nearby, the moment they inhaled the enchanted muscle-softening powder, their vision blurred. Then, an indescribable sensation of numbness and weakness instantly swept through their entire bodies. The true essence within their bodies seemed to be instantly drained. They could barely maintain their protective energy shield. Not good. Poison. Blood Raven, being a master at the foundation building realm, was both shocked and enraged. Almost instinctively, he frantically mobilized the true essence within his body, attempting to forcefully suppress the strange drug power flowing into his meridians. The thick true essence violently clashed with the drug's power, making his face turn pale and his protective energy shield flicker unstably. Though he didn't immediately collapse like his subordinates, his movements were severely affected. Thud! Thud! The 2 black-clad men who were more deeply poisoned barely made a sound. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground. The potent effects of the enchanting muscle relaxant, for unprepared cultivators at the chi condensation realm, was an instant kill that took effect immediately. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingxuan's strike had succeeded. He didn't dare to linger for even a moment. He didn't even have time to pick up the redwood medicine box that had fallen to the ground. Nor did he have time to check whether the blood crow was dead or alive. He forcefully pushed away the black-clad man who had a broken sword stuck in his belly. Get out of my way. The black-clad man, writhing in pain, lost his balance and staggered backward. Li Qingxian, like a slippery loach, darted through the gap that had opened up. Father, I'm sorry. The clinic can be reopened, but once life is lost, it's gone forever. He screamed frantically in his heart. He pushed off with all his might, using every ounce of strength he had. Without looking back, he sprinted desperately into the depths of the alley. Behind him came the blood crow's furious roar. You little bastard! How dare you trick me! Stop right there! Though he had also inhaled a considerable amount of the fairy bewitching paralysis powder. But with his superior cultivation and abundant true essence plus his protective energy barrier, although the drug's effects had taken hold, greatly diminishing his combat ability, he hadn't died instantly like his 2 subordinates, watching his sure victory slip away, and losing 2 subordinates in the process. Moreover, being ambushed by a mere mortal using such underhanded methods. What an absolute humiliation! Once I catch you, I'll skin you alive, crush your bones, and scatter your ashes. The furious roar echoed through the quiet night alley, carrying boundless killing intent. As he closely pursued Li Qingxuan's fleeing figure, the night wind howled past his ears, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Yet it couldn't suppress Li Qingxuan's burning anxiety. He ran for his life, his lungs pumping like bellows, burning with searing pain.
The spot where the blood crow had struck his lower abdomen still throbbed with pain. Every step tugged at his wounds, bringing waves of excruciating pain. But he dared not stop, nor even look back. The footsteps behind him were like haunting ghosts, along with that aura full of brutal killing intent, locked onto him relentlessly. That one called Blood Crow. Surprisingly, he wasn't completely knocked out by the enchanting fairy's muscle-weakening powder. Li Qingxian cursed silently in his heart. However, affected by the drug's properties, the opponent's speed was also temporarily slowed down. That guy is in a state of rage right now. If caught, his fate would be far worse than death. He must find a place where he could be temporarily safe. Night had fallen over Qing'an Prefecture. Most areas had already sunk into silence, except for a few specific bustling districts. Most streets and alleys were deserted. Occasional dog barks only added to the desolation. Run! Run to where there are more people. Run to where there are government forces. A thought flashed through Li Qingxuan's mind like lightning. The magistrate's office. The government office of Qing'an Prefecture is not far from the city center. There were officers and guards there. In theory, it was the place with the strongest security force in the entire Qing'an Prefecture. Although he never held much hope for the government's efficiency and capability. But right now, this was almost his only lifeline. Having made up his mind, Li Qingxian immediately adjusted his direction, relying on his familiarity with Qing'an Prefecture's terrain. Twisting and turning through various paths, he sprinted madly towards the prefecture office. The footsteps behind were getting closer and closer. That cold killing intent was also growing more intense. Li Qingxian could even sense the black mist emanating from his pursuer, flickering in and out of sight in the night, carrying a heart-pounding aura. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last bit of strength from his body. His speed increased once again. Finally, an area lit up with lights appeared ahead. The imposing and solemn silhouette of a building emerged in the night. The Qing'an Prefecture office was right there. At the entrance of the yamen, two huge lanterns cast a dim yellow glow. A small clearing in front of the gate was illuminated. Two yamen runners wearing official uniforms were leaning lazily against stone lions while yawning, looking as if they were about to doze off. Help! Help me! Li Qingxian looked as if he had seen his savior. He shouted with all his strength. He scrambled toward the government office gate. The two yamen runners were startled by this sudden cry for help. They instantly became alert. They gripped the hilts of their swords at their waists. They vigilantly watched Li Qingxian charging toward them. Who goes there? One of the yamen runners shouted sternly. Stop. Take another step forward and don't blame me for being merciless with my blade. Officer brothers. Help. Someone's trying to kill me. Li Qingxian shouted incoherently while running. His face was filled with terror. Just then, Blood Crow, who had closely followed Li Qingxian, also appeared within the lantern's illumination. He was dressed entirely in black, with a face so gloomy it seemed water could drip from it. Visible black mist swirled around his body. His eyes were filled with the desire to kill. The aura emanating from his entire being made him seem not like a mortal at all, but rather like an evil spirit that had crawled out from hell. The two yamen runners who had originally wanted to rebuke Li Qingxian, the moment they saw Blood Crow's appearance, the expressions on their faces instantly froze. They were just ordinary yamen runners. In their daily work, they only dealt with local ruffians, hooligans, and petty thieves. How could they have ever encountered someone so murderous who was clearly not a good person? They felt a wave of fear from the depths of their hearts. Demon? One of the more timid yamen runners said with a trembling voice. His legs began to shake like chaff in the wind. Another one who was slightly more composed. His face was also deathly pale, and the hand holding the knife was trembling. Quick! Close the door. He suddenly came to his senses. He no longer cared about Li Qingxuan's life or death. He turned and ran toward the door. The other yamen runner awoke as if from a dream. He scrambled after him, tumbling as he rushed inside. Bang! The heavy vermilion lacquered gates were forcefully slammed shut by two yamen runners right before Li Qingxuan's despairing eyes. Bang! The sound of the door bolt dropping into place rang clearly in his ears. Open the door! Open the damn door! You bastards! Leaving me to die. If I die, I'll haunt you all as a ghost. Li Qingxian rushed to the door, pounding on the unyielding wooden panels, cursing at the top of his lungs. The only response he received was a deathly silence from inside, along with the heavy panting of the two yamen runners. It's over. Chapter 19 Descending Sword Light 1/to Dismember. Li Qingxian leaned against the tightly shut door, slowly sliding to the ground. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Was this his last hope? Was this the so-called government office? In the face of real danger, they were absolutely worthless. Blood Crow approached step by step, with a mocking smile on his face. The effects of the fairy bewitching muscle-softening powder still plagued his body, making his movements slightly sluggish. But it was more than enough to deal with an unarmed Li Qingxian. Still more than enough. Running away? Why did you stop?
Blood Crow laughed hoarsely, his voice filled with satisfaction. Now, who can save you? Li Qingxian breathed heavily, but his gaze gradually grew sharp. He slowly raised his hand, secretly reaching toward his waist. There, his final trump card was hidden. The King of Hell's Death Needle. This was his only chance. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he absolutely couldn't let this scum get away easily. All or nothing. Just as Li Qingxian prepared to stake everything on one last gamble, at the moment of his final struggle, an unexpected change occurred. A brilliant sword light beyond description appeared without warning in the night sky. That sword light, pure as the moon, swift as lightning, carrying an overwhelming aura that could cleave through anything, manifested out of thin air, instantly slicing through the heavy curtain of night. Swish! A slight sound rang out. Blood Crow, who had been walking toward Li Qingxian with a sinister smile, had his expression instantly frozen on his face. First, a flicker of confusion flashed in his eyes. Then it was immediately replaced by boundless terror. On his body, from head to toe, appeared a thin line of blood. The next moment, the bloodline suddenly widened. Splurt! Blood sprayed wildly. Bloodraven's powerful body was actually, by this sudden sword strike, cleaved neatly into two halves from the middle. Scalding blood and entrails spilled across the ground. A thick smell of blood instantly permeated the air. The two halves of the corpse fell limply to the ground, twitched a few times, then completely lost all signs of life. Even in death, the expression on his face remained one of extreme terror. Li Qingxian stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his mind completely blank. What the fuck just happened? He slowly raised his head, looking toward the source of the sword light, only to see on the eaves of the building opposite the magistrate's office, at some unknown time, a figure had silently appeared. It was a young man wearing a moon-white robe. His figure was tall and straight, his facial features stern and cold. In his hand, he gripped an ancient long sword. Specks of blood still remained on the blade, gleaming with a chilling glint under the moonlight. The young man's gaze carried not a trace of emotion. He merely glanced indifferently at the two pieces of corpse on the ground. Then, his gaze fell upon the disheveled Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian sat slumped on the cold stone steps, his heart still pounding wildly. The excitement brought by adrenaline had not yet fully subsided, mixed with the relief of surviving a catastrophe. That white-robed young man on the eaves. Just by standing there silently, a sharp aura permeated the surroundings. Li Qingxian had no doubt. This person's strength far exceeded that of the Blood Crow who had just been cleaved in half with one sword strike. He might even be stronger than the Ice Mountain Fairy Yin Nishang at her peak last night. Where did this powerhouse suddenly appear from? Moreover, judging by his attire, Li Qingxian narrowed his eyes. He felt somewhat familiar with it. That moon-white long robe. Its style was quite similar to the outer robe Yin Nishang wore when she was injured. Only the details were slightly different. Are you also from the Tianyi sect? Are you here to find Yin Nishang? Just as Li Qingxian was lost in his wild thoughts, the white-robed youth on the eaves moved. He silently floated down in front of Li Qingxian. He looked down at Li Qingxian from his height. His eyes remained cold. Are you Li Qingxian? Here it comes. Sure enough, he came for me. Alarm bells rang loudly in Li Qingxuan's heart. He now deeply understood. Getting involved with these floating cultivators, it's like dancing with your head tied to your belt. Death could come at any moment. Last night, it was Black Mist Tower hunting down Yin Nishang. Tonight, it's Black Mist Tower seeking revenge again. And now, a powerful figure who seems to be Yin Nishang's fellow disciple has appeared. A bottomless whirlpool of trouble. No, I absolutely can't admit it. Who knew if this person was friend or foe? Even if they were friendly, what if they attracted even stronger enemies? His frail body couldn't handle much more of this. In a flash, Li Qingxian had made his decision. He lifted his head, displaying a perfectly calculated look of bewilderment. He shook his head vigorously. No, his voice trembled, sounding thoroughly frightened. Immortal Master, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Li Qingxian. Upon hearing this, the young man in white slightly furrowed his brows. His gaze swept over Li Qingxian, as if searching for something. Li Qingxuan's heart tightened, afraid that the other party might notice something amiss. After observing for a moment, the young man in white seemed to find nothing unusual. The person before him wore ordinary clothes and had a weak aura. There wasn't a single trace of a cultivator's presence about him. Only intense fear and exhaustion were evident. Could the intelligence have been wrong? The young man in white was clearly someone who handled matters decisively. Since the person before him denied it, he didn't pursue the matter further. He just changed the way he asked. Then, have you seen a person called Li Qingxian? He's a doctor who should have opened a clinic somewhere around here. The opportunity had come. Li Qingxian felt a stirring in his heart. His face immediately showed an expression of sudden realization. Dr. Li? You're looking for Dr. Li? He hurriedly nodded. Yes, I've seen him. He lives over there. As he spoke, he raised his hand.
He pointed in the direction of the residential area, completely opposite to where his own clinic was located. Dr. Li's home is deep in that alley over there, with a rather old wooden sign hanging, however. Li Qingxian changed his tone, his face showing a troubled expression. Immortal Master, you might have to wait a while to find him. Why? The white-robed youth asked. Ah, this Dr. Li, his medical skills are good, but he has a bit of a gambling addiction. Li Qingxian lowered his voice, putting on a mysterious appearance. I think I just saw him sneaking toward the Kuaiwa Forest gambling house in the south of the city. He probably got itchy fingers again. A flicker passed through the cold gaze of the young man in white. He seemed surprised by the information about Dr. Li's gambling addiction, yet his face remained expressionless. Perhaps in his view, such vulgar habits of mortals were not even worth mentioning. He didn't ask anything more about Dr. Li, just gave Li Qingxian one final glance. Thanks. He coldly dropped these two words. The white-robed youth's figure flickered, leaving only a faint afterimage where he had stood. His entire person vanished into the night. He had clearly gone pursuing in the direction of the southern city that Li Qingxian had fabricated. Only when that aura had completely disappeared from his perception did Li Qingxian let out a long sigh of relief, as if all strength had left him. His whole body relaxed. His back was already completely soaked with cold sweat, sticking clammily to his skin. When the night wind blew, it made him shiver. Finally managed to fool him. He collapsed sitting on the ground, taking deep heavy breaths, looking at the two corpses on the ground that still emitted a thick bloody stench, and the tightly closed gates of the government office. A wave of fear surged in his heart, followed by a burst of nameless anger. Damn it! What kind of situation is this? These people, every one of them is like a harbinger of doom. No good, there's no way to stay in Qing'an Prefecture anymore. Need to flee quickly. Chapter 20, Survive. Hide in the soft haven for a few days. But, where to run? Li Qingxian now had no money and was covered in wounds. Most importantly, his understanding of this world was basically still limited to the small area of Qing'an Prefecture. He was unfamiliar with everywhere else. He'd probably starve to death right after leaving the city, or be finished off by some ignorant thug. After much consideration, there seemed to be only one place. A place where he could temporarily stay and ensure a certain level of safety. The Drunken Immortal Inn. Though Madame Wang was shrewd, as long as he paid enough, she probably wouldn't meddle in his affairs. Most crucially, he had just saved Su Meng, which counted as doing the Drunken Immortal in a favor. Madame Wang should give him this face. Li Qingxian struggled to get up from the ground. The pain in his lower abdomen made him grimace. He glanced at the corpse on the ground that had been split in half. He curled his lip in disgust. He didn't bother to deal with it. The Yamen officials would discover it tomorrow morning anyway. Hunched over, he limped along. The night grew deeper. The alley was silent, with only Li Qingxuan's heavy breathing and stumbling footsteps. But he dared not stop, nor did he dare to lower his guard. His recent experience had left him as startled as a frightened bird. He constantly felt that in the dark corners, another assassin might emerge at any moment. When that brilliantly lit silhouette appeared before his eyes again, Li Qingxian almost burst into tears. The Drunken Immortal Inn was extraordinarily lively at this moment. It formed a stark contrast to the deathly silence and murderous atmosphere from earlier. Li Qingxian took a deep breath and adjusted his tattered clothes, trying to make himself look less disheveled. He then walked towards the open gates of the Drunken Immortal Inn. The doorkeeper clearly still recognized Dr. Li, seeing him return after leaving, and his condition seemed somewhat off. A surprised expression appeared on his face, but he didn't dare to ask more, just hurriedly came forward to greet him. Dr. Li? Why have you come back again? Enough nonsense, where is Madame Wang? Li Qingxian waved his hand weakly. Madame is upstairs with a client, I'll go inform her right away. No need. A familiar voice came from the stairway. Madame Wang, swaying her voluptuous figure, walked down gracefully. She wore a professional smile on her face, but when she saw Li Qingxuan's current state, that smile visibly stiffened and a flash of suspicion crossed her eyes. Oh my, Dr. Li, you're... Madame Wang's gaze quickly swept over him. She particularly paused at the trace of blood remaining at the corner of his mouth, but she quickly regained her composure. Her tone filled with concern. Did you run into any trouble on your way? Nothing. Li Qingxian shook his head, not wanting to say more. Just ran into some drunk ruffians, had a minor conflict, nothing serious. He made up a random excuse. Madame Wang was a shrewd person. One look at his appearance, and she knew things were definitely not that simple. But she also understood that some things were better left unasked. The Drunken Immortal Inn had stood firm in Qing'an Prefecture because of their keen judgment and ability to mind their own business. Oh my goodness, those wretched ruffians. Madame Wang immediately put on an expression of righteous indignation. I'm so glad you're all right, Dr. Li. Indeed, it's not safe out there at this late hour. She paused briefly, then changed the subject with a smile. Perfect timing. Didn't you mention earlier that you have trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds? As luck would have it, I just had a room become available, the quietest one in the back courtyard.
I guarantee you won't be disturbed there. Look, why don't you stay here for the night? It'll save you the trouble of going back.
Li Qingxian felt grateful in his heart.
He knew Madame Wang was offering him a way out.
Indeed, he had nowhere else to go right now.
He couldn't return to the medical clinic for the time being. Then,
I'll have to trouble Madame Wang. Li Qingxian nodded without being overly polite. I'll definitely pay for the room once I get through this period.
Dr. Li, you're being too formal.
Madame Wang immediately put on a playfully reproachful expression, covering her mouth with a handkerchief as she smiled. You saved Miss Meng, making you a great benefactor to our drunken immortal inn.
What's a mere room?
Please make yourself at home, and don't hesitate to ask for anything you need. She efficiently instructed the procurer beside her. Hurry and take Dr. Li to rest in the wing rooms in the back courtyard.
Be sharp and serve him well.
Yes, yes, yes.
The procurer repeatedly bowed while nodding, leading the way.
Thank you, Madame Wang. Li Qingxian expressed his gratitude again.
Following the procurer, they passed through the noisy front hall.
Walking towards the relatively quiet back courtyard, there were indeed several separate wing rooms here, hidden behind the flowers and trees. The brothel keeper led him to a rather elegant-looking room and opened the door. Dr. Li, please come in. If you need anything, just ring the bell at the bedside.
Li Qingxian nodded. He stepped into the room.
The room wasn't large, but it was clean and tidy, with what appeared to be new and soft bedding.
The brothel keeper tactfully withdrew. He gently closed the door.
Only Li Qingxian remained in the room. He bolted the door behind him, finally allowing himself to relax completely.
Exhaustion swept over him like a tidal wave. He stumbled to the bed. He collapsed face first onto the soft bedding.
Too tired to even remove his clothes, he just wanted to pass out right there.
Too many things had happened this night.
Every moment had been nerve-wracking. One wrong move would have led to irreversible consequences. He was now like a small boat that could capsize at any moment.
The threat from the Black Mist Tower hadn't been eliminated.
The leader he had taken down surely had accomplices.
And that ice-cold immortal maiden, Yun Nishan,
and her fellow disciple with terrifying strength,
was an even greater unknown factor.
Why is being a mere doctor so difficult? Li Qingxian muttered to himself,
feeling waves of weakness coursing through his body.
His eyelids grew heavier and heavier.
Never mind, let's sleep first and deal with it later. Even if the sky falls down, it can wait until I wake up.
He had no idea how long he slept. Li Qingxian was awakened by a delicate fragrance. His drowsy eyes opened slightly into a narrow slit. What he saw was a graceful silhouette by his bedside.
Su Meng sat there quietly.
Her enchanting fox-like eyes now held a trace of worry as she gazed at him. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a faint halo on her snow-white skin. It made her appear even more beautifully delicate and fragile.
You're awake? Su Meng's voice remained cool but held more gentleness than usual. Li Qingxian fully regained consciousness. He propped himself up to sit on the bed. He rubbed his still somewhat throbbing head. What time is it? The sun is high in the sky.
Su Meng answered tersely, pushing the medicine bowl towards him. Madame Wang asked me to bring some medicine for your wounds. Li Qingxian was stunned. He hadn't expected to sleep for so long.
Madame Wang said something happened here last night?
Su Meng got straight to the point, her suspicious gaze scanning over him. Li Qingxian inwardly thought, sure enough, Madame Wang's speed in spreading news was as fast as a demon wind. Well, at least it saved him the trouble of explaining. I ran into a few clueless thieves last night. Li Qingxian downplayed it, attempting to make the incident sound minor. Su Meng clearly didn't believe him, being as perceptive as she was.
And judging by Madame Wang's secretive demeanor, it certainly wasn't something trivial. Was it people from the Black Mist Tower? Su Meng's tone suddenly became serious. Her cool eyes fixed intently on Li Qingxian.
Li Qingxian felt a chill in his heart.
He had originally planned to conceal some details.
But looking at the situation now, there was no point in playing tricks in front of her. It seems Miss Su has already guessed it, Li Qingxian simply admitted, with a hint of helplessness in his tone.
Su Meng's face instantly turned pale.
Her already weakened body seemed even more unsteady.
So it really is them,
she muttered, her voice trembling. She clearly harbored deep fear towards the name Black Mist Tower. Li Qingxian observed her state.
He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just what kind of background did this Black Mist Tower have
to make such a worldly fox spirit so wary of them?
Miss Su, what exactly is this Black Mist Tower? Li Qingxian seized the opportunity to ask. He had been worried about not finding any leads. Chapter 21, I refuse to go. Who cares about Tianyi Sek's face? Su Meng didn't answer immediately. Her delicate brows tightly furrowed.
She seemed to be weighing something in her mind. After a moment, she finally spoke slowly, as if she had made some kind of decision. The name Black Mist Tower has only emerged in the cultivation world in the past few years. Before that, no one had ever heard of it. Her fingertips trembled slightly. It's as if a group of demons crawled out of the depths of hell, appearing from nowhere.
Li Qingxian asked in surprise, appeared from nowhere? Wouldn't that cause quite a stir? Su Meng glanced at him and nodded slightly. Her gaze was complex. At first, they still made some effort to conceal their actions.
They operated under the banner of enforcing heavenly justice and exterminating demons. They specifically targeted minor demons and stray demons across various regions that hadn't formed any significant power. Their methods were extremely cruel, and wherever they went, no demon was left alive.
Su Meng gave a bitter smile.
It didn't take long before their true face was exposed. Several prestigious righteous sects joined forces to investigate and discovered that they weren't actually trying to eliminate demons at all.
They only wanted one thing: demon cores.
Regardless of cultivation level or type, as long as it was a demon, they would kill it and extract its core.
After being exposed by the righteous sects,
they completely went underground. Su Meng's voice was filled with coldness. Their movements have become mysteriously unpredictable and their actions more unrestrained.
But their objective remains unchanged: collecting demon cores. Vast quantities of demon cores.
Li Qingxian leaned against the headboard. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the edge of the bed.
What do they want with so many demon cores? Are they planning to open a medicine shop, or are they brewing something sinister?
Su Meng shook her head, deep confusion written on her face.
Nobody knows.
And that's what makes it most unsettling. No one knows the true purpose of the Black Mist Tower, nor who is pulling the strings behind them.
The quantity of monster cores they've collected far exceeds what would be needed for normal cultivation or equipment forging.
Li Qingxian fell into deep thought.
The Black Mist Tower was indeed a major problem. No wonder Su Meng was so terrified.
But what did it have to do with him? He was just dragged into this.
Damn it! He cursed silently, mentally insulting the Black Mist Tower's ancestors going back 18 generations.
Just then, a gentle knocking sound came from outside the door.
Dr. Li, someone is looking for you.
It was the brothel keeper's voice, carrying a hint of caution.
Who? Li Qingxian asked with confusion. Who would come looking for him at this hour?
The brothel keeper lowered his voice even further. It's a young master. He hadn't yet recovered from last night's ordeal.
No.
Li Qingxian said irritably, I only see married women and young widows, no one else.
The brothel keeper.
After a moment of silence, he continued, that young master appears to be quite distinguished. I dare not offend him, perhaps you should go see him?
Su Meng listened to the commotion outside.
Her cold eyes turned toward Li Qingxian. A young master coming at this hour.
I fear he doesn't have good intentions.
Her words were soft, yet like a feather, they tickled Li Qingxuan's taut nerves.
Li Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat.
Indeed, what kind of young master would come to this red light district looking for a doctor at this hour? That expressionless face and white robes who split the blood crow with one sword last night. He was indeed a young master. Could it be that he discovered he was tricked,
and came back for revenge? This haunting never ends.
Li Qingxian cursed under his breath.
Yes, I know. Let him wait.
I'll change my clothes and be right there, he shouted toward the door. The brothel keeper retreated in relief, as if granted amnesty. He hurriedly acknowledged and withdrew. Li Qingxian crawled out of bed, stretching his still sore muscles and joints. Then, he leisurely strolled out of the room, walking toward the front hall. Passing through the corridor hung with gaudy veils, several yawning courtesans were leaning against the railings. Upon seeing Li Qingxian, they lazily cast flirtatious glances. Li Qingxian wasn't in the mood to respond. He walked straight to the front hall. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, a faint chill hit his face. It was completely at odds with the decadent atmosphere of this establishment. He looked up. In the corner of the hall by the window, he saw a familiar figure sitting there,
in an immaculate moon-white robe, with an upright posture, like an unsheathed sword.
It was that striking man who appeared last night. He was holding a cup of tea, with elegant poise, yet he couldn't conceal the cold aura emanating from his body that warned others to keep their distance, as if sensing someone's arrival. The young man in white slowly raised his head, his cold gaze swept over. The moment he clearly saw Li Qingxuan's face, he paused slightly. The next moment, his smooth forehead, a blue vein suddenly pulsed once. The fingers gripping the teacup also seemed to tighten their force.
Last night, why did you lie to me?
The voice that rang out carried no emotion whatsoever, striking directly at Li Qingxian.
You are Li Qingxian. Not a question, but a statement.
Li Qingxian cursed inwardly, but on the surface he put on a smile and let out a chuckle. Young master, you shouldn't say it like that. He strolled over with an overly familiar manner.
In that situation last night, pitch dark, with knives and blood everywhere, how could I know whether you were friend or foe? It was just survival instinct, right? What if you had been with that dead guy? Wouldn't I have been sending my head on a platter by revealing my identity? Besides, I'm just a common civilian with a timid nature. I was frightened and misspoke. That's understandable, right?
Li Qingxian maintained a completely nonchalant expression, one twisted argument after another. The young man in white slightly furrowed his brows, seemingly impatient with his sophistry. He put down his teacup, making a faint clinking sound. I am Ling Xiao of the Tianyi sect.
He reported his name in a concise manner. Junior sister Yun has returned to the sect.
Though her injuries have improved somewhat, they still require treatment. There is also an elder in our sect whose condition is critical and also needs medical attention. Junior sister Yin mentioned that it was your unique acupuncture technique that saved her.
Ling Zhao's gaze fixed on Li Qingxian.
By order of the sect, I have come to request Dr. Li to visit the Tianyi sect.
We depart immediately.
His tone was calm yet carried an unmistakable firmness. Hearing this, Li Qingxian picked at his ear and directly waved his hand in dismissal.
Not going. He refused bluntly. You've got to be kidding me?
I'm already neck deep in trouble. Who knows if those lunatics from the Black Mist Tower will come looking for me again.
This whole mess is thanks to you people.
Besides, my medical clinic has been reduced to ruins.
Don't I need to stay and deal with the aftermath, find a place to make a living? Most importantly,
Li Qingxian met Ling Zhao's icy gaze. I'm just an ordinary person running a medical clinic to make a living, not some servant your sect can summon and dismiss at will.
If your elder is in critical condition, that's your problem, not mine. I can't help you.
On Ling Zhao's stern face, a trace of anxiety finally appeared. The matter is of great importance. I implore Dr. Li to consider the bigger picture. There's no time to waste. He seemed like he wanted to plead, but apparently rarely did such things. His tone was somewhat stiff. Li Qingxian remained unmoved.
The Tianyi sect is the bigger picture, but aren't my patients' lives important too? I'm not going, and that's non-negotiable.
He had made up his mind that he would absolutely not get mixed up with these cultivators again. It was too much trouble. Ling Zhao stared at Li Qingxian, seemingly formulating a strategy quickly. Kidnapping was obviously not an option. Healing and saving people required mutual willingness, just as you can't force an unripe melon to be sweet.
Moreover, when he came down the mountain, junior sister Yun had specifically instructed against using force.
After a moment, he seemed to make up his mind, his tone returning to its previous coldness.
If that's the case,
since Dr. Li won't go, I'll wait here. Wherever you go, I'll follow.
Until you agree to come with me. These words were spoken with iron determination, showing a stubbornness that even 9 oxen couldn't pull back.
Li Qingxian was startled upon hearing this, then smiled.
Heh, you're quite an interesting fellow. Fine then, follow me if you want to. I happen to need a bodyguard anyway.
He shrugged, showing an indifferent attitude. After speaking, Li Qingxian ignored Ling Zhao. He turned and walked towards the back courtyard. Su Meng was waiting for her follow-up consultation today. Ling Zhao watched his retreating figure. His brows remained tightly furrowed, but his eyes now held a trace of helplessness. He stood up silently and followed like a shadow, neither hurrying nor lagging behind. The brothel keeper and several courtesans watched this scene from afar. They looked at each other in bewilderment,
not daring to make a sound. This cold and elegant young master in white. Why had he decided to follow Dr. Li? What was going on between these two? Chapter 22, the 9 spirit pivot needles appear. The senior brother of Tianyi sect is dumbfounded.
Li Qingxian pushed open the door to Su Meng's chamber.
A faint medicinal fragrance wafted out.
Ling Zhao, like a silent shadow,
followed closely behind, stopping at the doorway. He did not step in. Those cold eyes swept across everything in the room without betraying any emotion. Su Meng was sitting up against the headboard, looking much better than yesterday.
A faint blush had appeared on her pale cheeks. Hearing the movement, she raised her eyes.
Her cool gaze first fell on Li Qingxian.
Then she noticed the white-robed man behind him, who stood like an ice sculpture.
She was slightly taken aback, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from him without any concealment.
Her delicate eyebrows unconsciously furrowed.
Is this the young master from earlier?
Su Meng looked toward Li Qingxian, her voice carrying a hint of wariness. The Drunken Immortal Inn was a place where all sorts mingled, and the sudden appearance of a stranger with such a powerful presence naturally made her cautious.
Oh, him?
Li Qingxian replied casually without turning his head, walking to the bedside. He's a new bodyguard I hired for my protection.
Times are turbulent lately, having an extra enforcer is always good. Bodyguard?
A flash of bewilderment passed through Su Meng's cool eyes. She observed the white-robed man at the door with his extraordinary bearing,
then looked at Li Qingxuan's lazy and casual demeanor.
No matter how she looked at it, this combination seemed inexplicably strange.
Hiring someone like him as a bodyguard? Just who exactly was this Dr. Li?
And Ling Zhao, who had been defined as a bodyguard, stood at the doorway.
Hearing Li Qingxuan's introduction,
that perpetually frozen face seemed to twitch slightly. His fingers on the sword hilt unconsciously stroked it a few times. He was the third senior brother of the Tianyi sect, one of the future pillars of the sect.
Yet he was being called a bodyguard? A thug? By a mere mortal doctor? If it weren't for the sect's orders and the elder's critical condition,
he would have long since pinned this loose-tongued fellow to the wall with his sword. But Ling Zhao was still Ling Zhao. His powerful self-control forced him to suppress the anger in his heart. He just stood there coldly, his gaze falling like a physical weight on Su Meng, who lay on the bed.
With just one glance, Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. Demonic aura.
Although extremely faint, deliberately suppressed, and mixed with heavy medicinal scents, it couldn't escape the detection of a cultivator of his level.
A fox demon. And judging from its form and aura, it didn't seem to be some wild monster.
Rather, it appeared to be from a prestigious lineage. A trace of surprise flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. This Li Qingxian not only had strange medical skills but also associated with unusual patients. First, it was his severely injured sect sister Yun Nishang. Now there was another seriously injured fox spirit. He didn't point it out. His mission was to invite Li Qingxian back to the sect to treat illnesses. As for Li Qingshuan's other affairs, as long as they didn't affect the mission, he didn't care. Moreover, although this fox spirit's aura was weak, there was a faint trace of righteousness visible in its expression. Not one of those evil spirits. Li Qingxian had no time to care about what that great deity behind him was thinking. He had already started examining Su Meng's injuries. Your recovery is progressing well. Li Qingxian took Su Meng's wrist, carefully feeling the changes in her pulse. It seems yesterday's medicine has taken effect. The demon core has stabilized somewhat and your blood circulation has improved considerably. He withdrew his hand and took out a blue cloth acupuncture kit from his chest. The acupuncture kit was unfolded. Li Qingxian picked up the finest acupuncture needle. We'll try a different acupuncture technique today, bear with it a little. Li Qingxian instructed Su Meng. Su Meng nodded gently, her beautiful eyes fixated on his movements. At the entrance, Ling Xiao was merely keeping watch as a matter of routine. His gaze remained undisturbed. Li Qingshuan's first needle pierced into the Yintang acupoint between Su Meng's eyebrows. The movement was swift and precise, inserting the needle without a sound. It hardly caused any discomfort. Ling Xiao's eyebrow twitched slightly. For a mortal physician, his technique was quite proficient. Nothing more than that. However, as Li Qingxian held his breath in concentration and moved his fingertips subtly, the second needle, the third needle, until all 9 fine needles were arranged in a mysterious formation across Su Meng's vital acupoints. The needle tails were not still but vibrating at an extremely subtle frequency, emitting barely audible humming sounds. Suddenly, a massive flow of energy surged from the needle tails. This gentle energy flow, as soon as it appeared, stirred the thin spiritual energy in the surrounding area, slowly swirling and coiling around Su Meng's body, forming a miniature vortex. Streams of light blue cold qi appeared out of nowhere, entwining like swimming snakes. Next, a crimson light flame arose, interweaving and colliding with the cold qi. The phantom images of ice and fire flickered uncertainly around Su Meng, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted. This was no ordinary acupuncture technique. Could this needling method directly manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Although extremely weak, its nature was pure and directly targeted the source. He clearly sensed that with each needle inserted, the originally decaying life force within the fox spirit was being stimulated. The 9 needles of the spirit pivot. These 4 words exploded like thunder in his mind. This was a legendary needling technique that only existed in ancient medical classics. It was said to have been lost long ago, a supreme art from ancient medical masters that could steal the vitality of creation itself. How could it appear in the hands of a seemingly casual and careless mortal doctor? Ling Xiao stood frozen at the doorway. The cold qi around his body was almost dispersing. He stared intently at Li Qingshuan's flying hands, and those seemingly ordinary silver needles. Every angle of the needle, its depth, and even the frequency of twisting, all followed some profoundly mysterious pattern. When she looked at Li Qingshuan's back again, her gaze had completely changed. No wonder Junior Sister said his medical skills were unique. The slight doubt Ling Xiao had harbored about Li Qingshuan's medical skills completely vanished at this moment. Just this mastery of the 9 spirit pivot needles alone was enough to prove that this person's reputation was well deserved. Perhaps he really could find a way to heal that elder. No matter what, they must invite him back to the sect. At this moment, Su Meng felt this most keenly. Streams of warm energy flowed through her body with each insertion of the silver needles, nourishing the damaged meridians and demon core. That bone-deep feeling of weakness was gradually being dispelled. A relaxed expression appeared on her face. In her gaze toward Li Qingxian, beyond gratitude, there was also a measure of trust. Half an hour later, when the last trace of ice and fire illusion dissipated, Li Qingxian withdrew the needles. All 9 silver needles left his body simultaneously. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he let out a gentle sigh. "Thank you, Dr. Li." Though Su Meng's voice was still weak, it was noticeably stronger than before. "No need for thanks, just remember to pay," Li Qingxian responded calmly. "Keep taking your medicine, rest well, and don't overthink things," Li Qingxian instructed. "In a few days, I guarantee you'll be about 80% recovered." He then stood up, preparing to leave. Ling Xiao stood guard at the doorway like a door god. Seeing him come out, he silently stepped aside, then followed behind him again. Li Qingxian glanced at him but said nothing. As he walked out, he calculated in his mind. Su Meng's condition was temporarily stabilized. Next should be the young Madame Chu's follow-up appointment. Last time, he had promised to let her experience the blood spirit needles, though that thing was completely made up by him. But a promise made needed to be addressed somehow. Besides, the Chu family was wealthy, and the medical fees were substantial. Now that the clinic had been demolished into ruins, it would take a large sum of silver to rebuild and resettle. This deal absolutely couldn't fall through. Now that the clinic was destroyed, there was no going back. In that case, they might as well go directly to the Chu manor. Perfect timing, perhaps I can get some more benefits from Miss Chu while I'm at it. Having made up his mind, Li Qingxian changed direction and headed toward the renowned wealthy district of Qing'an Prefecture. Ling Xiao followed behind without even furrowing his brow. The two walked one after another, one appearing lackadaisical, like a ruffian who had just left a gambling house. The other had an icy demeanor, dressed in snow-white robes, resembling an immortal in exile. This strange pair traversing through the increasingly bustling streets of Qing'an Prefecture drew many curious glances. However, after winding through numerous turns, they finally arrived at the grand entrance of the Chu manor. The smile on Li Qingxuan's face slightly faded. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. In front of the Chu manor, there should have been servants standing guard on ordinary days, presenting a scene of wealth and prosperity. At this moment, the main gate was tightly shut, with only two men in servant attire guarding behind the door. They were peeking out anxiously. Their faces showed obvious signs of distress. Seeing Li Qingxian approaching, the older servant's eyes lit up. As if he had seen his savior, he hurriedly came forward to greet him. But there wasn't the slightest hint of joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with fear and panic. "Dr. Li, you finally arrived." The old servant's voice trembled noticeably. Chapter 23, Evil Spirit? Madness? Master Chu afflicted with a strange illness. The old servant's wrinkled face was now scrunched up. His facial features were almost squeezed together. His voice quavered, permeating with desperation. "Quick, come in with this old servant quickly." He grabbed Li Qingxuan's sleeve. His strength was surprisingly great. Li Qingxuan's arm hurt from being pulled, and he felt puzzled. He remembered this old servant. He was Steward Fu from the Chu household. Usually, he was the most composed person. Seeing him in this state was a first. "Steward Fu, speak slowly." Li Qingxian placed his hand on the old man's trembling arm and lowered his voice. "What happened? Where is Madame Chu feeling unwell?" His thoughts instinctively turned to Chu Rou. That woman had always been physically frail, and although the acupuncture treatment last time was effective, there was no guarantee that her condition wouldn't relapse. "No, not the madam. Nothing happened to the madam." Steward Fu waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head like a rattledrum. "I was so anxious that I almost jumped up. Yes, it's about my master. My master, something's wrong with him. He was perfectly fine when he returned home yesterday, but overnight he became like a completely different person. He beats anyone he catches, speaks nothing but nonsense, and can't be stopped no matter what." The old servant's voice trembled more and more violently. His eyes were filled with fear. "We even invited the senior monks from Baoguang Temple in the south of the city. They chanted sutras all night, but it was useless. The master's strength is terrifyingly abnormal. Several young men have already been injured by him." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a fresh purplish-blue bruise that was clearly a recent injury. Li Qingxuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Going berserk? Increased strength?" The territory of Qing'an Prefecture had been peaceful for many years. Incidents of evil spirits causing trouble were quite rare, especially since this was the Chu mansion, one of the top-ranked noble households in Qing'an Prefecture. His face remained composed as he displayed a concerned expression. "Don't panic, first take me inside to have a look." Yes. "This way, Dr. Li." Steward Fu responded repeatedly, hastily leading the way with stumbling steps. Ling Xiao followed behind Li Qingxian with an expressionless face. His cold gaze swept across the tightly closed main gate of the Chu mansion, as if he had sensed something. Just as they stepped into the front hall of the Chu mansion, a wave of chaos hit them in the face. Tables and chairs were overturned, with porcelain shattered all over the floor. In the center of the main hall, there was a middle-aged fat man with disheveled hair. His face was flushed red, with bulging veins. He was waving his arms around like a madman. The fine silk robe on his body was torn to shreds, exposing pale, flabby flesh. Several servants huddled far away in the corner, each with a pale face, their calves trembling. None dared to step forward. Was this Master Chu? Li Qingxian muttered to himself. This was way different from that wealthy, physically weak master he met the other day. Such brute force reeked of something sinister. Roar! Master Chu seemed to sense the presence of a stranger. He suddenly whipped his head around. His flushed red face was directed at Li Qingxian, expression twisted into a grimace. It emanated an inhuman ferocity. A deep growl escaped from his throat. Using both hands and feet, he suddenly lunged straight toward the doorway. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Steward Fu let out a terrified shriek and collapsed to the ground. Li Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to dodge sideways, a white shadow moved even faster. Bang! A muffled thud. Ling Xiao had somehow appeared in front of Li Qingxian. He pressed one hand on Master Chu's shoulder. Master Chu's violent momentum crashed against Ling Xiao's hand, yet his body remained perfectly still.
as if all that force had dissipated into thin air. Ling Zhao's fingers tightened slightly. Master Chu immediately let out an agonizing howl. A soft crack sound came from his joints. The struggling force weakened. Such a vile spirit possessing a body, utterly filthy. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Better to end it with one sword strike to prevent future troubles. His fingers were already resting on the sword hilt at his waist, emanating a chilling aura. Li Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Kill him? You must be joking. Who would pay my medical fees then? If I save Master Chu, wouldn't the Chu family be eternally grateful and reward me handsomely? He hurriedly stepped forward. His face immediately changed to an expression of deep concern. He heaved a heavy sigh. Brother Ling, your words are mistaken. A doctor's heart is like that of a parent. How can we stand by and watch someone die? When we're not even sure if it's illness or evil spirits, how can we so easily take a life? Li Qingxian spoke with righteous conviction, as if he were truly a benevolent physician dedicated to healing the world. Ling Xiao's sword-gripping fingers paused. He turned his head to glance at Li Qingxian. His expression revealed a hint of surprise. This slick doctor, could he actually have such noble thoughts? Though he didn't understand, what the other said seemed to make some sense. He pondered briefly, then formed a simple hand seal with his fingertips. A faint spiritual light entered Master Chu's body. Master Chu, who had been struggling frantically, suddenly went rigid. Then he collapsed limply. He completely lost consciousness. Only his heavy breathing remained. Ling Xiao released his hand and coldly stepped aside. Madam is here. Madam is here. The anxious voice of a maid came from outside. The pearl curtain swayed as Chu Ro, her delicate figure swaying, stumbled in. Her hair was slightly disheveled and tears still stained her face. When she saw her husband lying on the floor and the mess everywhere, her legs went weak and she almost lost her balance. My lord, what happened to you? Chu Ro threw herself beside Master Chu, crying her eyes out. Dr. Li, please, I beg you to save my husband. She raised her tear-stained delicate face, looking at Li Qingxian with a choked voice. Li Qingxian stepped forward and gently held her trembling arm. Please calm down, madam, he said in a gentle voice. This illness appears quite unusual. I need madam to tell me more details. For instance, what kind of person is Master Chu usually? Does he have any enemies? Chu Ro sobbed, wiping her eyes with a silk handkerchief embroidered with delicate orchids. My husband. She choked up for a moment, seemingly gathering her thoughts. He is generally kind to others. Though he can be a bit stingy, but that wouldn't make him enemies. As for us family members, although, she paused briefly, a complex, indecipherable emotion flashing through her eyes. But it was quickly concealed by tears. He provides everything we need, never letting us want for food, clothing, or daily necessities. He would never be like this, so frightening, completely changed into a different person. As Chu Ro spoke, she couldn't help but cover her face with her handkerchief again, her shoulders trembling slightly. Li Qingxian offered words of comfort while crouching down. He carefully examined the unconscious Master Chu. His face was flushed, his breathing heavy. His pulse was extremely chaotic. This indeed didn't seem like a simple case of madness. Where did the master go yesterday? Did he meet anyone special or encounter anything unusual? Li Qingxian asked in a grave tone. Madame Chu exchanged glances with the servants beside her. They all shook their heads, their expressions somewhat evasive. Their responses seemed vague and unclear. The suspicion in Li Qingxuan's heart grew stronger. His gaze fell on Madame Chu. He recalled her previous symptoms: stagnant qi in blood, anxiety, and insomnia. Then he thought about the Chu family's vast fortune, yet he had never heard any news of them having children. A thought suddenly struck his mind without warning. He pondered carefully as he moved closer to Chu Ro, lowering his voice to barely above a whisper. With a cautious tone, he asked, Madam, pardon my intrusion. Your husband, does he, perhaps, show little interest in women? At these words, Chu Ro's crying abruptly stopped. Her pretty face instantly turned crimson red. Shame and embarrassment flashed alternately across her face. Her pearl-like teeth bit down hard on her lower lip. After a long silence, she squeezed out a few words through her gritted teeth, as if using all her strength. The master, he prefers men. Boom! Li Qingxian felt as if something exploded in his head. He unconsciously took 3 big steps backward, looking at Master Chu lying unconscious on the ground with horrified eyes. Holy crap! No wonder! This guy is quite the drama queen. Ling Xiao, who stood on the side, his originally ice-cold expression instantly froze. A vein throbbed at his temple, thinking about how he had just pressed his hand on her shoulder. His stomach churned with an indescribable disgust. Ling Xiao's expression grew even colder. When Li Qingxian looked at Chu Ro again, his eyes were filled with deep sympathy. No wonder your qi and blood flow is stagnant and the fire in your heart won't subside. Despite managing such a large family business, you've been living alone in an empty house for years. These days, TSK, it's like living as a widow. Meanwhile, an even more outrageous, almost absurd speculation emerged. The thoughts frantically surfaced in his mind. Could Master Chu's sudden possession and madness, perhaps, have some unspeakable connection to his special proclivities? Chapter 24, Soul Snatching. Eye-searing memory fragments.
Li Qingxian suppressed the shock in his heart. His gaze returned to the unconscious Master Chu lying on the ground.
Madam, before the master went mad, did he visit any particular place? Li Qingxuan's voice revealed no fluctuation,
as if what he had just heard was merely an insignificant matter. Hearing this, the blush that had just faded from Chu Ro's face surfaced again. Her eyes flickered as she stammered, unable to speak. The servants and maids nearby lowered their heads even further,
not daring to make a sound.
The atmosphere in the hall was permeated with an indescribable strangeness.
Li Qingxian scanned the room, finally noticing a trembling servant boy in the corner. That servant was well dressed. He appeared to be Master Chu's personal attendant.
Being looked at by Li Qingxian like this, the servant's entire body shuddered, nearly collapsing to the ground.
Chu Ro followed Li Qingxuan's gaze and her expression immediately turned unpleasant.
She took a deep breath, as if making a resolute decision, and sternly shouted at the servant, "Fuan, quickly tell Dr. Li the truth. Where exactly did the master go carousing yesterday?" The servant named Fuan fell to his knees with a thud. His body trembled like sifted chaff.
Madam, have mercy.
Dr. Li, please have mercy," he repeatedly kowtowed, his voice choked with tears.
After the master's condition down there improved, he's been constantly wandering outside. The other day, he went to a newly opened establishment in the west of the city,
called the House of Supreme Pleasure. That place isn't a respectable establishment. Fuan's voice grew increasingly quieter, his head almost buried in the ground. "I heard, it specially caters to noble guests with particular tastes. As for the services inside, this lowly one doesn't know. I only waited outside."
Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow. House of Supreme Pleasure? Just from the name, it couldn't be any decent place.
Catering to particular tastes? He glanced at the portly Master Chu lying on the ground. In his heart, he marveled with amazement. This Master Chu was truly letting himself go wild.
Quite the adventurous one. In that establishment, besides humans, was there anything else?
Li Qingxian pressed, his tone carrying a hint of investigation. Fuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with terror. There are rumors." His voice trembled uncontrollably.
"They say that in that establishment, not only are there handsome young male attendants, but there are also non-human beings that can provide unimaginable services."
After speaking, Fuan knocked his head heavily on the ground again, not daring to say more.
Non-human beings?
Li Qingxuan's heart stirred.
This matched up. How could an ordinary madness give someone such abnormal strength?
Most likely, he had encountered something unclean in that so-called House of Ultimate Pleasure.
Moreover, it was very likely connected to those non-human services.
Li Qingxian looked toward Chu Ro, his expression becoming solemn.
"Madam, it seems the root of Master Chu's illness lies in that House of Ultimate Pleasure.
To save him, I need to probe his memories from before he went mad and find the source of that evil spirit." He paused briefly, then added, "However, this process might involve some inappropriate contact." By this point, Chu Ro had completely lost her composure. Upon hearing there was hope for treatment,
she couldn't care about anything else. Offense? As long as we can save the master, anything goes.
She eagerly stated her position, and quickly added, "After this is done, the Chu family will definitely reward you generously.
Rest assured about your medical fees."
Having received permission, Li Qingxian hesitated no longer. He walked to Master Chu's side and slowly crouched down. He extended his right hand, with his 5 fingers slightly spread naturally. An obscure air current seemed to swirl around his fingertips, imperceptible to others.
Soul-seizing hand.
This martial art technique requires special force to make contact with the opponent before penetrating deep into their sea of consciousness. He turned his head to glance beside him, where Madame Chu was anxiously twisting the hem of her clothes, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "Madam, please step back a few paces, lest the commotion becomes too great shortly and disturbs you." Chu Ro's cheeks turned slightly red as she obediently stepped back. However, her gaze remained firmly fixed on Li Qingxuan's hands. Li Qingxian suppressed his discomfort and slowly raised his hand. He gently pressed his palm against Master Chu's greasy crown. As he channeled his inner force, a peculiar energy seeped through his palm. Whoosh! Countless chaotic and fragmented scenes, too horrifying to watch, instantly rushed into Li Qingxuan's mind. All were from Master Chu's first-person perspective of male companionship. Various scenes, various positions. Li Qingxian felt his scalp tingling and his vision darkening, nearly vomiting on the spot. Master Chu was actually versatile in both roles. "I, Li Qingxian, have lived a distinguished life, and this is the first time I've been embraced by someone with such preferences. No way, the consultation fee must be doubled. Mental damage compensation must be added too." He gritted his back teeth firmly, forcing himself to maintain composure. Among those filthy memory fragments, he painstakingly searched for useful clues. Finally, he captured the crucial moment. In the scene was an extremely luxurious and decadent room. Master Chu was entangled with something that emitted pink mist from all over its body. That thing was neither demon nor specter, neither male nor female. It exuded a strange, seductive allure. After coming into contact with that thing, Master Chu's vision began to spin, becoming increasingly hazy. His consciousness was gradually devoured by a frenzied desire.
Found it!
Li Qingxian suddenly withdrew his hand. His face was somewhat pale, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
It's a lust demon.
A low-level demonic creature that feeds on special carnal desires and can possess and take over bodies. Now that the root cause of the illness was clear, the treatment plan also emerged. First, I need to use acupuncture techniques to disrupt the lascivious demon parasitizing within Master Chu's body. Then use powerful external force to forcefully vibrate it out of the host's body. Li Qingxian turned his head, his gaze falling upon Ling Xiao, who had remained silent with an icy expression on his face.
A brilliant idea suddenly popped into his mind.
He cleared his throat, putting on a profound and mysterious expression.
Daoist Ling Xiao.
Hearing this, Ling Xiao cast him a cold glance. This evil spirit is filthy and must be expelled using pure yang energy. Li Qingxian said with utmost seriousness, Daoist Master, you are a highly accomplished practitioner of the mystic arts, with profound cultivation and abundant yang energy.
I believe only you can handle this matter. Ling Xiao's brows immediately furrowed tightly. Using pure yang energy to shake out evil spirits?
It sounded like a legitimate orthodox method, but the subject was the obese Master Chu lying on the ground,
and it required using external force to shake? As he imagined the possible procedure, Ling Xiao's face froze.
The cold air emanating from his body made Madame Chu and the servants beside him shiver involuntarily.
This was absolutely disgraceful. What an utter humiliation. As a direct disciple of the Tianyi sect, how could he perform such a crude act? Li Qingxian observed all of Ling Xiao's reactions, secretly laughing inside. He deliberately let out a sigh.
His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Sigh, since you're unwilling to help Taoist Master.
With my meager cultivation skills, I'm afraid I won't be able to help either. It seems this is Master Chu's fate.
He shifted his tone, adding with implied meaning.
As for the Tianyi sect, TSK, I suppose the time isn't right, and we shouldn't force things. Ling Xiao's fingers tightened instantly on his sword hilt.
His junior sister's injuries, the elder's critical conditions in the sect.
These heavy responsibilities still weighed on his shoulders. If due to his momentary unwillingness, he delayed bringing Li Qingxian back to the sect. Ling Xiao's expression changed several times.
His cold gaze swept back and forth between Li Qingxian and Master Chu. Finally, as if making an enormous decision, through gritted teeth, he coldly squeezed out a single word.
Do it! Chapter 25 Physical Exorcism.
The ice-cold senior brother forced to take action. Since Ling Xiao had nodded his agreement, Li Qingxian wasted no more time. With a light flick of his wrist, he spread open the blue cloth needle case. Several silver needles were held between his fingertips, infused with internal energy. A faint glow spread from the tip of the needle.
He didn't even bother to remove Master Chu's greasy clothes.
Li Qingxuan's wrist trembled slightly through the brocade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several soft sounds. The silver needles pierced into several major acupoints around Master Chu's body.
The needle tails vibrated rapidly and restlessly, moving almost too fast to see.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the air, invisible currents seemed to be stirred.
Ice blue and crimson red light shadows once again flashed alternately across Master Chu's obese body.
The needle force penetrated through his clothes and through the thick layers of fat, directly charging at the demonic energy hiding within his body. Li Qingxian turned his head. He looked at Ling Xiao beside him, whose face had nearly turned green. His lips curled slightly upward as his voice spread clearly. Taoist Ling Xiao, please proceed. Remember, shake vigorously. Don't show any mercy, you must thoroughly shake out that filthy, disgusting thing hiding inside.
Ling Xiao took a deep breath.
Suppressing the slight discomfort in his heart, he extended his hand, forming a seal with his fingers.
An invisible rope of spiritual power appeared out of thin air,
wrapping around the unconscious Master Chu on the ground,
binding him tightly.
Then, he held his breath, enduring the greasy sensation, grabbed Master Chu by his collar and belt. In the next moment, this aloof senior brother from the Tianyi sect suddenly exerted force with his arms.
Whoosh! The incredibly heavy Master Chu,
like a huge torn sack stuffed with cotton,
was lifted straight up by Ling Xiao.
Then, with an expressionless face, Ling Xiao began his frenzied movements in the great hall. At times he violently shook Master Chu up and down. At times he spun him around in circles. His movements were extremely large and forceful,
carrying an indescribable sense of venting. Master Chu's enormous body traced pathetic arcs through the air,
his head drooping, limbs swinging lifelessly, white foam uncontrollably dripping from the corner of his mouth. The servants and maids in the hall all stared with wide eyes, their mouths hanging open,
petrified on the spot,
as if they had witnessed something utterly shocking and scandalous.
This immortal master's way of exorcising evil was rather unique.
With Ling Xiao's increasingly violent shaking.
Ugh! A dry heave that sounded inhuman suddenly rang out. A faint black shadow, carrying a strong putrid smell,
violently spewed out from Master Chu's open mouth. The shadowy figure twisted and warped.
A vague human silhouette could barely be made out. It emitted a piercing, mournful shriek. As soon as it separated from its host, it transformed into a trail of black smoke. In panic, it shot frantically toward the direction of the main door. It was clearly trying to escape. Unfilial wretch. Still trying to escape?
Ling Xiao, who had been coldly observing from the sidelines. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. His left hand maintained his torment of Master Chu. His right hand formed a sword seal.
Shing!
The long sword on his back unsheathed itself,
transformed into a dazzling white rainbow.
The sword light broke through the air, its speed reaching the extreme, arriving first despite being launched last.
Put! The white rainbow pierced through the faint black shadow with perfect precision.
The shadow let out a shrill, agonizing scream.
Then, like ice and snow meeting heat, it rapidly melted and dispersed, finally vanishing into nothingness.
Not even a wisp of smoke remained.
With the lecherous demon destroyed,
Ling Xiao casually tossed Master Chu to the ground.
A dull thud echoed.
Master Chu's body suddenly went limp, completely collapsing. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened, with some clarity returning to his gaze, no longer showing the previous madness. However, his face was as white as paper, his body drenched in sweat, and he was gasping for breath heavily. Obviously, after being subjected to Ling Xiao's physical exorcism, even if he hadn't been killed by evil spirits, he had lost half his life force.
My lord, you're awake.
Madame Chu, who had been watching anxiously all along, seeing that her husband had regained his senses,
she immediately burst into tears of joy.
She hurriedly rushed to Master Chu's side,
not even minding the filth on him.
She anxiously checked him up and down. After confirming that her husband was merely exhausted and weak, with no other major issues, she suddenly stood up and turned to Li Qingxian.
Thank you, Dr. Li. Thank you for saving his life.
Chu Rou repeatedly bowed to Li Qingxian in gratitude. Her voice was choked with tears. Her gratitude was beyond words. She immediately turned to Uncle Fu beside her and instructed, Uncle Fu, quick,
go to the accounting room and get the medical fee. Make it double. Uncle Fu responded with an eye and jogged away.
With the crisis over, Chu Rou directed the servants to carefully carry the weakened Master Chu back to the inner chamber to rest. After giving some careful instructions, she finally returned to the main hall. At this moment, the tear stains on her face hadn't dried yet.
She walked slowly to Li Qingxuan's side.
Her beautiful eyes sparkled with waves of emotion, still moist with tears,
making her appear even more enchanting.
Chu Rou first carefully glanced around at her surroundings.
Seeing that the servants were now far away,
that cold-faced Taoist master Ling Xiao merely stood with his back turned to them,
as if studying the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall.
Her voice suddenly dropped to a much lower volume, carrying a hint of timidity.
Dr. Li,
she called out softly.
Li Qingxian looked up puzzled. Is there anything else, madam? Steward Fu has already gone to get the medical fee. It's not about the consultation fee. Chu Rou bit her lower lip.
Her eyes flickered uncertainly. A blush spread across her cheeks. Last time when you performed acupuncture on me, this concubine felt much more relaxed and I no longer suffered from anxiety and insomnia at night. She spoke vaguely, with a probing tone.
It's just that I feel the condition hasn't been completely cured. Didn't you mention before that you had a secret treasure? That blood essence needle. I wonder if this concubine could experience it as well. She finally gathered her courage, looking up at Li Qingxian with watery eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxian felt his heart skip a beat. He was trying to figure out how to gloss over this matter. After all, that thing was something he had made up on the spur of the moment. To his surprise, seeing his slight hesitation, Chu Rou actually took a step forward. A soft and warm little hand gently rested on his sleeve, giving it a slight tug. She tilted her delicate face slightly upward, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Her warm breath brushed past Li Qingxuan's ear. In those soul-stirring eyes, a glimmer of moisture sparkled. There was an undisguised yearning. Dr. Li's medical skills are so impressive, this humble one truly wishes to be completely cured. I implored Dr. Li to help me. Li Qingxian unconsciously glanced in the direction of the inner chamber where Master Chu had been carried. This beautiful matron sure had some nerve, and quite a good memory too. He lowered his voice, speaking with a teasing tone. Lady Chu, your husband just woke up and he's still inside. Hearing this, Chu Rou let out an indifferent snort. Her nasal voice carried a hint of lazy coquetry. In his current state, he might as well be sleeping for all the good he's doing. How could he possibly manage anything? A trace of resentment flashed through her eyes, soon became bold again, with eyes growing eager. Besides, when has he ever cared about me? With what he's doing out there, why can't I, Chu Rou, do the same? The beautiful woman actively threw herself into his arms. Her words were filled with grievance and longing.
Li Qingxian stroked his chin, recalling the mental shock he had received earlier when peering into Master Chu's memories.
This debt would need to be properly compensated. He cleared his throat and maintained a composed expression on his face. Since Madame insists so much.
Very well, for the sake of Madame's health, I shall reluctantly make another arduous visit. A sparkle of delight instantly lit up in Chu Ro's eyes. 2 patches of red clouds bloomed on her cheeks. She quickly released Li Qingxuan's sleeve and led the way ahead. Dr. Li, this way please, to my chamber.
It's quiet there.
Li Qingxian followed at a leisurely pace. Led by Chu Ro, they crossed through the courtyard. They arrived at a secluded and elegant side chamber. The door was gently closed.
1 hour later, the door of the side room opened once again.
Li Qingxian stepped out, with a satisfied smile on his face. Even his footsteps seemed light and cheerful. He stretched lazily, feeling completely comfortable throughout his body.
The slight nausea brought by the earlier memory probing had already vanished completely.
Helping others truly brings joy to both body and mind. Ling Xiao, who had been waiting in the courtyard, stood as still as a stone statue. When he saw Li Qingxian walking out with his obviously refreshed appearance, on his face that had remained icy for thousands of years, his brows furrowed slightly. In his frigid aura, there was an undisguised hint of disdain and disapproval. It was utterly disgraceful, corrupting social morals. However, in the end, he still said nothing. He just silently shifted his gaze away. Li Qingxian naturally noticed Ling Xiao's gaze, but he pretended not to see it. He even raised his eyebrows at him provocatively. He was in an excellent mood now, happily calculating the enormous consultation fee he had just received.
The Chu family was indeed wealthy and generous. Double the consultation fee plus compensation for emotional distress. Now there's money for rebuilding the clinic. Chapter 26, One Glance Reveals All. The aloof Daoist's hidden injury. Leaving the Chu manor.
Li Qingxian was in high spirits. His footsteps became light and brisk.
The two walked side by side.
The street's clamor gradually faded away, leaving only the dim nightlight. Li Qingxian glanced at his companion from the corner of his eye.
Seemingly casual, but in reality, he was carefully observing the subtle flow of spiritual energy around Ling Xiao's body. Earlier in the inner chamber of the Chu manor,
when Ling Xiao moved to subdue the lascivious demon inside Master Chu's body, his movements were swift and his aura imposing.
But Li Qingxian keenly observed something.
When he channeled spiritual power to his dantian area, there was an extremely brief moment of stagnation.
That feeling was like something in a precision instrument.
A certain gear suddenly hitched for a moment. He spoke casually, his tone as if making small talk.
Senior Taoist Ling Xiao, when you were circulating your power just now, I noticed something a bit off. Is it that the meridians near the chi high point in your dantian occasionally feel sluggish, circulating energy, with a slight stinging pain? Ling Xiao's straight posture suddenly froze.
His cold profile revealed a rare flash of astonishment. This hidden injury, left from forcefully breaking through in his early years, was extremely secretive. Even the elders in his sect who specialized in healing couldn't detect anything unusual with their spiritual power probes. They all assumed it was just minor resistance naturally produced by his cultivation method.
How did he know about this? Just from that moment of observation?
In an instant, Ling Xiao had already suppressed the shock in his heart.
Resuming that cold expression,
his tone remained calm and undisturbed. For cultivators, conflicts in blood and chi are common, and slight discomfort is a normal occurrence.
Such minor ailments are hardly worth mentioning.
Upon hearing this, Li Qingxuan's lips curled into a knowing smile.
Keep pretending, just keep pretending. A mere discomfort wouldn't cause your energy to stagnate.
Though extremely brief, it didn't escape my eyes. He went straight to the point without beating around the bush.
The cultivation technique you practice must be from the extreme cold lineage, right?
The energy is frigid and highly corrosive. Years of tempering your body with cold energy may rapidly advance your cultivation, but its overbearing nature has already unknowingly corroded your dantian.
What appears to be just minor meridian blockages is actually damage to your foundation. Ling Xiao's eyes, cold as a winter pond, slightly contracted.
His brows gradually furrowed.
Li Qingxuan's words perfectly matched the concerns he occasionally had when examining himself internally.
But he had always dismissed it as an illusion or a characteristic of the cultivation technique.
A cultivator's physique is incomparable to ordinary people.
Such minor injuries can be self-repaired by circulating spiritual energy for a few cycles, he argued stubbornly.
The so-called ailment, compared to the great Tao, holds no value worth considering.
Li Qingxian walked at a measured pace, his tone becoming deeply meaningful.
The ailment is indeed a small matter.
His tone suddenly shifted as his voice clearly reached Ling Xiao's ears.
But what if this tiny ailment affects your future cultivation progress, causing you to fail when breaking through to higher realms? What if it even leads to the collapse of your foundation, causing your cultivation to stagnate? Would it still be a small matter then, Taoist Ling Xiao?
These words struck like a thunderbolt.
The impact hit Ling Xiao's heart heavily. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he abruptly stopped in his tracks.
All his previous pretenses crumbled instantly. He whirled around, his sword-sharp eyes fixed intently on Li Qingxian, his tone filled with urgency. Is what you say true? How did you know? Is there a solution? Cultivation. Realms. This was the path he had pursued all his life. It was the foundation of everything he stood for. Anything that might hinder his path of cultivation touched his reverse scale. Unforgivable. Li Qingxian watched his composure crumble and secretly laughed. Indeed, so much for being an ice-cold ascetic. All of that means nothing when it comes to cultivation advancement. At this moment he felt somewhat puzzled. This medical technique passed down from his father, combined with his understanding of human energy channels. Why was it more effective against these cultivators than treating ordinary people? Suppressing his curiosity, Li Qingxian deliberately put on a thoughtful expression, stroking his chin as if carefully considering. I could help, I suppose. He looked at the tense Ling Xiao. His tone carried a hint of negotiation. However, look at my current situation. Being targeted by the Black Mist Tower every day, I can't even sleep soundly. And this is all thanks to your Tiani sect. How about this? You make the effort to go first, take that impressive-looking sword of yours, and raid the Black Mist Tower's lair. Kill them all, leave none alive. This way, I won't have any worries, and I can focus entirely on treating your illness. Don't you agree with this logic? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly. His expression became extremely rigid. With a stiff face, his voice carried a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. The Black Mist Tower operates mysteriously, its members are as cunning as foxes, and their methods are insidious. This organization is no longer just a problem for our Tiani sect alone, but a common trouble for the entire righteous path of the cultivation world. Their bases are scattered everywhere, reality and illusion are hard to distinguish, and their connections are extensive. It's not something that can be eliminated by one person with one sword. Ling Xiao paused, his tone carrying some irritation at having his sore spot touched. If I really had the ability to easily wipe out the Black Mist Tower, would I need your reminder? I would have already carried out heaven's justice and eliminated these demons. Hearing this, Li Qingxian curled his lips in disdain. In his eyes, two words were revealed without any concealment. Just that? He deliberately dragged out his tone, speaking with a mocking inflection. After all this time, even the mighty Tiani sect is at a loss when dealing with these lowly evil cultivators? I thought you would be more impressive. Aren't they self-proclaimed as the greatest sect in Zhou Kingdom? His look of complete disinterest made Ling Xiao's heart tighten. Seeing that Li Qingxian seemed truly ready to give up, finally, a trace of anxiety appeared on his face. The hidden worry of his cultivation being hindered. This made him far more anxious than capturing a physician. He took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. Facing Li Qingxian, this aloof and ascetic senior brother from the Tiani sect actually made a formal and deep bow. I spoke out of turn just now. Dr. Li, to generously lend your healing skills and help treat my internal injuries. As for the matter of the Black Mist Tower, the sect has its own arrangements and will certainly not leave you in danger indefinitely. Ling Xiao is deeply grateful. Li Qingxian observed his rarely displayed humble demeanor. That small mischievous pleasure in his heart was satisfied. Enough, enough. He waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a casual tone. Considering you've served as my bodyguard all the way today, I'm in a good mood today, so consider this payment for your troubles. It's a simple favor, no need to be so serious. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's tense body slightly relaxed. He lifted his head, and a rare glimmer of genuine gratitude flashed through his usually emotionless eyes. He pressed his lips together, his expression still somewhat stiff, but his tone had softened considerably. Thank you. The two didn't waste any more time and quickened their pace. They decided to return to the Drunken Immortal Inn immediately for treatment. Back at the familiar Drunken Immortal Inn, it was just at the time when dusk was settling in. Passing through the noisy, bustling hall filled with the smell of alcohol, Li Qingxian led Ling Xiao back to the rear courtyard room where he was temporarily staying. He closed the door behind him, shutting out the clamor from outside. All right, let's do it here, it's quiet. Li Qingxian turned around without saying much more. He pointed to the bed with his finger. Sit over there, relax your mind, I need to prepare. Ling Xiao misunderstood his meaning. In his existing knowledge, ordinary doctors use needles for treatment. In order to locate the acupuncture points accurately, one usually needs to remove clothing. He had always been direct in his actions, never beating around the bush. After hearing Li Qingxian speak, he nodded expressionlessly. With extremely swift movements, he raised his hand. Raising his hand, he was about to unfasten his meticulously worn sect robe. Li Qingxian? Chapter 27. Healing you is just the setup, extortion is the main course. Wait. Li Qingxuan's voice carried obvious disdain. I have no interest in men. If you have such preferences, perhaps you could exchange experiences with Master Chu. Ling Zhao's raised hand froze in midair. On that ice-cold face, an unprecedented trace of embarrassment actually appeared. He silently withdrew the hand that was about to undo the sash of his Taoist robe. The movement seemed somewhat unnatural. Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively, his expression composed. Men don't need to remove their clothes. The massage can be done through clothing, along with a few acupuncture points. He pointed to the bed. Sit properly, cross your legs, relax a bit, don't be tense like a stone. Ling Xiao followed his instructions and sat cross-legged at the edge of the bed. He tried to relax his tense body. Li Qingxian took a deep breath. The strange warm flow within his body quietly began to circulate. He placed both hands on Ling Xiao's back, accurately finding the area corresponding to the dantian. Upon examination, the inner true qi circulation seemed normal on the surface. But in reality, it was a tangled mess, completely lacking proper form. Ordinary meridian blockages never looked like this. This appeared more like a forced breakthrough or a cultivation gone wrong. The true qi had backfired, twisting his own meridians. No wonder his face was so cold, it was from the pain. If this were handled in those mundane medical halls down the mountain, or by ordinary sect alchemists, they definitely wouldn't be able to figure out what was wrong. At most they'd prescribe some ineffective tonic formulas, or tell you to go back and rest quietly, leaving fate to heaven. You're just lucky to have met a benefactor when going out. Coincidentally running into me, Li Qingxian. Li Qingxuan's lips curled into a slight smile, showing a hint of pride. Cases others can't cure, I can. Tasks others dare not take, I accept. This is what they call divine healing, bringing the dying back to life. His hands moved without pause. His fingertips exerted subtle force, probing the depth of the chaotic qi. A warm energy first penetrated within, soothing like warm jade. Then, that warmth transformed into streams of coolness. Skillfully stirring the stubborn cold qi coiled within Ling Xiao's dantian. Li Qingxuan's eyes were half closed, his finger pressure alternating between light and heavy. He secretly activated the perception technique of the soul-capturing hand. Not to pry, but to completely immerse his consciousness in the process. Precisely locking onto the core of that extreme cold qi. The cold qi was like an icy serpent. Under his guidance, it was reluctantly forced toward a specific acupoint in the abdomen. Now is the moment. A gleam flashed in Li Qingxuan's eyes as his right hand moved like lightning with fingers together. He took out a slender silver needle from the needle case. With a flick of his wrist, the silver needle penetrated without any resistance. It instantly pierced into that acupoint. The end of the needle trembled slightly. A wisp of pale white cold energy, visible to the naked eye, like delicate curling smoke, dispersed from the tail of the silver needle. Upon contact with the air, it swiftly dissipated into nothingness. At the moment when the cold energy left his body, Ling Xiao's entire body suddenly shuddered. He felt an unprecedented warm current surging violently in his dantian, washing through his limbs and bones. The previously sluggish spiritual energy circulation instantly became incredibly smooth, its speed and intensity far surpassing before. Unable to suppress his excitement and wild joy, they instantly overwhelmed all his calmness and composure. Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes and turned to get off the bed. Facing Li Qingxian, who hadn't yet withdrawn the needle, he unhesitatingly bent both knees, performing the most solemn ritual between cultivators, kowtowing in gratitude. There was a loud thud as his forehead touched the ground. Li Qingxian was so startled by the sudden deep bow that he stepped back half a step. The silver needle in his hand almost fell to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? This isn't necessary. He hurriedly reached out to help him up, though secretly he muttered to himself. This ice-faced fellow might look rigid, but he's actually quite sincere in distinguishing gratitude from grudges. My efforts weren't wasted after all. Li Qingxian helped him up. While doing so, he casually dusted off the dirt from his shoulders. It was just a small favor, no need to be so dramatic. He changed his tone, his face showing a hint of probing interest. Now that your minor ailment is resolved, let's get to the real matter. Tell me properly, what exactly is the situation with that severely injured elder in your Tiani sect? Whether it's healing one or two people, it's all the same to me. Let's resolve this troublesome matter of yours quickly, so you won't have to keep following me around. It's quite bothersome. Ling Xiao stood up straight. Much of his previous coldness had dissipated. In its place was a genuine sense of respect. His expression darkened, and his voice became low. It was my master. The old master injured his soul essence when fighting against others. The best healers and alchemists in the sect have examined him, but they're all at a loss. Now, they can only barely maintain his life force. Damage to the soul's origin? Li Qingxuan's mind instantly became alert when he heard these words. This just happened to be right up her alley. He stroked his chin and began to calculate. Saving someone? Well, that could be considered. Li Qingxian spoke with a somewhat casual tone. But as you can see, my small clinic, which is my livelihood, has been completely wrecked because of your Tiani sect's affairs. I've nearly lost all my possessions. You can't expect me to lose money, take risks, and make this trip for nothing, right? He began to negotiate terms methodically. First of all, your Tiani sect needs to pay to rebuild my Li family medical clinic right here on this spot. The standard in quality can't be inferior to the original one, and it would be better if it could be more impressive. Ling Xiao listened with an expressionless face, only nodding slightly.
Very well. This is as it should be.
Li Qingxian nodded with satisfaction and continued.
Another thing, I'm a cautious person who avoids trouble.
You'll need to assign someone to protect me with cultivation no lower than yours. Close protection for 1 month until the threat from that black mist tower is completely gone.
Ling Zhao's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Assigning an inner disciple to protect an ordinary doctor? But thinking of his master's safety, he suppressed his objections. Agreed. Li Qingxuan's smile widened as he raised a third finger.
Third, I need a medicinal herb called 7-colored phantom bloom.
Don't ask what I need it for, I have my reasons.
Ling Zhao's expression finally showed a subtle change.
7-colored phantom bloom? That was an extremely rare treasure recorded in the sex archives, worth a fortune.
He remained silent for a moment, his voice carrying a hint of hesitation. This item, our sex repository might have it, but it's incredibly precious.
He looked at Li Qingxian and ultimately nodded. Fine, I'll do my best to obtain it for you. Li Qingxuan's eyes rolled thoughtfully.
An interested expression appeared on his face as he smiled and said,
One last condition, I'm a bit curious about your immortal cultivation sex medical texts.
I'd like to borrow your sex most basic medical books and mental cultivation techniques for a few days. Not for anything else, just to verify some medical principles and draw inferences from related categories. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Xiao instantly tensed up. His face finally showed obvious reluctance, and his tone was resolute.
Impossible.
The sex cultivation techniques are the foundation of our establishment and are never shared with outsiders. This was a principle and bottom line ingrained in every sect disciple's bones. Seeing this, Li Qingxian shrugged indifferently.
The countless paths of medicine all lead to the same destination. Understanding a bit about your cultivation basics, knowing how qi flows and how blood circulates, might give me more confidence in treating ethereal injuries like soul damage, don't you think?
His tone was casual, as if just mentioning it in passing.
Of course, if it's inconvenient, then forget it. As for your master's illness,
he paused meaningfully. Ling Zhao's breath suddenly caught. On one side was the sex iron law, on the other was his master's life.
A rare expression of intense struggle appeared on his face.
Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. At most, I will permit you to access the lowest level medical techniques and mental cultivation methods.
Limited to 3 days.
And it must be done under my personal supervision. Li Qingxian saw him relent and immediately seized the opportunity, a satisfied smile appearing on his face.
Deal.
He clapped his hands, looking enthusiastic.
Since we've reached an agreement, what are we waiting for? Time is of the essence. When shall we depart for your esteemed location?
Ling Xiao took a deep breath, calming his surging emotions.
We leave immediately. Chapter 28 Take off. Grabbing hair is better than clinging to thighs. When it comes to getting things done, Ling Xiao has always emphasized efficiency.
Since the terms had been agreed upon and it concerned Master's life,
he didn't want to waste a single moment. He glanced at Li Qingxian,
concisely said, "Let's go." He formed his fingers into a sword shape and lightly pointed at the ancient sword hanging at his waist. Whoosh! A clear sword resonance echoed throughout the courtyard. That seemingly ordinary long sword suddenly flew out of its sheath,
hovering in midair.
The sword body was pearly white, flowing with a faint radiance. The sword aura pulsed irregularly,
creating subtle ripples in the surrounding air. Get on!
Ling Xiao took the first step onto the sword body. The flying sword appeared to be only 3 fingers wide, yet he stood on it as stable as a rock. Li Qingxuan's lips twitched as he stared at the flying sword suspended in midair. His legs felt a bit weak.
We just stand on it like this? No handrail? Or something to tie ourselves with? He asked, tentatively.
Ling Xiao turned his head, glancing at him with those indifferent eyes.
Hold on to me. Li Qingxian, hold on to you? How?
He hesitated for a moment. Finally, he steeled himself, and carefully climbed onto the flying sword. He had barely steadied himself, with no time to adjust. Ling Xiao promptly formed a sword seal with his fingers. Whoosh! The flying sword shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. It suddenly launched skyward, soaring straight toward the clouds.
Holy crap! Li Qingxian felt an enormous force violently yanking him upward. The sensation of weightlessness instantly engulfed his entire body.
The fierce wind cut across his cheeks like knives. It blew so hard he could barely keep his eyes open. His hair was whipped into a wildly dancing bird's nest.
Xing'an Prefecture below them rapidly shrank. Houses, streets, pedestrians all transformed into blurry patches of color. The howling wind filled Li Qingxuan's ears, and filled his mind as well. He felt like a ragged sack carelessly tossed into the sky. His body was completely out of control. He could only desperately cling to the narrow sword beneath his feet. But the damn thing was slippery as could be, offering absolutely no foothold. This wouldn't do. He needed to find a stable support. His gaze fell upon the straight-backed figure standing before him. Ling Xiao stood perfectly straight, motionless, as if he had merged with the flying sword.
Li Qingxian instinctively wanted to wrap his arms around Ling Zhao's waist.
With his hands halfway extended, he suddenly froze. Wait, hugging a grown man's waist?
The mental image was too much for him to bear.
Goosebumps immediately rose all over his body. But if he didn't hold on to the waist, he would be thrown off any moment. At this critical moment, Li Qingxuan's gaze shifted upward. Ling Zhao's meticulously tidying black hair
was gently swaying in the wind.
The strands looked black and glossy. Should be sturdy enough to grab? No time to think about it anymore.
Li Qingxian steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and suddenly reached out.
He grabbed for the hair just below Ling Zhao's jade hairpin
and seized a fistful of that thick hair.
He used every ounce of strength he had,
gripping tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort.
Ding!
Detected host's physical offense against a high-level cultivator. Target's emotions fluctuated violently. Evil value +15. Hiss. Ling Zhao's body suddenly tensed up as he drew in a sharp breath. A sharp pain shot through his scalp. He almost lost his composure. He abruptly turned his head, his face covered with a layer of frost.
Let go.
His voice carried suppressed anger.
No way.
Li Qingxian was already past the point of no return. His face was distorted by the wind as he shouted back indistinctly.
Taoist master, do you want me to fall and become a pile of meat paste? Grab my clothes.
Ling Zhao spoke through gritted teeth, with veins seemingly pulsing at his temples.
Clothes are slippery. Hair is secure.
Li Qingxian had his reasons, and he tightened his grip even more. Ling Zhao fell silent. He could almost feel his scalp crying out in pain, and a few strands of hair seemed to have already snapped under the strain. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes briefly. The flying sword's ascending speed noticeably slowed down. The sound of wind in his ears
also weakened slightly.
Li Qingxian felt the force that had threatened to tear him apart lessen. Only then did he slightly loosen his grip.
Taoist master, that's more like it.
If you had been this gentle from the start, I wouldn't have had to resort to such measures. Pulling your beautiful hair, right? Ling Zhao didn't turn around, only coldly uttering two words.
Shut up. The faint mole at the corner of his left eye
seemed to darken with its owner's anger. Li Qingxian dared not provoke this ice mountain who looked about to explode. He had adjusted somewhat by now, carefully freeing one hand.
He quickly pressed hard on several acupoints across his chest and abdomen. A weak warm current flowed from his fingertips into his body, circulating rapidly. That nauseating feeling finally subsided somewhat. Only then did he manage to open his eyes and look around. Clouds rolled beneath his feet like an ocean made of cotton.
Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting down countless golden rays. The fierce wind blew sharply, making their robes flutter and snap. This feeling of breaking free from earthly bonds, soaring high above in the heavens, it was both thrilling and magnificent.
Is this the world of immortal cultivators?
Li Qingxian muttered in awe. Looking at Ling Zhao's back ahead of him, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had originally thought that obtaining the system and mastering the death-summoning needle
meant he had already stepped halfway into the realm of the extraordinary.
But compared to these true cultivators who could casually fly on swords, and viewed mortal beings as mere ants, his own trivial skills were hardly worth mentioning. Ling Zhao hadn't noticed his emotional changes.
Sit tight, we're almost there, he said coldly.
Li Qingxian steadied himself and followed Ling Zhao's gaze forward. In the distant horizon, amid the churning sea of clouds, several majestic peaks could be faintly seen towering above. These peaks were entirely different from the mountains in the mortal realm, not formed by earth and stone. Instead, they had a jade-like luster throughout. Spiritual energies swirled around the mountains, as if they were draped in a thin veil. Under the sunlight, rainbow bridges arched between the peaks.
Pavilions and towers loomed in and out of sight.
Silhouettes of celestial cranes and spiritual deer flashed by, letting out clear, resonant calls.
An overwhelming and vast aura swept over.
It involuntarily inspired awe in one's heart.
Is this the Tianyi sect?
Li Qingxian stared with wide eyes. Is this mountain made of jade?
Do you all eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow here? Taoist master, pardon my rudeness, but when you pee, does it come with spiritual energy? Ling Zhao.
His flying sword wobbled slightly, almost losing balance.
He fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Finally, he chose the most concise answer. The mountains are manifestations of spiritual veins, most buildings are made of spiritual materials, and all food and drink contain spiritual energy. As for the rest, it's nonsense. Li Qingxian pursed his lips, wanting to ask more.
The flying sword began to descend. It flew toward the largest peak below.
As they got closer, the scenery of Tianyi sect became clearer.
A massive entrance archway stood at the mountain path's entrance, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist. The three ancient and bold characters Tianyi sect were carved with magnificent flourish on the ceremonial arch,
emanating a subtle yet imposing pressure. On both sides of the mountain gate stood two young disciples wearing identical cyan Taoist robes.
Their auras were steady, their gazes sharp.
The flying sword descended steadily onto the plaza in front of the mountain gate.
Welcome back to the mountain, third senior brother. The four guardian disciples saw Ling Zhao. They immediately bowed deeply, their voices perfectly synchronized, their attitude respectful. Ling Xiao slightly nodded his head in acknowledgement. He led Li Qingxian forward, ignoring the curious glances from those around them, walking straight towards the mountain gate. Taoist Ling Xiao, what are the requirements for accepting disciples here? Looking at my physique, wouldn't you say I'm a once in 10,000 talent for cultivation? Li Qingxian asked while walking. Ling Xiao continued walking without turning his head. Calm your mind, focus your spirit, test your spiritual roots. Oh, what if I don't have spiritual roots? Manual labor. Li Qingxian. Right, forget I ask. Chapter 29 At Death's Door, where lies the path to immortality? Beyond the mountain gate stretched a wide stairway of white jade stone. It wound upward, disappearing into the depths of mist and cloud. On both sides of the stone steps, ancient pine trees stood verdant and lush. The spiritual energy was so dense it seemed almost tangible. Taking a deep breath made one feel refreshed and invigorated. Ling Xiao seemed extremely eager, his feet barely touching the ground. He led Li Qingxian rapidly up the stone steps. He had already sent a message through his sect token. At this moment, several core members of the sect should have already been waiting outside the master's meditation temple. Soon, an ancient Taoist temple appeared ahead. The temple was nestled among green pines and cypresses. Its flying eaves and decorative brackets were covered with gray tiles. It exuded an atmosphere of solemn dignity. As expected, 5 or 6 people were already standing in front of the temple gate. At the lead was a young man wearing a moon-white Taoist robe, with a gentle and jade-like countenance. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with a steady demeanor and profound gaze. A faint, gentle smile played at the corners of his mouth, but his brow couldn't hide a trace of worry. Third junior brother, you've returned. The refined man saw Ling Xiao and actively came forward to greet him, his voice calm. My name is Zhou Yuqing, and I am currently the acting sect leader of the Tianyi sect. And this must be Dr. Li Qingxian? You must be tired from your journey. Please come in. Ling Xiao nodded slightly to the man, senior brother. Li Qingxian sized up the senior brother. The senior brother was indeed different. His bearing was quite extraordinary. He seemed much more approachable than that ice cube Ling Xiao. Just as he was about to exchange pleasantries, his attention was drawn to the people behind Zhou Yuqing. Yun Nishang was among them. She had changed into simple and elegant white sect robes, and her injuries seemed to have recovered well, though her complexion was still somewhat pale. But that icy beauty's aura became even more prominent. When she saw Li Qingxian, a flash of complex emotions crossed her cold eyes as she gave a slight nod. Li Qingxian immediately grinned and lifted his chin at her, silently mouthing 2 words, medical fee. Yun Nishang's cheeks turned slightly red, almost imperceptibly. She then turned her head away, pretending not to see. Ding! Triggered minor harassment behavior. Target noticed, evil value +5. Standing beside Yun Nishang was a woman wearing bright red fitted clothes, tall in stature, with strikingly beautiful features. There was a heroic air between her brows, and her eyes were sharp as blades. At this moment, she was sizing up Li Qingxian without any restraint. Her gaze was full of scrutiny. Li Qingxian felt unsettled under her stare and instinctively glared back at her. The woman in red furrowed her willow-like eyebrows, her gaze instantly turning ice-cold and piercing. It seemed as if she might gouge out his eyes at any moment. Hiss! Li Qingxian drew in a sharp breath, quickly averting his gaze. Who is this woman? Why is she so angry? Early menopause? There was also a young man standing nearby, dressed entirely in black, with a cold, stern face. A sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth. He stood with his arms crossed, looking askance at Li Qingxian. His eyes were filled with contempt and suspicion. Senior brother, junior brother Ling Xiao, are you really going to entrust master's safety to such a mortal physician? The black-robed young man drawled lazily, his tone dripping with obvious mockery. Look at how weak and shifty-eyed he appears. Forget about saving anyone, he probably can't even make it past the temple threshold. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became awkward. Zhou Yuqing frowned slightly, about to speak, but Li Qingxian beat her to it. Toward Yun Nishang, and asked with an innocent expression, Fairy Yun, who is this gentleman barking about? Is this how Tianyi sect treats its guests? Yun Nishang. She coughed awkwardly. This is my second senior brother, Gu Bea. Dr. Li, please pay him no mind. Oh, second senior brother. Li Qingxian nodded as if suddenly enlightened. Then he looked the other up and down with disdain. Kidney deficiency can make you hot-tempered. If you need it, I can give you some acupuncture treatment. I guarantee you'll be as vigorous as a dragon and tiger tonight. You're asking for death. Gu Bea's face instantly darkened. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. A powerful aura suddenly pressed down on Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian felt an invisible force strike him. His chest tightened, and he could barely breathe. Enough! Zhou Yuqing's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. He cast an indifferent glance at Gu Bea. There was a hint of sharpness in his gaze. Gu Bea's body trembled slightly, seemingly wary of this senior brother. The murderous intent in his eyes diminished somewhat, but he still let out a cold snort and said nothing more. His gaze toward Li Qingxian only grew more hostile. Zhou Yuqing then turned to Li Qingxian and smiled apologetically. My apologies for the scene, Dr. Li. A master's condition is critical. Please follow me. As he spoke, he stepped aside to clear the path, gesturing for Li Qingxian to enter the Taoist temple. Li Qingxian rubbed his stuffy chest, glancing at Gu Bei's ashen face, contemplating how to give him a good lesson. He straightened his wind-tousled robes. Standing tall with his head held high, he followed Zhou Yuqing into the Taoist temple that was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Ling Xiao and Yun Nishang followed closely behind. The murderous-looking woman in red and the visibly disgruntled Gu Bei also came in. Upon entering the temple, a rich medicinal fragrance mixed with strange spiritual energy fluctuations washed over them. The interior space of the temple appeared much more spacious than it looked from the outside, yet its arrangement was exceptionally simple. Apart from a blurred statue of a deity enshrined in the center, there were only a few meditation cushions and a large jade bed placed against the inner wall. Around the jade bed were inscribed intricate runes, emitting a soft white light, forming a profound formation array. Clearly, this was where the secret technique maintaining Master Xuanyan's life force resided. At this moment, two people were already standing by the jade bed, a man and a woman. The man was an elderly figure with snow-white hair and beard, wearing an alchemist's robe, with a grave expression. His eyes revealed exhaustion. The woman appeared to be a beautiful matron around 40 years of age. She had a graceful figure and an elegant, beautiful countenance. Dressed in light purple palace attire, she carried herself with gentle refinement. Her brows were marked by an persistent air of melancholy. In her hand, she held a jade slip, seemingly reviewing its contents. Li Qingxuan's gaze lingered for a moment on that beautiful mature woman. Not bad, mature and intellectual, exactly his type. Unfortunately, this was not the right occasion. Otherwise, they could have discussed medical techniques. Elder Lu, Elder Fong. Zhou Yuqing stepped forward, bowed to the two of them, then turned sideways and introduced, "This is Dr. Li Qingxian whom I mentioned before." The elderly man known as Elder Fong lifted his head. His murky eyes glanced at Li Qingxian. He gave a slight nod, which served as a greeting. Meanwhile, Elder Lu put down the jade slip. He gazed at Li Qingxian with gentle eyes. A gentle voice said, "Dr. Li, you've come from afar. Thank you for your trouble." Her voice was like a spring breeze, bringing warmth to one's heart. Li Qingxian hastily cupped his hands in greeting. "You're too kind, respected seniors. When saving lives, one must act as swiftly as putting out a fire." There was no time to waste. Zhou Yuqing pointed to the jade bed. "Dr. Li, this is my master, Master Xianyang." Li Qingxian looked in the direction he was pointing. On the jade bed lay an elderly man with a haggard appearance. Chapter 30. A deadly poison that penetrates the soul, even immortals are helpless. The old man's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion ashen gray, and his lips cracked and dry. His breath was so faint it was almost imperceptible, if not for the extremely slight rise and fall of his chest, and the spiritual light that sustained the formation continuously poured into his body. He was almost no different from a dead person. What made Li Qingxuan's heart sink even more was, he could clearly see a faint layer of black qi vaguely floating above the exposed skin of the elderly man. It spread like a spider web, especially at the ancestral aperture between the eyebrows. The black energy there was even more concentrated, almost becoming tangible. Master, in his elderly state, was severely injured half a month ago when he confronted the leader of the Black Mist Tower, who used a strange evil technique against him. Zhou Yuqing's voice was low and filled with grief. That evil technique was exceptionally vicious, not only damaging his physical body but also directly invading the very source of his divine soul. The sect has tried every possible method. Elder Fong and Elder Lu have spent tremendous effort, but now, we can only barely maintain Master's last thread of life through the spirit gathering and soul-sustaining formation. When junior sister Yin returned to the mountains severely injured that day, she mentioned that you, Dr. Li, had used your extraordinary acupuncture skills to stabilize her damaged soul, giving us a glimmer of hope. Zhou Yuqing's gaze was earnest. "That's why we had to take the liberty of inviting you up the mountain to try. Regardless of the outcome, everyone in the Tianyi sect is deeply grateful." Li Qingxian didn't answer immediately. He walked to the jade bed and studied the Xianyang true person with a grave expression. "May I take a closer look?" he asked. "Please proceed, Dr. Li," Zhou Yuqing said. Li Qingxian nodded and was about to reach out to take Xianyang true person's pulse. Putting on an act. Gu Bei's cold snort suddenly came from the side. What could a mere mortal without spiritual power possibly understand? "Aren't you just trying to take advantage of the situation to harm Master?" Li Qingxuan's outstretched hand froze in midair. He whirled around abruptly. His eyes turned icy as he looked at Gu Bei. "Are you sick in the head? You've been nagging non-stop since I got here. If you're so capable, why don't you try? If you can diagnose the problem or come up with a treatment plan, I, Li Qingxian, will leave without another word, so I won't offend your eyes." "You?" Gu Bei choked, his face turning red. Although his cultivation was profound, he truly knew nothing about medicine. Provoked by Li Qingxian like this, he was left speechless. Zhou Yuqing's expression completely darkened, his tone unfriendly. "Dr. Li is our invited guest and also our last hope.
Stop being disrespectful. As he spoke, he actually took a step forward. He raised his hand and forcefully slapped the back of Gubea's head. Slap. Though the sound wasn't loud, it was particularly clear in the quiet Taoist temple. Gubea stumbled from the hit. His face was filled with disbelief. He was the second senior brother of the Tiani sect, a Golden Core realm expert. Yet he was publicly slapped on the head by the first senior brother. The surrounding people all showed surprised expressions. Clearly, Zhou Yuqing rarely took such actions. Senior brother, Gubea was both shocked and angry. Shut up. Zhou Yuqing coldly interrupted him, his gaze sharp. One more word and you can go to the disciplinary hall for punishment yourself. Gubea met Zhou Yuqing's icy gaze. His heart trembled. In the end, he bit his teeth and glared hatefully at Li Qingxian, forcefully swallowing his words. His face was so dark it could drip water. Zhou Yuqing's face regained some apologetic expression. Sorry, Dr. Li, for startling you. Please continue. Ding. Witnessed internal conflict between fellow disciples, taking pleasure in others' misfortune, evil value +5. Li Qingxian was secretly delighted, but his face remained expressionless as he nodded. He ignored everyone else and refocused his attention on true person Xianyang. He extended his finger and gently placed it on true person Xuanyang's withered wrist. His fingertip touched the skin, which was ice cold and devoid of vitality. The pulse was as faint as a spider's thread. Intermittent. Li Qingxian closed his eyes and concentrated his perception. The Li family's medical heart technique quietly activated. Along his fingertips, an extremely faint energy probed into venerable Xuanyang's body. With this examination, Li Qingxuan's heart instantly sank to rock bottom. The situation was even worse than he had imagined. It was far beyond just soul damage. Inside venerable Xuanyang's body, a malicious and domineering force had already thoroughly corrupted everything. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the extraordinary meridians and 8 vessels. Almost nothing remained intact. Everywhere was filled with that deathly black energy. That black energy, like maggots clinging to bones, continuously devoured his remaining life force, and it had already penetrated to the deepest parts, tightly entangled with the essence of his soul. The soul damage was merely the result after this poison had spread to its extreme. This wasn't simply soul trauma, but poisoning that penetrated deep into the marrow and soul. Moreover, the nature of this poison was extremely peculiar. It seemed to possess characteristics that allowed it to spread on its own. That so-called spirit gathering and soul-sustaining formation. While it appeared to be supplying life force, it was also secretly nourishing this terrifying deadly poison, making it bind even more tightly with Xianyang Zhenruan's last bit of life force, creating an unsolvable vicious cycle. Hiss. Li Qingxian couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He slowly withdrew his hand, his expression becoming extremely grave. In this situation, forget about him. Even if an immortal descended from heaven, they would likely be at a loss. The poison had penetrated to the origin, merged with the soul. How could it be cured? Unless one could completely strip away Xianyang Zhenruan's soul to cleanse it, and then put it back. But was that even possible? Elder Fong and Master Lu beside him had been closely observing Li Qingxuan's changing expressions. Seeing his tightly furrowed brows and grave expression, the two exchanged glances, both seeing understanding and helplessness in each other's eyes. Uncle Lu sighed softly and said gently, Dr. Li, have you detected that strange evil force within my senior brother's body? We have consulted all the sect's ancient texts about this poison and sought advice from several grand alchemists from friendly sections. None could identify its origin, let alone find a cure. Its corrosive nature and speed of spread are truly unprecedented in my lifetime. Elder Fong also added, his voice hoarse, this old one and nephew Lu have attempted numerous detoxification pills and secret techniques, all with minimal effect. Li Qingxian pondered for a moment, then asked, may I ask what conclusions you two seniors have drawn about the nature of this poison? Or what specific treatment approaches you've tried? Uncle Lu and Elder Fong exchanged a glance, then briefly explained their research and attempts over this period. From medicinal analysis to spiritual energy channeling, then to various formation-assisted methods. Their explanation was well organized with unique insights. Li Qingxian listened attentively, occasionally nodding. He would also raise a question or two at times. Though his cultivation level wasn't high, he relied on the vast medical knowledge infused by the system and his unique perspective. The questions raised often hit right at the core, making Elder Lu and Elder Fong secretly alarmed. How could this mortal physician possess such extraordinary insight? The several direct disciples standing behind watched as Li Qingxian engaged in a fluid dialogue with the two top medical experts of the sect. He even seemed to subtly take control of the conversation. A glint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Even Gubea, who had always looked down on Li Qingxian, now furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with uncertainty and amazement. After the exchange, Li Qingxian gained a more comprehensive understanding of Master Xuanyang's condition and the efforts already made by the Tiani sect. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head. His gaze swept across the tense faces before him. Finally, he took a deep breath. He respectfully cupped his hands toward Zhou Yuqing and the others. His tone carried a sense of finality. My apologies, everyone. There is no cure. Chapter 31, Divine Mission, 3 Fairy Maidens, 3 Garments. This poison has penetrated deep into the soul's origin, becoming one with his life force. Your formation appears to be sustaining his life, but in reality, it's accelerating his final destruction. Once the formation is removed, or when the last trace of his life force is completely consumed by the poison, it will be the moment when his lamp runs dry and his soul scatters. Not just me, even if you summoned a true immortal, I'm afraid nothing could be done to reverse this. Elder Lu took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart. Carefully recalling Master Xuanyang's condition these past days, his face gradually turned pale. Elder Fawn's body trembled slightly. His eyes flashed with intensity as he stared fixedly at Li Qingxian. What evidence do you have? Li Qingxian shrugged. Evidence? My diagnosis is the evidence. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. As these words were spoken, the entire Taoist temple fell into dead silence. Zhou Yuqing's body suddenly swayed. The color drained from his face and the light in his eyes instantly dimmed. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Ling Zhao's perpetually expressionless face was now filled with pain and despair. He abruptly closed his eyes, as if unwilling to accept this reality. Yun Nishan's face turned deathly pale, her delicate body trembling slightly. Her eyes instantly reddened. The cold-faced woman in red robes, Lin Qingwan, also unusually showed a look of sorrow, her lips tightly pressed together. Master Lu and Elder Fong exchanged glances, their faces full of bitterness. This outcome was actually something they had anticipated. It was only Li Qingxuan's appearance that had ignited a faint glimmer of hope, and now that hope had been completely shattered. Nonsense! Absolute rubbish! Gu Bei suddenly jumped out, pointing at Li Qingxian and shouting angrily, I think you're nothing but a fraud with an empty reputation. What kind of divine doctor are you? Without even examining carefully, you dare claim that my master is beyond saving? I think you're just afraid of taking responsibility, too scared to act. He was emotionally agitated, almost rushing forward to get physical. Li Qingxian coldly looked at him. What did I lie to you about? Did I cheat you out of money or seduce you? The facts are as they are, believe it or not. If you think I'm talking nonsense, you're welcome to seek help elsewhere. Gu Bei was left speechless. However, just as everyone was sinking into despair and sorrow, a system voice suddenly rang out in Li Qingxuan's mind. Ding! Detected host encountering ultra-high difficulty, a special target on the brink of complete death, Tianyi Sect Master Xianyang Jinren, triggering an epic hidden healing mission. Mission name, Defying Fate, Miraculous Healing? Mission requirements. First, completely eliminate the soul-corroding poison from Xianyang Jinren's soul and physical body within 72 hours and repair his damaged soul origin, bringing him back to consciousness. Second, during the treatment process, find ways to remove 3 pieces of clothing from the 3 women present. Third, must not let the 3 women notice the host's malicious intentions. Task reward, unknown. Li Qingxian froze completely. He stood motionless. His face maintained that previous solemn expression. But in his heart, massive waves were already surging. What the hell? Li Qingxian mentally unleashed every curse word he had learned in his life. From head to toe, inside and out. He cursed the system 100 times over. Defy fate? Eliminate that cursed soul-corroding poison? Repair the soul's origin? What an absolute joke. He wasn't being modest when he said earlier that even a golden immortal of the great Luo couldn't help. That was the truth. The condition inside Master Xuanyang's body. It was simply a dead end, an unsolvable dead end. Forget 72 hours. Even if he had 72 years, he still couldn't think of any solution. This wasn't something that could be solved with medical skills, damn it. And what nearly made him cough up blood in anger was the second and third requirements of the task. To make Yun Nishan, Master Lu, and that intimidating Lin Qingwan remove 3 pieces of clothing? And still need to prevent the 3 women from detecting the host's malicious intentions? Like hell I won't let you. Which of these 3 is supposed to be a pushover? This damn system must think his life is too long. Or maybe it thinks he's living too comfortably. Why else would it give him such a hellishly difficult task? And that failure penalty, deduction of 20 years of lifespan, permanently stripped of the King of Hell's death-summoning needle. This was practically trying to destroy him completely. The King of Hell's death-summoning needle was currently his greatest means of survival, and occasionally even his biggest asset for showing off. If he lost both of these things, he might as well just crash into a wall and die. You damn system, just you wait. When I become powerful someday, the first thing I'll do is tear you apart. Li Qingxian raged inwardly, his teeth grinding audibly. But circumstances were stronger than his will. Faced with such severe punishment, he had absolutely no room to refuse. Save them, I must save them. As for how to save them, heaven knows. And those 3 pieces of clothing, damn it, I'll figure it out as I go. Worst case, sacrifice some dignity? Just sacrifice some reputation.
Just as Li Qingxian was waging an internal battle, his expression constantly changing. The atmosphere in the Taoist temple remained frozen in despair. Zhou Yuqing took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the grief in his heart. He squeezed out a bitter smile on his face. He cupped his hands toward Li Qingxian. Regardless, thank you, Dr. Li, for your honesty, and sorry for troubling you to make this trip in vain. Junior brother Ling Xiao, please escort Dr. Li down the mountain to rest. The consultation fee and the compensation promised by our sect, I will personally. His words were not yet finished. Yun Nishang, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward, interrupting him. Wait. Yun Nishang's gaze locked firmly on Li Qingxuan's face. She was clever as ice and snow, with keen intuition. Although Li Qingxian had tried his best to conceal it, that momentary struggle that flashed across his face was still caught by her. Others might think Li Qingxian was merely regretful about being unable to help, but Yun Nishang vaguely felt that things might not be completely hopeless. She recalled when she was on the brink of death. This seemingly carefree doctor, how he had used his inconceivable acupuncture technique to pull her back from death's door. Perhaps he really does have a way? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance? Dr. Li. Yun Nishang's voice trembled slightly. I know Master's condition is extremely critical, and perhaps it's truly beyond saving. But, she gazed deeply at Li Qingxian, her tone filled with an almost pleading sincerity. But you saved me before, and I know your medical skills are far from ordinary. Do you have any other methods? Even if it's just to help Master hold on for a few more days, or allow him to regain consciousness briefly to leave some final instructions. I beg you, Dr. Li. Whatever conditions you have, the entire Tianyi sect will do our utmost to fulfill them. These were Yun Nishang's words. They instantly broke the deathly silence in the Taoist temple. All eyes were focused. The focus shifted back to Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian thought to himself silently. Ah, Yun Nishang, you've really handed me the perfect opportunity. He deliberately displayed a look of difficulty and inner struggle on his face, as if moved by Yun Nishang's sincerity, and appeared to be making an extremely difficult decision. He let out a long sigh and rubbed his temples. His tone carried a sense of burning bridges behind him. A solution? Well, there might be one. However, he paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, his expression becoming extremely serious. This method is extremely dangerous, almost defying the heavens itself. The chance of success is less than 5%. Moreover, if it fails, the consequences would be unimaginable. Master might have his soul scattered immediately. Furthermore, executing this method requires enormous costs and some extremely special, even unimaginable catalysts. He deliberately kept his words vague and ambiguous. This was both to leave himself a way out and to lay the groundwork for making certain special requests in the future. Even so, these words were enough to greatly lift the spirits of everyone from the Tianyi sect. Less than half a chance? That's still better than having no hope at all. Dr. Li. Is what you say true? Zhou Yuqing stepped forward excitedly, his voice trembling. As long as there's even a glimmer of hope, we are willing to try. Even Ling Zhao's cold face showed a look of determination. What's the cost? What medicinal materials do you need? Please feel free to tell us, Dr. Li. Elder Lu asked anxiously. Li Qingxian looked at their expectant eyes. The fish had taken the bait. He pretended to ponder, then slowly said, this matter requires careful consideration. I need time to thoroughly study your master's condition and prepare some special items. He changed his tone and looked at Zhou Yuqing. Those conditions I proposed earlier, especially regarding the sect's medical books, I'm afraid I'll need more extensive access rights. Also, during the treatment, I need absolute quiet and cooperation. His gaze swept almost imperceptibly over the three feminine figures present, with a hint of deeper meaning. Chapter 32, Selecting Forces, the charming senior sister and the cold-faced laborer. Li Qingxian stood still and took a deep breath. He knew the show must go on, and he had to make it even more convincing. He stepped forward 2 more paces. Walking to the jade bed, his gaze fell once again on Master Xuanyang's ashen face. He sighed inwardly. Such a troublesome situation, impossible to shake off. But he had no choice. With the system task pressing down on him, he couldn't back away. At the very least, he needed to figure out what exactly this soul-eroding source poison was. How could he treat it without any information? System, analyze the soul-eroding source poison inside Master Xuanyang's body, Li Qingxian silently commanded in his mind. Ding! Analyzing special target soul-eroding source poison requires 50 evil points. Do you confirm? Confirm. Li Qingxian replied without hesitation. Ding! Analysis complete. Immediately, a stream of information flooded into Li Qingxuan's mind. Soul corrosion poison, created by the master of the Black Mist Tower using 9 Abyss Earth Essence, supplemented with 100 types of resentful death energy, and combined with his own cultivated bizarre evil techniques. In its early stage, it silently infiltrates the meridians of the physical body. In the middle stage, it devours the vitality of the 5 organs and 6 viscera. In the late stage, it directly enters the soul's origin, forming an unbreakable symbiotic structure. The poison continuously absorbs the host's life force and soul energy to strengthen itself until the host is completely drained and the soul scatters. This poison is exceptionally domineering, and once it penetrates the soul, it is almost incurable. Note, any methods to replenish vitality or spiritual energy will accelerate the fusion between the poison and the host. Sure enough, after reading the description, Li Qingxian felt even more heavy-hearted. This poison was even more insidious and tyrannical than he had imagined. Even the system evaluation stated it was almost incurable. This showed just how difficult it was to deal with. However, the system had analyzed its components and principles, which at least gave him a thread to follow. The spirit-gathering soul preservation formation was indeed feeding the poison. The most urgent task was to stabilize Immortal Xuanyang's soul and prevent the poison from spreading further. However, Immortal Xuanyang's soul was now extremely weak, like a candle flame in the wind. Although the King of Hell's summoning needle was miraculous, it was a forceful acupuncture technique meant to stimulate potential and invoke vitality. While it might work wonders for ordinary soul injuries, using it in the current situation, one wrong move could extinguish that flickering flame completely. If one needle strike caused Immortal Xuanyang's soul to scatter immediately, then Li Qingxian would no longer be saving a life but becoming a murderer instead. Wouldn't the people of the Tianyi sect grind his bones to dust? No, he couldn't recklessly use needles. His understanding of cultivators' souls was still too limited. When it came to matters of the soul, mortal medical techniques were inadequate. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in battle. Li Qingxian made up his mind that he must first understand cultivators' souls thoroughly. As a prestigious and long-established sect, the Tianyi sect must have numerous medical books and records. With this thought, Li Qingxian raised his head. Looking at Zhou Yuqing, his face turned solemn. Taoist Zhou, to attempt treating your master, I first need a comprehensive understanding of the spiritual soul structure of cultivators, as well as your sect's research on such injuries. I need to consult all the medical books and texts in your sect's collection regarding soul essence, alchemy, and difficult miscellaneous conditions, he said solemnly. This concerns your master's life, and I hope to receive your sect's full support. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing nodded without hesitation. Of course. It's already our sect's fortune that Dr. Li is willing to help. How could we possibly deny access to some texts? After pondering for a moment, he turned to Elder Fong beside him. Elder Fong, given your profound knowledge in medicine and alchemy, as well as your familiarity with our sect's records, please accompany Dr. Li to the scripture pavilion. If Dr. Li has any questions, he can seek your guidance at any time. Elder Fong nodded, about to agree. Li Qingxian waved his hand, however, turning his gaze toward the still charming Aunt Lu. There's no need to trouble Elder Fong. He found a plausible reason. Elder Fong has rich experience and is most familiar with your master's condition. He should remain here to monitor your master's status at all times, just in case. I see that Aunt Lu also has profound insights into alchemy and medical principles. Having Aunt Lu accompany us would surely make our task twice as effective. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing thought Li Qingxian had considered things thoroughly and looked toward Lu Xinyao. Then we'll trouble Aunt Lu. Lu Xinyao slightly nodded, smiling gracefully. It's my duty. Li Qingxian secretly felt pleased with himself. Having Aunt Lu accompany them was naturally to establish some familiarity first, laying groundwork for that perverted task of getting her to take off her clothes later. Although, he didn't really believe she would obediently undress just because they became familiar. He shook his head, temporarily setting aside these impractical thoughts, and added, I'm not familiar with your sect, so when examining the texts, I'll inevitably need someone to help search for and transport materials, and I'll need an assistant who knows the sect well to accompany me. That's easy to arrange. Zhou Yuqing immediately said, Junior Sister Yun is detail-oriented and quite familiar with the scripture pavilion, so perhaps, not necessary. Li Qingxian interrupted directly. His gaze shifted. It landed on Gu Bea, who still wore a gloomy expression. With a hint of a smile curling at his lips, he pointed, I think this Taoist Master Gu would be quite suitable. The disciplinary hall oversees the sect's laws and punishments, so I presume you're also very familiar with the sect's forbidden areas and where special texts are stored. With Taoist Master Gu present, we can also avoid some unnecessary trouble. When these words were spoken, not only was Gu Bea stunned, even Zhou Yuqing, Lu Xinyao, and the others showed surprised expressions. No one expected Li Qingxian would call out Gu Bea's name. These two were at each other's throats just moments ago, with tension thick in the air. Gu Bea's face turned ashen, and he refused almost instantly. Me? On what grounds? I still have important matters to attend to at the criminal law hall. Li Qingxian raised an eyebrow and said in a flat tone, It seems that Taoist Gu is unwilling to put in any effort to help treat your master? Very well, everyone has their own aspirations, and one cannot force things. Since that's the case, I won't handle this hot potato either. Junior brother Gu. Zhou Yuqing's face darkened as she shouted sternly, Master's life is at stake, and the sect's greater interests must take priority. How can you be caught up in petty personal grievances at this crucial moment? Quickly apologize to Dr. Li and follow his arrangements.
At Zhou Yuqing's outburst, Gu Beiya choked up, his chest heaving violently. He glanced at the expressionless Li Qingxian, then at the stern-faced senior brother. In the end, he still gritted his teeth firmly. He knew that if he remained stubborn at this moment, not to mention senior brother, even the other junior brothers and sisters probably won't show him any kindness. Yes, I understand, senior brother. Gu Beiya squeezed a few words through his gritted teeth. He glared fiercely at Li Qingxian. That gaze seemed ready to devour him alive. Li Qingxian inwardly sneered. Kid, you dare to challenge me? Let you ramble on just now. I, Li Qingxian, never hold grudges overnight. Ding! Successfully forced the hostile target to submit, evil value +10. Li Qingxian felt pleased. He cupped his hands toward Zhou Yuqing. Time is of the essence, let's head to the scripture library now. The group then walked out of the Taoist temple. Chapter 33, Escalating Troubles. Li, you're not done yet, are you? The scripture library of Tianyi sect. Nestled in a secluded valley behind the main peak. The tower had an ancient and majestic appearance, with upturned eaves and interlocking brackets. It exuded a profound historical heritage. Spiritual energy swirled in the surroundings, protected by strict arrays. This was clearly a sacred ground of the sect. The three arrived before the scripture collection tower. The tower's guardian disciples verified their identities and respectfully led them inside. The interior of the scripture collection tower was vastly spacious, far exceeding what could be seen from the outside. Rows of enormous bookshelves, several zhang tall, stood densely arranged. They were filled with jade slips, beast skin scrolls, and yellowed ancient texts. A sea of knowledge as vast as smoke. The air was permeated with a faint scent of ink and a unique fragrance of spirit wood. Gu Beiya followed behind Li Qingxian and Lu Xinyo with a dark expression. His eyes were gloomy and his footsteps heavy. Each step seemed as if he wanted to stomp a hole in the ground. Lu Xinyo walked in front, explaining softly, the first floor of the scripture pavilion mainly contains basic cultivation methods and miscellaneous records. The second floor houses the various branch inheritances in magical arts, while the third floor stores the sect's core secret classics and notes from past generations. Most texts about medicine and alchemy are concentrated in the eastern area of the second floor. Li Qingxian nodded, his gaze quickly sweeping across the surroundings. He secretly marveled at the profound heritage of this immortal cultivation sect. The three arrived at the eastern side of the second floor. Sure enough, the bookshelves here were filled with texts related to medicine. Gu Beiya had just come to a stop, not even having a chance to catch his breath. Then came Li Qingxuan's casual voice. Taoist Gu, if you would be so kind, please bring me all the medical books here. All of them? Gu Beiya's voice suddenly rose, his eyes widening like brass bells. You Li, do you even know how many books are here? You're just a mortal doctor, can you even read them all? The medical books on these shelves numbered at least in the thousands. Even for him, a golden core cultivator. Moving all of them would require quite some effort. This was clearly deliberate provocation. Li Qingxian didn't even lift his eyelids, leisurely walking to a bookshelf. He casually picked up a jade slip, pretending to examine it, then spoke indifferently. Does Taoist Gu find it difficult? Well, it is physical labor after all. My apologies for troubling you. If that's the case, then never mind, it seems your master's illness. You. Gu Beiya was so angry he nearly drew his sword on the spot. Gu Beiya. Lu Xinyo frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Dr. Li is trying to quickly familiarize himself with the situation to treat the sect master. How dare you show such an attitude? Go now. Gu Beiya looked at Lu Xinyo's reproachful gaze. He thought again about master's condition. A mouthful of blood seemed to be stuck in his chest, neither going up nor down. When had he, the respected second senior brother of the Tianyi sect, ever suffered such humiliation? Finally, he suppressed his anger and said through gritted teeth, "Fine. I'll move them." As he spoke, he began to channel his spiritual power. Using his magical powers, he levitated the jade slips, ancient scrolls, and texts from row after row of bookshelves. He deliberately controlled his force. But with anger churning in his heart, occasionally a few books fell to the ground with soft thuds. This drew a meaningful glance from Li Qingxian, which only made him more irritated. He piled everything up in the empty space Li Qingxian had designated. After a while, a small mountain of books had formed on the empty ground. Beads of sweat appeared on Gu Beiya's forehead. It wasn't from exhaustion, but from anger. Li Qingxian finally put down the jade slip in his hand with satisfaction. He walked to the pile of books. A solemn expression appeared on his face. To be honest, he felt quite excited inside. Although the Li family's medical techniques were sophisticated, they were still mundane inheritances after all. These immortal medical books represented a completely new field for him. The knowledge about spiritual medicines, spiritual bodies, and soul essence recorded within. These were all completely new to him. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He casually picked up what appeared to be the oldest beast skin scroll, and began reading it with great eagerness. His reading speed was extremely fast. The knowledge infused by the system gave him comprehension and memory abilities far beyond ordinary people.
Given the time constraints, he directly skipped over the basic theories and irrelevant content. He specifically focused on chapters about soul damage, strange poisons, and special treatment techniques. Whenever he encountered obscure passages that were difficult to understand, he would immediately consult Lu Xinyao beside him. Elder Lu, while the concept of 3 Hun souls and 7 Pa souls bears similarities to mortal medical theory, the specific description of the command soul residing in the ancestral aperture, assisted by the heavenly surge and spirit wisdom Pa souls, refers to. And regarding this Azure Wood soul returning pill, it emphasizes using midnight moonlight dew as a catalyst. Could this be to harness its extreme yin energy to balance the pill's otherwise too vigorous vitality, preventing shock to the damaged soul? Lu Xinyao had initially adopted a merely cooperative attitude. But as Li Qingxuan's questions delved deeper, the casualness gradually disappeared from her face. It was replaced by a hint of surprise. The questions Li Qingxian raised often struck directly at the core issues from challenging angles. Some viewpoints were so profound that even she, an elder immersed in the Tao of alchemy for hundreds of years, needed to think carefully before answering. Moreover, although Li Qingxian had no spiritual power, his profound understanding of medical principles and thorough analysis of ailments far exceeded her expectations for a mortal physician, especially certain approaches he occasionally proposed. Although seemingly wild and unrestrained, it subtly aligned with certain lost ancient methods. It made her eyes light up with interest. Dr. Li's insights are unique. I admire them, Harkyao said respectfully. After carefully answering the questions, Lu Xinyao smiled gracefully. Always addressing me as senior sister seems too formal. If Dr. Li doesn't mind, you can directly call me by my name, Lu Xinyao. Li Qingxuan's heart stirred upon hearing this. This was a good sign of their relationship growing closer. He immediately seized the opportunity, displaying a perfectly measured smile. Then I shall respectfully comply. Fellow Daoist Xinyao not only has profound cultivation and excellent medical skills, but even your name is so pleasant to hear it suits you perfectly. Ding! Triggered mild flirting behavior. Target's mind slightly rippled, evil value +1. Lu Xinyao was momentarily stunned by his sudden compliment. She then smiled sweetly, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks, adding even more to her captivating charm. Meanwhile, Gu Bea had already made several trips back and forth. He brought more books, exhausted and panting heavily. In his heart, he had already cursed Li Qingxian to hell and back, just as he put down the last stack of jade scrolls, and was about to take a breather. Li Qingxian spoke with furrowed brows. Taoist Master Gu, why did you bring over so many random and messy books? Li Qingxian picked up a thick book with postpartum care and raising of spirit pigs written on the cover, waving it around. I asked for medical books about soul, strange poisons, and difficult illnesses. Look at all this nonsense you've brought. Gu Bea nearly choked on his breath. Weren't you the one who told me to bring all the medical books? I told you to bring all the relevant medical books. Li Qingxian wore an expression as if looking at an idiot. You can't even make such a basic distinction? Truly a hopeless case. Now, would Taoist Master Gu please sort out all these irrelevant materials and take them away? Don't waste my precious time entreating your master. Lu Xinyao watched as Gu Bea looked like he was about to explode with anger. He glanced at the book Postpartum Care for Spirit Pigs. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and felt more dissatisfaction with Gu Bea's inefficiency. Ding! Successfully provoked the hostile target and made him lose face in front of his fellow disciples, malice value +15. Fine, fine, fine. Gu Bea laughed in extreme anger, gritting his teeth. I'll sort them right now. He squatted down and began angrily sorting through the pile of books. His movements didn't look like he was organizing books, but rather like he was tearing Li Qingxuan's handsome face to shreds. Chapter 34. One sentence makes an Yuan-ing grandmaster draw his sword for me. Li Qingxian browsed through the jade slip for a while, watching how Gu Bea was sorting the books. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, "Oh my, I'm feeling a bit thirsty after reading for so long. Taoist Gu, please go fetch me a cup of water." Gu Bea abruptly raised his head, his eyes almost shooting fire. Who do you think you're ordering around? Li Qingxian closed the book scroll and made a motion to stand up, not even willing to bring a cup of water? It seems Taoist Gu truly doesn't want to save your master. So be it, we cannot work together if our paths differ. Taoist Xinyao, I think we should. I'll go. Gu Bea abruptly stood up. He practically squeezed these 2 words out through gritted teeth, then turned and left. A moment later, he returned with a cup of clear water. He set it down heavily on the ground in front of Li Qingxian. Water splashed everywhere. Li Qingxian didn't even look at him and continued reading with his head lowered. Another incense stick's worth of time passed. Li Qingxian put down the jade slip. He stretched lazily and said as if casually, I've been sitting too long, my shoulders are a bit sore. Taoist Gu, come over and massage my shoulders. Li, you're asking for death. Gu Bea could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, his hand already gripping his sword hilt. What? You want to attack me? Li Qingxian raised his head. His gaze was calm and undisturbed, even carrying a hint of provocation.
Not even willing to massage my shoulders? It seems that Tiani sex hospitality isn't much after all. Since that's the case, junior brother Gu.
Willow Xinyao spoke up again to stop him, her tone becoming stern. Dr. Li has been working tirelessly for the sect leader. How can you be so disrespectful?
Gu Bea watched as Lu Xinyao defended Li Qingxian.
He felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the urge to draw his sword. With an ashen face, he walked behind Li Qingxian and said through gritted teeth, "Fine, I'll massage you." He stretched out his hand, ready to apply some force, to give this guy a good relaxation.
Wait.
Li Qingxian suddenly dodged to the side, looking at him vigilantly.
Never mind, never mind.
Seeing how you're grinding your teeth, I'm afraid you'll take revenge and crush my shoulder blades.
You go pick some books over there. Ding. Taunting hostile target, evil value +10. Gu Bea's outstretched hand froze in mid-air. His face turned from blue to purple, then from purple to black. It was quite a spectacle.
Li Qingxian ignored him and turned to look at Lu Xinyao.
A harmless smile appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist Xinyao, I'm feeling a bit tired from reading. I wonder if I could trouble you to give me a light shoulder massage?
When Xinyao Lu heard this, she was visibly stunned.
To ask her, an elder of the Tiani sect, to massage the shoulders of a mortal man? This request was indeed somewhat inappropriate.
She instinctively glanced at Beitai Gu beside her, who was nearly fuming with anger.
Then she looked at Li Qingxuan's face, which showed signs of fatigue. She thought about Master Xuanyang's illness. She thought about how Li Qingxian was currently their only hope. She thought about the extraordinary medical knowledge he had just demonstrated. Lu Xinyao struggled internally for a moment. Fine, in special times, one shouldn't be overly concerned with minor formalities. As long as they could save the sect leader, what did such small matters count for?
Besides, she could indeed sense that Li Qingxian had expended tremendous mental energy
in researching the illness. All right. Lu Xinyao nodded slightly and walked behind Li Qingxian.
She extended her delicate jade-like hands, with a hint of hesitation,
gently rested on Li Qingxuan's shoulder.
Her fingertips touched the fabric. Even through the layer of clothing, she could feel the warmth of his shoulder and the firm muscle contours.
Lu Xinyao's movements were somewhat awkward,
but she controlled the pressure perfectly, neither too light nor too heavy,
carrying a gentle spiritual force. It slowly permeated, soothing the tense muscles. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose.
Li Qingxian felt those jade-like, soft hands on his shoulders,
and the soft body drawing close behind him. His heart couldn't help but flutter. Lu Xinyao carried a serene quality that seemed detached from worldly conflicts.
Being with her seemed to make one forget worldly troubles and find inner peace. Indeed, the grace of a beauty was quite pleasant to experience.
He contentedly narrowed his eyes, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility.
His tone became languid. Fellow Taoist Xinyao, your technique is truly exquisite compared to those massage masters I used to visit at brothels. Medical halls. Yours is 100 times better.
Lu Xingyao's hands paused briefly.
She quickly resumed her gentle kneading, speaking softly. Dr. Li is too kind. I merely know a bit about acupoints and meridians.
If it can help relieve your fatigue, that would be most satisfactory. Oh, by the way, senior brother Gu.
Li Qingxian suddenly remembered something and turned his head toward Gu Bea. I find the atmosphere in this scripture pavilion rather stuffy. Reading here makes one quite drowsy.
Why don't you call over a couple of graceful female disciples to dance here for entertainment?
It might help keep this doctor alert, and who knows, inspiration might strike.
You! Gu Bea could no longer contain his anger and roared. You mortal commoner, how dare you be so impudent? Clang!
He violently drew the long sword from his waist.
The sword's edge pointed directly at Li Qingxian.
Sharp sword, she instantly filled the entire second floor of the scripture pavilion. The pages of books rustled loudly in the invisible force of the wind.
Lu Xinyao's expression changed slightly as she exclaimed, Junior brother Gu, you must not. However, Gu Bea was already blinded by rage at this moment.
He was beyond listening to any persuasion. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Li Qingxian,
like an enraged beast ready to devour its prey.
Li Qingxian faced the sharp sword tip at close range,
yet his expression remained calm.
There was even a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
He clearly didn't take Gu Bea's threats seriously at all. What's this, Taoist Gu drawing your sword? Is this how you treat a guest with mundane weapons? Ding!
Successfully provoked the hostile target and induced strong killing intent, evil value +20. As the system prompt rang out timely, Li Qingxian felt secretly delighted. Seeing this situation, Lu Xinyao hurriedly stepped forward. Placing herself between the two men, she rebuked him sternly. Junior brother Gu,
have you gone mad? Stop this at once. How dare you act so recklessly in the sacred scripture hall?
While scolding him, she secretly circulated her spiritual power. Her sleeves moved without any wind,
ready to intervene at any moment to stop Gu Bea's impulsive actions. Gu Bea watched how Lu Xinyao was protecting Li Qingxian.
His chest heaved violently, and veins bulged on the back of his sword-holding hand. He stared fixedly at Li Qingxian, enunciating each word. Li, you just wait. After saying this, he withdrew his sword, sheathing the blade. Then he abruptly turned around and rushed out of the scripture hall without looking back. Bang! He slammed the heavy hall door shut with great force, creating a tremendous noise. Immediately after, deafening explosions rang out from outside, mixed with frenzied roars of rage. The entire scripture hall trembled slightly from the shockwaves. Lu Xinyao's fine eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked worriedly toward the door and said softly, "Junior brother Gu." Li Qingxian, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He remained casually seated beside the pile of books. He even perked up his ears with interest, listening to the commotion outside. It seems Master Gu is quite energetic with such a strong voice. He must be in good health, nothing serious to worry about. Lu Xinya shook her head helplessly and sighed. My junior brother Gu is straightforward and easily agitated. Dr. Li, please don't take offense. Li Qingxian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, It's fine. He's young and full of vigor, I understand. Chapter 35 Earth-shattering news. Ling Xiao supports Li Qingxian. The thunderous noise outside the scripture pavilion quickly subsided. About an hour later, creak, the main door was pushed open from outside. Gu Beiya walked in with a calm expression. His Taoist robe remained impeccable and his hair bun was neatly tied again, if not for the trace of bloodshot still lingering in the depths of his eyes. One might indeed think that the figure who seemed to lose control in anger just now was merely an illusion. He stepped in and walked straight toward Li Qingxian. Without saying another word, he heavily placed a jade slip on top of the pile of books, making a dull thud sound. Here are the texts about strange poisons and unusual symptoms you wanted. There's still some more in the Hall of Punishment storage, Gu Beiya said stiffly. After speaking, he retreated to the side like avoiding a plague, closing his eyes to rest, as if looking at Li Qingxian for one more second would taint his eyes. Li Qingxian cast a sidelong glance at him. He picked up the jade slip, gave it a casual look, then tossed it aside. His mood was quite good at the moment, having accumulated quite a few more evil points. He couldn't be bothered to care about Gu Beiya's somewhat childish act of revenge. If he kept teasing him, they might really draw swords against each other, which would affect the rescue mission. He turned his attention back to the pile of books before him, continuing to study diligently. Time flew by as night fell. For a full half day, Li Qingxian had barely moved from this area on the east side of the second floor of the scripture pavilion. Like a sponge, he greedily absorbed the knowledge from the immortal medical texts and classics. Lu Xinyao patiently remained by his side throughout. She meticulously answered various questions that Li Qingxian raised from time to time, from initial cooperation to now subtle anticipation. Her attitude towards Li Qingxian was also quietly undergoing a change. As for Gu Beiya, though he still maintained his sour face, he had silently helped Li Qingxian organize the book several times during this period. He even took the initiative to fetch water twice. However, each time he still set it down heavily on the ground. After half a day of study, Li Qingxian gained a relatively clear understanding of what cultivators called the divine soul. The so-called divine soul is the foundation of a cultivator's being and the root of their life. While it shares some similarities with what mortals call the soul, there are fundamental differences between them. Mortal souls are fragile and ethereal. They depend on physical bodies to exist. When the body decays, the soul shall dissipate between heaven and earth. At most, only a trace of obsession remains, transforming into something akin to a ghost. A cultivator's divine soul, however, is formed through postnatal cultivation by absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, continuously condensing and strengthening it. Once the divine soul is fully cultivated, it can separate from the physical body and exist independently, freely roaming through heaven and earth, even possessing the power to seize bodies and reincarnate, wielding all sorts of incredible divine abilities. A cultivator's spirit can be further divided into primordial spirit and conscious spirit. Li Qingxian murmured while reading through an ancient text. The primordial spirit is the core of one's spirit, where the true soul resides, and it determines a cultivator's foundation and future potential. The conscious spirit is the external manifestation of the primordial spirit, governing a cultivator's 5 senses and closely connected to the physical body. The theory of 3 souls and 7 ethereal souls in the cultivation world is not unfounded, but rather a detailed classification of the conscious spirit. He put down the ancient text in his hand and rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. In his mind, he quickly organized the complex medical knowledge, Tianchong, Linghui, and Chipa, the 3 souls. It governs the cultivator's spirituality, wisdom, and courage. The 7 corporeal souls correspond to the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the physical body, as well as various instinctive responses. The soul-corroding source poison that Xianyang Zhenren has been afflicted with now starts by targeting the consciousness spirit, then gradually penetrates into the primordial spirit. Domineering and venomous, extremely difficult to deal with. Why did it have to be the most troublesome soul issue? Li Qingxian pondered silently. Although his medical skills were divine and he had the system to rely on, when facing this mysterious poison that affected the very source of the soul, he still found it incredibly challenging. Seeing this, Lu Xinyao quickly handed him a cup of clear tea and said softly, "Dr. Li, there's no need to rush. Soul ailments are inherently dangerous and cannot be cured in a day. You already have a deep understanding and you'll surely find the right direction." Li Qingxian smiled and drank the tea in one gulp. "Direction, perhaps I have a slight idea." He didn't elaborate, just returned to his research. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell upon the Tianyi sect's Taoist temple, Zhou Yuqing was already pacing anxiously inside the temple. Elder Fang and Lin Qingwan also sat with solemn expressions, quietly seated on meditation cushions. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Yun Nishang stood by the side, her cold and elegant face unable to conceal her worry. She gazed toward the scripture library and spoke softly. "Senior brother, it's been a day and night already. Dr. Li is still in the scripture library and we don't know how things are going." Zhou Yuqing let out a sigh. He stopped in his tracks, looking toward Elder Fang. "Elder Fang, with your profound medical expertise and vast experience, what do you think? This Dr. Li, what are his chances of success?" Upon hearing this, Elder Fang slowly shook his head. "I dare not make any rash claims. The poison has penetrated deep into the soul's essence. In my hundreds of years of medical practice, I have never encountered such a thorny condition. Although Dr. Li possessed extraordinary medical skills, he was still just a mortal after all." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already quite clear. The implication was that he didn't think highly of Li Qingxian. Hearing Elder Fang speak this way, Zhou Yuqing's heart sank even further. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, Ling Xiao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Her tone was calm but certain. "Li Qingxuan's medical skills are truly formidable." As soon as these words were spoken, an eerie silence fell over the entire main hall of the Taoist temple. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In their impression, Ling Xiao had always been quiet and reserved, rarely speaking or smiling. He rarely praised others, especially a mortal physician. "Junior brother Ling Xiao, what did you say? You know this Dr. Li very well?" Zhou Yuqing wondered if she had misheard and couldn't help but ask again for confirmation. Ling Xiao's expression remained cold and aloof, yet his eyes carried a rare hint of seriousness. He briefly explained how Li Qingxian diagnosed Su Meng after descending the mountain. He briefly explained about treating his internal injuries. His needle technique is extremely profound, seemingly able to summon certain forces of nature far beyond what ordinary medical skills could compare to. Moreover, with just a glance, he accurately identified the hidden ailment in my Dantian. That concealed injury went unnoticed even by several elders in our sect. Ling Xiao paused slightly at this point, his tone once again filled with admiration. "He is truly extraordinary." As these words were spoken, the shock in everyone's hearts intensified. Ling Xiao's cultivation advancement. They had certainly noticed it, but they never imagined it was actually Li Qingxuan's accomplishment. If that's the case, do you think this Dr. Li might succeed? Zhou Yuqing's tone became urgent. Yun Nishang also stepped forward and said softly, "Senior brother, I too suffered soul damage that day and was saved by him. This Dr. Li, though of mortal origin, indeed possesses unique abilities. And, his father Li Chun, second senior brother, you should be familiar with him." "Li Chun?" Zhou Yuqing started upon hearing this, his brows furrowing slightly. He seemed to recall something from the past and was about to ask in detail. From outside the Taoist temple, sudden light footsteps could be heard. Then, Li Qingxuan's figure appeared at the temple entrance. Behind him followed Lu Xinyao and Gu Beiya. Chapter 36. The Divine Doctor returns. Treatment begins now. Let no one interfere. Well, good morning to all you Taoist masters. Li Qingxian greeted everyone with a face full of smiles. He showed no signs of fatigue despite having studied hard in the scripture pavilion all night. Zhou Yuqing hurriedly went forward to meet him and anxiously asked, "Dr. Li, have you made any progress studying the ancient texts? When might you begin treating our master?" Hearing this, Li Qingxian smiled slightly, his tone calm. Now. Everyone was shocked, their faces full of astonishment and disbelief. They had originally thought they would need to wait at least a few more days, or even longer before Li Qingxian would begin the treatment. "Dr. Li, are you serious? You want to start now?" Zhou Yuqing's tone was somewhat excited, his voice trembling slightly. Li Qingxian raised his eyebrows slightly and countered, "What else would you suggest? There's no better time than the present. Does Taoist Zhou want to delay further and watch your master's condition continue to deteriorate?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing was at a loss for words. He hastily shook his head and said, No, of course not. It's just too sudden, and we haven't made proper preparations yet. When it comes to saving lives, it's like putting out a fire. What's there to prepare?" Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively and said casually, "Don't worry, this doctor knows what he's doing." He paused, turning his gaze toward Elder Fang beside him, his tone carrying a hint of instruction. "Elder Fang, I trouble you, venerable sir, to prepare several medicinal pills." Elder Fang was slightly stunned, looking toward Li Qingxian with some confusion.
Li Qingxian quickly listed several pill names: spirit purifying pill, mind focusing pill, soul stabilizing pill, and some other soul related pills, about 8 to 10 bottles of each. Elder Fong's eye twitched upon hearing this. These are all precious healing medicines treasured by the sect. Usually, one would think twice before using even a single pill. Yet this youngster casually asks for dozens of bottles. Does he think they're candies? However, thinking of the sect leader's life at stake, Elder Fong couldn't care about the cost anymore and said in a deep voice, "Fine, I'll go get them right away." After speaking, Elder Fong hurriedly turned and left. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction only then. His gaze swept across everyone present, and he spoke again. "Now, I will begin the acupuncture treatment. The process is dangerous and cannot afford any mistakes. I need absolute tranquility. All non-essential personnel must retreat outside the Taoist temple and stay away." Zhou Yuqing and others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Li Qingxian paused briefly, then added, "However, I need someone to assist me during the acupuncture, to hand me things and help with basic tasks." He pointed his finger first toward Lu Xinyao. Fellow Taoist Lu has exquisite medical skills and a meticulous mind, so she naturally needs to stay. Lu Xinyao nodded slightly, indicating she understood. Then, Li Qingxuan's finger pointed towards Yun Nishang. "Miss Yun has suffered soul injuries before, so your sensitivity to soul matters must be different from others. Please stay as well." A flash of surprise crossed Yun Nishang's cold eyes, but she still gave a slight nod. Finally, Li Qingxuan's gaze swept around the temple, deliberately lingering on Gu Beiya for a moment. Gu Beiya's heart suddenly tightened. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. His body instinctively tensed up. He was actually afraid that this mortal would come up with some strange idea to torture him. Realizing this, a sense of shame and anger immediately surged in Gu Beiya's heart. He was a golden core cultivator of all people. How could he be afraid of a mere mortal? Fortunately, Li Qingxuan's gaze quickly passed over him, finally landing on the red-robed woman who had remained cold as ice. "And you?" Li Qingxian stroked his chin, as if seriously considering. "Taoist Lin, you stay as well." Lin Qingwan heard her own name. A rare trace of bewilderment appeared on her cold and beautiful face. It quickly turned into icy anger. "Me? On what grounds?" Her phoenix eyes flashed with murderous intent as she coldly stared at Li Qingxian. "Li, don't even think about using the same tricks on me that you used on Gu Beiya. I'm not a fool like him." Zhou Yuqing was also somewhat troubled and quickly stepped forward to explain. "Dr. Li, there's certainly no problem with junior sister Lu staying behind to assist. However, junior sister Yun and junior sister Lin are both focused on sword cultivation, and when it comes to medical arts, they can be said to know absolutely nothing. Keeping them here, I'm afraid they won't be of much help, will they? Who said I needed their help?" Li Qingxian raised his eyebrows, wearing a matter-of-fact expression. "What I need is a catalyst." "Medicine catalyst?" Zhou Yuqing, Lu Xinyao, and others exchanged bewildered glances, all confused. Li Qingxian crossed his arms and spoke leisurely. "As I mentioned before, my method of treating your master is rather unique, almost defying the natural order, so the medicinal catalysts required are naturally extraordinary as well." His gaze swept across the graceful figures of the three women. "These three are the indispensable medicinal catalysts for my acupuncture treatment. Not one can be missing." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing's heart was instantly filled with shock and turmoil. Using 3 junior sisters as medicinal catalysts? This was absolutely unheard of. In his understanding, how was this any different from evil practices? He was at a loss about what to do. Instinctively, he looked toward Ling Xiao beside him, seeking his opinion. Ling Xiao's gaze swept between Li Qingxian and the 3 female cultivators. Though his face remained expressionless, he gave a slight nod to Zhou Yuqing. Having received Ling Xiao's affirmation, Zhou Yuqing's heart trembled, and after gritting his teeth, he finally made his decision. "Very well. Since Dr. Li says so, we shall cooperate fully." He turned his head to look at Lin Qingwan and said with sincere persuasion, "Junior sister Lin, master's life hangs in the balance. I hope you can prioritize the greater good and cooperate with Dr. Li's treatment." Lin Qingwan pressed her lips tightly together. The cold glint in her eyes intensified. But in the end, she just snorted coldly and turned her head away, signaling her tacit agreement. Seeing this, Zhou Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands to Li Qingxian. "Dr. Li, we entrust everything to you. We'll wait outside the temple. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call us." After saying this, Zhou Yuqing led the others out of the temple and carefully closed the hall door. Inside the temple, it suddenly grew quiet. Standing there were Li Qingxian, Lu Xinyao, Yun Nishan, and Lin Qingwan, 4 people in total. 3 female cultivators with distinct styles but equally outstanding appearances, and 1 seemingly nonchalant mortal doctor, all gathered in the same room, about to perform an unusual treatment. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat peculiar. Li Qingxuan's expression remained unchanged. He walked over to the recently delivered medicinal pills and instructed Lu Xinyao, "Fellow Daoist Xinyao, please arrange these pills in order of mind clearing, spirit focusing, soul returning, and life sustaining. I'll need them when I apply the needles." Lu Xinyao did as she was told.
She carefully arranged the bottles of precious medicinal pills on the low table.
The medicinal fragrance filled the air.
Then, Li Qingxian turned to Yin Nishang and Lin Qingwan, his expression becoming serious. Both of you, wait aside for now. When I tell you to do something, do it immediately. Remember, there must not be even a moment's hesitation or delay, or all our efforts will be wasted, and you'll bear the consequences. Yun Nishang and Lin Qingwan exchanged glances. Although their hearts were still filled with doubt and resistance, but thinking of their master whose life hung in the balance,
they finally nodded silently in agreement. Having given his instructions, Li Qingxian said no more.
He slowly walked to the jade bed. Looking at Master Xianyan lying on the bed, his breath feeble and his face ashen as death, he took a deep breath. To save a life was also to save himself. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold. His fingers moved swiftly, taking out a set of ancient-styled silver needles from his robe. These needles were no ordinary metal, their bodies gleaming with a faint luster, with subtle spiritual energy fluctuations. These were the magical tools that Lu Xinyo had given him earlier. She knew well that the technique Li Qingxian was about to perform was extraordinary, and ordinary tools would not be able to handle it. Only this set of magical silver needles, meticulously crafted from special spiritual materials,
could match that almost heaven-defying healing method.
9 spirit pivot needles, lock soul, and anchor spirit. With a low shout, the 9 silver needles flew like shooting stars chasing the moon.
They struck with perfect precision into 9 vital acupoints on Master Xuanyang's body, the Baihui at the crown, the Yintang between the eyebrows, the Shanzhong at the chest, and others. Chapter 37, 9 Needles Soul Lock, Violent Poison's Devastating Backlash.
The needles penetrated 3 feet deep without a sound. However, the moment the silver needles were inserted, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The soul-corroding source poison, originally dormant in Master Xuanyang's body, suddenly erupted as if violently provoked. Wisps of black qi, like living venomous snakes, frantically poured out from Master Xuanyang's 7 apertures and every pore on his body, twisting and spiraling in the air, emanating waves of chilling aura that made one's heart palpitate. The toxic core lurking deep in Master Xuanyang's spiritual essence, awakened like a fierce beast, wrapped in dense death energy, towards the position of the 9 silver needles, ferociously struck back. Sensing the violent counterattack of the poison, Li Qingxuan's gaze sharpened, yet he showed no sign of panic, merely observing coldly, allowing the black qi to surge forward like a tide, dyeing the silver needles ink black. Lin Qingwan, standing to the side, saw this ink-like black qi, and exclaimed in alarm, Li Qingxian, the poison is attacking his heart. Do something quickly. Shut up. Li Qingxian didn't even look back as he shouted sternly, his eyes cold as blades. Lin Qingwan's delicate body trembled, her eyes immediately blazing with anger, almost drawing her sword. How dare he speak so harshly to her, an elder of the Tianyi sect? But Lu Xinyao beside her quickly grabbed her sleeve, her eyes signaling her to calm down. Lu Xinyao herself was also terrified, but she forced herself to look at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian remained deaf to the commotion behind him. All his attention was focused on the changes occurring within Master Xuanyang's body. Just as the core of the soul-corroding poison was about to reach the needle tip, a flash of brilliance appeared in Li Qingxuan's eyes. His right hand suddenly reached out, 5 fingers spread wide. Some kind of pattern seemed to flicker briefly in his palm. An invisible force of absorption instantly enveloped Master Xuanyang's body. Soul-seizing hand. Mortal body reverse, blood essence as blade. Fall back. In an instant, the originally weak blood essence within Master Xuanyang's body, as if pulled by a domineering force, suddenly reversed direction, fiercely collided with the approaching soul-corroding source poison. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Blood essence and poison clashed, creating a piercing sound like boiling water being poured onto oil. That originally fierce soul-corroding source poison. Under this sudden counterflow impact, its offensive immediately stagnated. It was even forcibly pushed back an inch. Now, a fierce glint flashed in Li Qingxuan's eyes as he extended his hand without hesitation. The pills. Lu Xinyao was already prepared. Upon hearing this, she immediately handed over the first bottle of heart-clearing pills. Li Qingxian took the jade bottle and, without even looking at it, immediately pulled out the stopper. Like pouring beans, he poured the entire bottle of pills, all of them down Master Xuanyang's throat, before they could even react. Second bottle. Mind-focusing pills. Third bottle. Soul-stabilizing pills. Li Qingxuan's movements were so fast only after images remained. Without any hesitation or delay, in an instant, 4 types of pills, a total of more than 40 healing sacred medicines, were all stuffed into Master Xuanyang's mouth at once. Lu Xinyao watched from the side, her heart pounding and her pretty face turning pale. What kind of medicine feeding method is this? These pills, each containing enormous medicinal power. Normally, taking just one requires careful refinement. To force down dozens of pills so brutally at the same time, the medicinal power would instantly explode. Let alone the critically injured sect leader. Even a cultivator at their peak wouldn't be able to withstand such violent medicinal impact. At best, it would burst their meridians. At worst, their body would explode on the spot. She instinctively wanted to stop him, crying out, "Dr. Li, you can't." However, when her gaze met Li Qingxuan's calm eyes, the rest of her words couldn't come out. In those eyes, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic or hesitation. Only absolute confidence in having everything under control. What seemed like an action that would horrify any physician. To him, it was nothing but natural. For no apparent reason, Lu Xinyao's frantically beating heart miraculously calmed down. Though Yun Nishang and Lin Xingwan knew nothing about medicine, they could still tell that Li Qingxuan's method of administering medicine was too aggressive, almost reckless. Their delicate brows furrowed. But having learned their lesson before, they dared not speak further. They could only clench their fists and bite their lips. Li Qingxian paid no attention to the gazes behind him. He just focused intently on Master Xuanyang's reaction. Those forcefully administered pills dissolved instantly upon entering, transforming into 4 streams of medicinal power, each with a different color. Like 4 awakening dragons, they roared as they rushed into Master Xuanyang's dried and fragile meridians. However, this seemingly boundless life-giving medicinal power, upon encountering the equally violent soul-corroding poison, was like fire meeting boiling oil, erupted with even more violent power. Boom! The medicinal force and poison force collided in their most primal form within the narrow battlefield of meridians. Master Xuanyang's previously calm body began to shake violently. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the surface of his skin, like parched earth about to shatter. Black chi seeped out from between the cracks. Compared to before, it was even more concentrated, more sinister. What's happening? Lu Xinyao could no longer maintain her composure. Her face turned ghastly pale as she cried out in shock. This scene was 100 times more terrifying than the worst scenario she had imagined. Master's body was breaking down. Yun Nishang and Lin Xingwan's delicate bodies also trembled violently, their expressions extremely grave. Their hands were already on their sword hilts. The atmosphere in the hall froze to an ice point. Sharp killing intent began to spread uncontrollably. Just when everyone thought it was beyond salvation, an anomaly occurred again. Master Xianyang, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly had his eyelids twitch slightly. Then, he slowly opened his eyes to a narrow slit. What kind of eyes were those? Murky, dim, filled with emptiness. Like a bottomless pool of stagnant water, devoid of any signs of life. But even so, the opening of these eyes was like a bright lamp being lit in darkness, instantly igniting hope in everyone's hearts. Master! Yun Nishan was the first to react, calling out with joy, her voice slightly trembling. Though Zhou Yuqing and the others were not inside the room, they had been monitoring the situation with their divine sense. They sensed the change in Master Xuanyang's aura. Everyone was shocked to their core. Ecstatic. Incredulous. He's coming back to life? There really is hope? Master Xuanyang's gaze slowly swept across everyone in the hall, finally landing on Li Qingxian, who stood beside the bed. His gaze remained hollow, but there seemed to be a hint of confusion in it. He moved his lips as if wanting to say something, but his throat could only produce hoarse sounds, completely unable to form sentences. Li Qingxian bent down and whispered into Master Xuanyang's ear, "Master, I know you're very weak right now. There's no need to rush to speak, just listen to me first." His voice carried a strange soothing power. It gradually calmed Master Xuanyang's originally agitated aura. The soul-corroding poison within your body has deeply intertwined with the essence of your divine soul. Ordinary gentle treatments would be as ineffective as scratching an itch through your boot, completely unable to eradicate it, only accelerating your death, utterly meaningless. Li Qingxian spoke extremely quickly, yet every word was crystal clear. He concisely explained his treatment approach to the Tiani sect's leader. "My method is to seek victory in danger, fight poison with poison, use medicine to guide the poison, and use a large amount of sacred medicine to forcefully stimulate the last remnant of life force in your body, allowing you to awaken for a moment. Then, with your strength combined with mine, we will fight against the poison together. This process will undoubtedly be extremely painful and may even be life-threatening. However, if successful, the toxins can be completely eliminated, giving you a new lease on life. If it fails, we can only leave it to fate." Li Qingxuan's voice paused briefly, his tone becoming serious. "Master, the path ahead holds 9 chances of death and 1 of survival. Are you willing to trust me, a mere nobody, and entrust your remaining life force to me for one final gambit?" Master Xianyan listened silently to Li Qingxuan's words. His eyes showed no emotional fluctuation. The entire Daoist temple fell into complete silence. Everyone's gaze focused on Master Xianyang, waiting for his response. After a long while, Master Xuanyang's eyeballs moved ever so slightly. Then, with great difficulty and extreme slowness, he blinked once, twice, and again. Though it was just blinking, it seemed to have drained all his strength. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His face grew even paler. To Li Qingxian, that faint ripple was answer enough. The corner of his mouth curved slightly upward. He spoke slowly. Next, I would ask Master to release the constraints on your dantian and Shi.
Chapter 38, A Heaven-Shaking Gamble. Sect Leader, please open your dantian. Release the constraints on my dantian and Shi. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyao's beautiful face immediately filled with concern. Dantian and Shi.
These were the vital areas crucial to a cultivator's very existence. Once opened, it meant exposing one's most vulnerable point completely defenseless to another. Especially for someone of Master Xuanyang's celestial level of cultivation, his dantian and Shi were the foundation of his lifelong cultivation. Their importance even exceeded that of his physical body itself.
Now Li Qingxian actually wanted Master Xuanyang to open his dantian and Shi?
These words were like a thunderclap from clear skies.
Not just Lu Xinyao.
Even Lin Xingwan beside her furrowed her elegant brows. Those cool eyes of hers rarely showed such gravity. Though she didn't understand medical principles, she knew what the dantian and Shi meant to a cultivator.
Opening one's dantian was tantamount to placing one's life in another's hands.
The risk involved was truly immeasurable.
Dr. Li, isn't this too risky?
Lu Xinyao hesitantly spoke up in a very low voice. The dantian is a vital point.
If something goes wrong.
She didn't finish her sentence, but the worry on her face said it all. Though Yun Nishang remained silent, her cold gaze was also fixed firmly on Li Qingxian. Deep in her eyes, there was also profound concern. Among the three of them, only she had had some previous interaction with Li Qingxian. Both Lu Xinyao and Lin Xingwan were meeting Dr. Li for the first time. Regarding this mysterious mortal doctor, they inevitably harbored some wariness in their hearts. To have Master Xianyang release his dantian and Sea of Qi, entrusting his life to someone who was practically a stranger.
It was indeed difficult to feel at ease about this. However, just as they were feeling unsettled,
Master Xianyang, who had been lying weakly on the bed, suddenly showed an extremely slight movement at the corner of his mouth,
revealing an extremely faint smile.
Yet there was a hint of relief in his smile.
The smile was faint and light,
almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. But when this smile fell upon Lu Xinyao and the others, it sent a shock through their hearts.
Master, he actually smiled? And at such a critical moment, no less.
And showed such a meaningful smile.
Could it be that Master really intends to?
Everyone was shocked and puzzled, casting complicated glances at Master Xianyang. He slowly closed his eyes.
In the next moment, an invisible yet boundless aura, like an ancient power that had lain dormant for countless eons, suddenly awakened. It silently spread outward from Master Xuanyang's body. That was the terrifying aura unique to the sect leader of Tianyi sect, befitting a supreme powerhouse. Even though he was severely weakened at this moment. Yet when this aura spread out, Lu Xinyao and the others still felt a suffocating, crushing pressure. Like an invisible mountain suddenly pressing down on their shoulders. Even breathing became difficult and labored.
The dantian and Qi ocean were truly opened. Master Xianyang was actually so resolute, so decisively removing all defenses around his dantian and Qi ocean.
This was not just an acknowledgement of Li Qingxuan's medical skills. Rather, it was a resolute determination to face death for the chance of life. Li Qingxuan's pupils suddenly contracted.
Deep in his eyes flashed a look of intense admiration.
He had originally thought he would need to spend considerable effort persuading the other party to open his dantian. He had even mentally prepared himself for outright rejection and the need to find alternative methods.
Never did he expect Master Xianyang to be so decisive and to trust him so completely.
This trust weighed as heavy as 1,000 June. Li Qingxian took a deep breath,
forcefully suppressing the slight nervousness surging in his heart. At this point, he could only give it his all. Only then could he live up to Master Xuanyang's trust. He took out another silver needle. This needle was different from the previous 9 needles of Lingxiu. The needle body was slightly longer, with a silvery white color throughout. The silver needle emitted a warm and lustrous glow. The needle tip was incredibly sharp, yet somehow conveyed a sense of harmony. It seemed to contain some unique essence of the Tao.
The dragon returning acupuncture technique.
This was one of the secret acupuncture methods passed down in the Li family. It specialized in clearing the 8 extraordinary meridians and regulating the qi and blood in the dantian. It was said that when mastered to the extreme, it possessed the mysterious power to reverse yin and yang, even to alter life and death. However, the execution of this needle technique was inherently extremely dangerous.
Especially now, with Master Xuanyang's dantian exposed and completely unguarded. The risk was magnified countless times.
Even the slightest deviation could directly pierce the dantian, leading to irreversible consequences.
Li Qingxuan's expression was extremely solemn, even his breathing had slowed.
He adjusted himself to peak condition. He slowly raised the silver needle, his fingertips gently rolling the needle's tail,
feeling the subtle coolness transmitted through the needle. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked firmly onto the location of Master Xuanyang's dantian.
His mind was highly focused, not daring to slacken for even a moment. At this moment, time seemed to have been put on pause. The entire hall was so quiet that heartbeats could be heard. Lu Xinyao, Yun Nishan, and Lin Xingwan all unconsciously held their breath. Their eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the silver needle in Li Qingxuan's hand.
Hearts pounding like drums, fine beads of sweat seeping from their palms.
The atmosphere had reached a peak of tension and pressure.
Finally,
Li Qingxian moved. With a nimble flick of his wrist, the silver needle shot forth, cutting through the air, leaving a trajectory that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye.
It struck precisely toward Master Xuanyang's Dantian acupoint. Swift, precise, decisive.
The entire motion flowed like water, without the slightest hesitation. The needle tip penetrated the skin, yet not a trace of blood seeped out.
There was only an extremely faint ripple of spiritual power, like a tiny wave spreading across water.
The silver needle penetrated about an inch deep before coming to a steady stop. Li Qingxian let out a long, heavy breath.
The first step had finally been accomplished.
But this was merely the beginning.
The true, deadly peril still awaited him ahead.
He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his dantian.
In an instant,
the scene before his eyes suddenly transformed. The originally dim and modest inner chamber vanished.
In its place was a vast, boundless expanse of space. Countless star-like points of light sparkled within. Deep and profound darkness stretched endlessly to the horizon.
Endless spiritual energy, like a surging and roaring ocean, filled every corner of this space.
Countless magnificent phenomena, grand and majestic. This was the inner landscape of Master Xuanyang's Dantian, immense and vast.
The magnificent scene was beyond words.
It struck Li Qingxuan's mind with tremendous force,
making him involuntarily feel his own insignificance.
Was this the Dantian sea of energy belonging to the Tianyi sect's leader?
It was like a miniature world that truly existed. Each strand of spiritual energy within was refined to the extreme, emitting energy fluctuations that made one's heart tremble with fear. Li Qingxian felt as if he were immersed in a vast ocean of spiritual energy, insignificantly tiny in comparison.
However, deep within this seemingly infinitely vibrant scene,
lurked a tremendous crisis that made one's scalp tingle.
Threads of black energy, like parasites clinging to bone, tightly entangled those pure spiritual energies,
continuously eroding, polluting, and devouring them. Wherever the black energy touched, the spiritual energy quickly became dim and lusterless,
eventually transforming into polluted waste gas, completely devoid of vitality. Soul-eroding poison.
Li Qingxian immediately recognized the source of this black energy. It was truly inconceivable what kind of incredible willpower Master Xuanyang possessed to endure until now under the erosion of such malicious poison.
This in itself was an unbelievable miracle. Without time for much amazement, Li Qingxian quickly gathered his thoughts, preparing to execute his desperate plan. Forcefully tear open the dantian. This was absolutely a move as risky as walking on a knife's edge. The slightest mistake could completely detonate this vast sea of dantian energy,
leading to irreversible consequences. But he had no other choice. To remove the root cause of this soul-corroding poison, the only way was to take the dangerous path and strike at the core. Li Qingxian clenched his teeth, mobilizing all his mental strength, concentrating his power into his fingertip. He would use his own will as a blade to forcefully carve open a pathway through Master Xuanyang's Dantian sea of energy. Break open! With a deep roar in his heart, Li Qingxian suddenly stepped forward. His fingertip, sharp as a blade, thrust directly towards the void he sensed. At that moment, an invisible but extraordinarily tough resistance suddenly appeared. It was the natural barrier of the Dantian energy sea. This barrier was so solid that no ordinary force could break it. But Li Qingxian was well prepared for this. The look of determination in his eyes grew stronger, without a trace of hesitation. Instead, he gathered the remaining strength in his body once again, channeling it desperately toward his fingertips. Everything hinged on this moment. Crack! An extremely faint shattering sound exploded in his spiritual perception. On that supposedly indestructible barrier of the Dantian. Finally, he forcefully tore open a tiny crack. Chapter 39, One Punch to Blast Away the Soul-Eroding Poison. A crack so incredibly thin, yet absolutely crucial. The moment the crack appeared, a violent backlash force erupted. Like a mountain torrent bursting forth, it suddenly surged toward Li Qingxian. Puff! Li Qingxian let out a muffled groan as his mind was violently shaken. Like being struck by a massive hammer, his vision went dark. The backlash force from the Dantian was terrifyingly powerful. Just a single crack had dealt him such a devastating blow. If he forcibly tore open an even larger rift, the consequences would be unimaginable. But he couldn't retreat. He absolutely must not retreat. If he retreated now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Li Qingxian bit his tongue to force himself to stay conscious. He frantically channeled his spiritual consciousness to widen the crack. Crack! 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 As the crack grew larger, the backlash force grew stronger. Li Qingxuan's body began to shake violently. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and his face turned as white as paper. Yet he still clenched his teeth, enduring with all his might. Finally, after paying an enormous price, A crack large enough for his spiritual consciousness to pass through was completely torn open.
Within the crack, threads of extremely pure spiritual energy surged out like a bursting flood.
Without any hesitation, Li Qingxian carried this precious spiritual energy and shot straight toward the core of the soul-eroding poison like an arrow released from its bow. In a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. At this moment, within Master Xuanyang's meridians and dantian, Li Qingxian was like a cultivator possessing supreme cultivation. He merged his consciousness with this borrowed spiritual power, becoming one with it,
transforming into a dazzling beam of light.
Without hesitation, he crashed towards the despair-inducing black poisonous mist.
Boom!
Like two stars violently colliding, it produced an earth-shattering explosion. In this confined space, spiritual power and poison engaged in the most brutal of battles.
Outside,
Lu Xinyao, Lin Xingwan, and Jun Nishang anxiously kept watch beside the jade bed.
They couldn't see what was happening inside the dantian. They could only judge the situation inside through Li Qingxuan's external reactions.
After Li Qingxian inserted the silver needle, he closed his eyes tightly and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The trembling became more and more violent, more and more agonizing, as if he was enduring some unimaginable torture.
The hearts of the three women clenched tightly following Li Qingxuan's trembling,
especially when they saw a trace of bright red blood slowly seeping from the corner of Li Qingxuan's mouth. They were even more terrified, almost unable to breathe.
Dr. Li. Lu Xinyao's pretty face turned deathly pale, her voice trembling.
She wanted to step forward to check on him, yet didn't dare to easily disturb him,
afraid of affecting Li Qingxuan's treatment.
Lin Xingwan's delicate eyebrows tightly furrowed, her clear, cold eyes filled with worry and anxiety. Although she said nothing, in her heart, she had already developed a degree of recognition for Li Qingxuan's medical skills. Now seeing Li Qingxian in such pain,
she couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Yun Nishang silently walked to the jade bed and tightly held Master Xuanyang's hand.
She could feel that her master's body was still cold, her breath still weak. But compared to before, there was now a faint trace of vitality. This was all thanks to Li Qingxian. She prayed silently in her heart, praying that Li Qingxian would succeed. They prayed that their master would remain safe and sound. Just as the three women's nerves were stretched to the limit, their worry reaching an extreme.
Within the inner landscape of the dantian,
Li Qingxuan's body suddenly jolted violently.
An even more ferocious energy burst forth from within him. Immortal Master, help me! Li Qingxian suddenly let out an angry roar.
The voice was hoarse, yet contained a power that made one's heart tremble. As if speaking to some mysterious existence in the void, he called out with all his might. Before the words could fade away,
Master Xuanyang's tightly shut eyes actually opened ever so slightly into a thin slit. A current of spiritual energy, even stronger and more vast than before, suddenly poured into Li Qingxuan's body like an enlightening baptism.